is there still a human element that's not reducible to an algorithm?
My experience has been that almost all things, including those things that I thought were pretty much impossible to express, I've been able to express in algorithms, but that doesn't constitute all things. So you can express far more than you can imagine you'll be able to express. So I use the example of, okay, it's not how do you raise your children? Okay, you will be able to take it one piece by piece. Okay, at what age, what school, and the way to do that, in my experience, is to take that, and when you're in the moment of making a decision, or just past making a decision, to take the time and to write down your criteria for making that decision in words. Okay, that way you'll get your principles down on paper. I created an app online called, it's right now just on the iPhone.
I tried getting an Android.
It'll be
get on Android.
In a few months it'll be on Android. But it has an app in there that helps people write down their own principles, because this is very powerful. So when you're in that moment where you're thinking about it and you're thinking your criteria for, choosing the school for your child or whatever that might be, and you write down your criteria or whatever they are, those principles, you write down, and you that will at that moment make you articulate your principles in a very valuable way. And if you have the way that we operate, that you have easy access, so when the next time that comes along, you can go to that, or you can show those principles to others to see if they're the right principles. You will get a clarity of that principle that's really invaluable in words, and that'll help you a lot. But then you start to think, I express that in data, and it'll about how you can do that. You'll form an equation that will show the relationship between these particular parts, and then essentially the variables that are going to go into that particular equation, and you will be able to do that. And you take that little piece and you put it into the computer, and then you take the next little piece and you put that into the computer, and before you know it, you will have a decision-making system that's of the sort that I'm describing.
So that you're almost making an argument against the earlier statement you made. You convinced me. At first you said there's no way a computer could raise a child, essentially. But now you've described, you making me think of it. If you have that kind of idea, meritocracy, you have this rigorous approach to Bridgewater takes an investment and apply it to raising a child. It feels like the process you described, we could, as a society, arrive at a set of principles for raising a child and encode it into a computer.
That originality will not come from machine learning.
The first time you do, so that the original, yes, that's what I'm referring to. But eventually, as we together develop it, and then we can automate it.
That's why I'm saying the processing can be done by the computer. So we're saying the same thing. We're not inconsistent. We're saying the same thing. That the processing of that information of those algorithms can be done by the computer in a very, very effective way. You don't need to sit there and process and try to weigh all those things in your equation and all those things. But that notion of, okay, how do I get that principle?
And you're saying you'd be surprised.
Yes,
how much you can express.
That's right. You can do that. So this is where I think you're going to see the future. And right now, we go to our devices and we get information to a large extent. And then we get some guidance. We have our GPS and the like. In my opinion, principles. I want to emphasize that. You write them down. You've got those principles. They will be converted into algorithms for decision making. And they're going to also have the benefit of collective decision making. Because right now, individuals, based on what's stuck in their heads, are making their decisions in very ignorant ways. They're not the best decision makers. They're not the best criteria, and they're operating. When those principles are written down, converted into algorithms, it's almost like you'll look at that and follow the instructions, and it'll give you better results. Medicine will be much more like this. You can go to your local doctor and you can ask his point of view and whatever. He's rushed, and he may not be the best doctor around. And you're going to go to this thing and get that same information, or just automatically have it input in that. And it's going to tell you, okay, here's what you should go do. And it's going to be much better than your local doctor. And that, the converting of information into intelligence, okay, intelligence is the thing. We're coming out with, again, I'm 70 and I want to pass all these things along. So all these tools that I found that need to develop all over these periods of time, all those things I want to make available. And what's going to happen as they're going to see this, they're going to see these tools operating much more that way. The idea of converting data into intelligence. Intelligence, for example, on what they are like, on what are your strengths and weaknesses. Intelligence on who do I work well with, under what circumstance.
Personalized.
Intelligence. We're going to go from what are called systems of record, which are a lot of, okay, information organized in the right way, to intelligence. And we're going to, that'll be the big move, in my opinion. And so you will get intelligence back.
And that intelligence comes from reducing the intelligence.
That's how it happens.
So what's your intuition to look at future societies? Do you think we'll be able to reduce a lot of the details of our lives down to principles that would be further and further automated?
I think the real question hinges on people's emotions and irrational behaviors. I think that there's subliminal things that we want, okay? And then there's cerebral, conscious logic, and the two often are at odds. So there's almost like two yous in you, right? And so let's say, what do you want? And, your mind will answer one thing, the emotions will answer something else. So when I think about it, I think emotions are, I want inspiration, I want love is a good thing, being able to have a good impact, but it is in the reconciliation of your subliminal wants and your intellectual wants, so that you really say they're aligned. And so to do that in a way to get what you want. So irrationality is a bad thing if it means that it doesn't make sense in getting you what you want. You better decide which you're satisfying. Is it the lower level you, emotional, subliminal one, or is it the other? But if you can align it. So what I find is that by going from you experience the decision, do this thing subliminally, and that's the thing I want. It comes to the surface. I find that if I can align that with what my logical need wants, and does do double check between them, and I get the same sort of thing, that helps me a lot. I find, for example, meditation is one of the things that helps to achieve that alignment. It's fantastic for achieving that alignment. And often then I also want to not just do it in my head. I want to say, does that make sense? Help me. And so I do it with other people. And I say, okay, well, let's say I want this thing, and whatever. Does that make sense? And when you do that kind of triangulation, your two views, and you do that with also the other way, then you certainly want to be rational, right? But rationality has to be defined by those things.
And then you discover sort of new ideas that drive your future. So you're always at the edge of the set of principles you develop. You're doing new things always. Right. That's what the intellect is.
Well, and the inspiration. The inspiration is needed to do that, right? Like, what are you doing it for?
So what is the excitement? What is the
adventure, the curiosity behind it?
What's if you can be Freud for a second, what's in that subconscious? What's the thing that drives us?
I think you can't generalize of us. I think different people are driven by different things. There's not a common one, right? So, like if you take the Shapers, I think it is a combination of subliminally, it's a combination of excitement, curiosity.
Is there a dark element there? Is there demons? Is there fears? Is there, in your sense, something dark that drives them?
Most of the ones that I'm dealing with, I have not seen that. I see what I really see is, who, if I could do that, that would be the most dream. And then the act of creativity. And you say, ooh, so excitement is one of the things. Curiosity is a big pull, okay? And tenacity, okay, to do those things. But definitely emotions are entering into it. Then there's an intellectual component of it too, okay? It may be empathy. Can I have an impact? Can I have an impact? The desire to have an impact. That's an emotional thrill, but it has empathy, and then you start to see spirituality, but a spirituality and connectedness to the whole. You start to see people operate those things. Those tend to be the things that you see the most of.
And I think you're going to shut down this idea completely, but there's a notion that some of these shapers really walk the line between sort of madness and genius. Do you think madness has a role in any of this? Or do you still see Steve Jobs and Elon Musk as fundamentally rational?
Yeah, there's a continuum there. Then what comes to my mind is that genius is often at the edge of, in some cases, imaginary genius is at the edge of insanity. And it's almost like a radio that I think, okay, if I tune it just right, it's playing right. But if I go a little bit too far, it goes off. Okay, and so you can see this. Kay Jameson was studying bipolar. What it shows is that that's definitely the case, because when you're going out there, that imagination, whatever, but is can be near the edge sometimes. Doesn't have to always be.
So let me ask you about automation that's been a part of public discourse recently. What's your view on the impact of automation, of whether we're talking about AI and more basic forms of automation on the economy in the short term and the long term? Do you have concerns about it, as some do, or do you think it's overblown?
It's not overblown. It's a giant thing. It'll come at us in a very big way. And in the future, we're right at the edge of really accelerating. It's had a big impact, and it will have a big impact. And it's a two-edged sword, because it'll have tremendous benefits, and at the same time, it has profound benefits in employment and distribution of wealth. Because the way I think about it is, there are certain things human beings can do, and over time we've evolved to go to almost higher and higher levels, and now we're at this level. It used to be your labor, and your labor, and okay, we can get past the labor. We got tractors and things, and we go up, and we're up over here, and up to the point in our minds where anything related to mental processing, the computer can probably do better, and we can find that. And so, other than almost inventing, you're at a point where the machines and the automation will probably do it better, and that's accelerating. That's a force, and that's a force for good. And at the same time, what it does is it displaces people in terms of employment, and changes, it produces wealth gaps and all of that. So I think the real issue is that has to be viewed as a national emergency. In other words, I think the wealth gap, the income gap, the opportunity gap, all of those things, that force is creating the problems that we're having today. A lot of the problems, the great polarity, the disenfranchised, not equal, not anything approaching equality of education. All of these problems, a lot of problems are coming as a result of that. And so it needs to be viewed really as an emergency situation in which there's a good plan worked out for how to deal with that effectively, so that it's dealt with effectively. So because it's good for the average, it's good for the impact, but it's not good for everyone, and it creates that polarity. So it's got to be dealt with.
Yeah, and you've talked about the American dream, and that's something that all people should have an opportunity for, and that we need to reform capitalism to give that opportunity to everyone. Let me ask him one of the ideas in terms of safety nets that support that kind of opportunity. There's been a lot of discussion of universal basic income amongst people. So there's Andrew Yang, who's running on that. He's a political candidate running for president on the idea of universal basic income. What do you think about that? Giving $1,000 or some amount of money to everybody as a way to give them the padding, the freedom to sort of take leaps, to take the call for adventure, to take the crazy.
Before I get right into my thoughts on universal basic income, I want to start with the notion that opportunity, education, development, creating equality, so that people say there's equal opportunity, and it is the most important thing. And then to find out what is the amount, how are you going to provide that? How do you get the money into a public school system? How do you get the teaching? The fleshing out that plan to create equal opportunity in all of its various forms is the most pressing thing to do. And so that is that.
The opportunity, the most important one, you're kind of implying is the earlier the better. So like the opportunity for education. So in the early development of a human being is when you should have the equal opportunities. That's the most important.
Right. In the first phase of your life, which goes from birth until you're on your own, and you're an adult and you're now out there, and you deal with early childhood development, okay, and you take the brain, and you say what's important. The child care, okay, like it makes a world of difference. For example, if you have good parents who are trying to think about instilling the stability in a non-traumatic environment to provide them. So I would say the good guidance that normally comes from parents and the good education that they're receiving are the most important things in that person's development. The ability to be able to be prepared to go out there and then to go into a market that's an equal opportunity job market, to be able to then go into that kind of market is a system that creates not only fairness, anything else that's not fair, and then in addition to that, it also is a more effective economic system, because the consequences of not doing that off to a society are devastating. If you look at what the difference in outcomes for somebody who completes high school or doesn't complete high school, or does one of those state changes, and you look at what that means in terms of their costs to society, not only themselves, but their cost and incarceration costs and then crimes and all of those things. It's economically better for the society, and it's fairer if they can get those particular things. Once they have those things, then you move on to other things. But yes, from birth all the way through that process, anything less than that is bad. There's a tragedy and so on. So those are the that are estimates. And so what I'm more above all else is to provide that. So with that in mind, now we'll talk about universal basic income.
Start with that.
Now we can talk. Well, right, because you have to have that. But now the question is, what's the best way to provide that? Okay. So when I look at UBI, I really think is what is going to happen with that $1,000. Okay. And will that $1,000 come from another program? Does that come from an early childhood developmental program? Who are you giving the $1,000 to? and what will they do for that $1,000? I mean, like my reaction would be, I think it's a great thing that everybody should have almost $1,000 in their bank and so on. But when do they get to make decisions? Or who's the parent? A lot of times you can give $1,000 to somebody that have a negative result. You can have, they can use that money detrimentally, not just productively. And if that money's coming away from some of those other things that are going to produce the things I want, and you're shifted to, let's say, to come in and give a check, doesn't mean its outcomes are going to be good in providing those things that I think are so fundamental, important. If it was just everybody can have $1,000 and use it, so when the time comes and use it well, that would be really, really good. Because it's almost like everybody, you can wish everybody could have $1,000 worth of wiggle room in their lives. Okay, and I think that would be great. I love that. But I want to make sure that these other things are taken care of. So if it comes out of that budget, and I don't want it to come out of that budget that's going to be doing those things. And so you have to figure it out.
And you have a certain skepticism that human nature will use, may not always, in fact, frequently may not use that $1,000 for the optimal, just support the optimal trajectory.
Some will and some won't. One of the big advantages of universal basic income is that if you put it in the hands, let's say, of parents who know how to do the right things and make the right choices for their children because they're responsible, and you say, I'm going to give them $1,000 wiggle room to use for the benefit of their children. Wow, that sounds great. If you put it in the hands of, let's say, an alcoholic or drug addicted parent who is not making those choices well for their children, and what they do is they take that $1,000 and they don't use it well, then that's going to produce more harm than good.
Well, but you're, if I may say so, one of the richest people in the world. So you're a good person to ask. Does money buy happiness?
No, it's been shown that between once you get over a basic level of income, so that you can take care of the pain that you can help and whatever. There's no correlation between the level of happiness that one has and the level of money that one has. That thing that has the highest correlation is quality relationships with other communities. If you look at surveys of these things, all surveys in all societies, it's a sense of community and interpersonal relationships. That is not in any way correlated with money. You can go down to native tribes in very poor places, or you can go in all different communities. And so they have the opportunity to have that. I'm very lucky in that I started with nothing, so I have the full range. I can tell you, by not having money, but and having quite a lot of money, I did that in the light order.
So you start from nothing, Long Island.
Yep. And my dad was a jazz musician. I had all really that I needed because I had two parents who loved me, took good care of me, and I went to a public school that was a good public school. And basically, that you don't need much more than that in order to, that's the equal opportunity part. Anyway, what I'm saying is, I experienced the range, and there are many studies on the answer to your question. No, money does not bring happiness. Money gives you an ability to make choices.
Does it get in the way, in any way, of forming those deep, meaningful relationships?
It can. There are lots of ways that it makes negative. That's one of them. It could stand in the way of that. Yes. Okay. But I could almost list the ways that it could stand. It could be a problem.
Yeah. What does it buy? So if you can elaborate, you mentioned a bit of freedom.
At the most fundamental level, it doesn't take a whole lot. It takes enough that you can take care of yourself and your family to be able to learn, do the basics, have the relationships, have health care, the basics of those types of things. You can cover the basics. And then to have maybe enough security, but maybe not much security.
That's right.
That you essentially are okay. Okay, that's really good, and you don't. That's what money will get you.
And everything else is go either way.
Well, no,
correlation.
there's more.
There's more.
Okay, then beyond that, what it then starts to do, that's the most important. But beyond that, what it starts to do is to help to make your dreams happen in various ways. Okay, so for example, now like in my case, those dreams might not be just my own dreams; their impact on others' dreams. Okay, so my own dreams might be, I don't know, I can pass along these at my stage in life. I can pass along these principles to you, and I can give those days, or I could do whatever. I can go on an adventure. I can start a business. I can do those other things, be productive. I can self-actualize in ways that might be not possible otherwise. And so that's my own belief. And then I can also help others. So this is, to the extent when you get older and time and whenever you start to feel connected, spirituality, that's what I'm referring to. You can start to have an effect on others. It's beneficial and so on. It gives you the ability. I can tell you that people who are very wealthy, who have that, feel that they don't have enough money. Bill Gates will feel almost broke because relative to the things he'd like to accomplish and go through the Gates Foundation and things like that, oh my God, he doesn't have enough money to accomplish the things he wishes for. But those things are not, they're not the most fundamental things. So I think that people sometimes think money has value. Money doesn't have value. Money is, like you say, just a medium of exchanges throughout the world. And so what you have to say is, what is it that you're going to buy? Now, there are other people who get their gratification in ways that are different from me, but I think in many cases, that let's say somebody who used money to have a status symbol, what would I say? Or that's probably unhealthy. But then, I don't know, somebody who says, I love a great, gorgeous painting, and it's going to cost lots of money. In my priorities, I can't get that. But that doesn't mean who am I to judge others in terms of, let's say, their element of to do those things. So it's a little bit complicated. But by and large, that's my view on money and wealth.
Let me ask you in terms of the idea of much of your passions in life has been through something you might be able to call work. Alan Watts has this quote. He said that the real key to life, secret to life, is to be completely engaged with what you're doing in the here and now. They're calling it work, realizing it's play. So I'd like to ask, what is the role of work in your life's journey or in a life's journey? And what do you think about this modern idea of kind of separating work-life balance?
I have a principle that I believe in is make your work and your passion the same thing. Okay, so that's similar. In other words, if you can make your work and your passion, it's just going to work out great. And then, of course, people have different purposes of work, and I don't want to be theoretical about that. People have to take care of their family, so money at a certain point is the base, is an important component of that work. So you look beyond that. What is the money going to get you? What are you trying to achieve? But the most important thing, I agree, is meaningful work and meaningful relationships. Like if you can get into the thing that your mission that you're on, and you are excited about that mission that you're on, and then you can do that with people who you have the meaningful relationships with. You have meaningful work and meaningful relationships. I mean, that is fabulous for most people.
And it seems that many people struggle to get there, not necessarily because they're constrained by the fact that they have the financial constraints of having to provide for their family and so on. But this idea is out there that there needs to be a work-life balance, which means that most people, we're going to return to the same things. Most doesn't mean optimal, but most people seem to not be doing their life's passion, not unifying or compassion. Why do you think that is?
Well, the work-life balance, there's a life audit that you go through. Starts at 0 and ends somewhere in the vicinity of 80. And there's a phase. And you could look at the different degrees of happiness that happen in those phases. I can go through that if that was interesting, but we don't have time probably for it. But you get in the part of the life. That part of the life which has the lowest level of happiness is age 45 to 55. And because as you move into this second phase of your life. Now, the first phase of your life is when you're learning dependent on others. Second phase of your life is when you're working and others are dependent on you and you're trying to be successful. And in that phase of one's life, you encounter the work-life balance challenge because you're trying to be successful at work and successful at parenting and successful and successful in all those other things that take your demand. And they get into that, and I understand that problem in the work-life balance. The issue is primarily to know how to approach that, okay? So I understand it's stressful, it produces stress, and it produces bad results, and it produces the lowest level of happiness in one's life. It's interesting, as you get later in life, the levels of happiness rise, and the highest level of happiness is between ages 70 and 80, which is interesting for other reasons. But in that spot, and the key to work-life balance is to realize and to learn how to get more out of an hour of life. Okay, because an hour of work, what people are thinking is that they have to make a choice between one thing and another, and of course they do. But they don't realize that if they develop a skill to get a lot more out of an hour, it's the equivalent of having many more hours in your life. And so, that's why in the book Principles, I try to go into, okay, now how can you get a lot more out of an hour? That allows you to get more life into your life and produces the work-life balance.
And that's the primary struggle in that 35 to 45. If you could linger on that, what are the ups and downs of life in terms of happiness in general, and perhaps in your own life when you look back at the moments, the peaks?
It's pretty much the same pattern. Early in one's life tends to be a very happy period all the way up, and 16 is like a really great happy. I think so. You start to get out and freedom, driver's license, whatever. But 16 is there. Junior year in high school quite often can be a stressful period to try to get into high school. You go into college, it tends to be very hot, happiness, generally speaking, freedom. And then freedom, friendships, all of that. Freedom is a big thing. And then and then 23 is a peak point kind of in happiness, that freedom. Then sequentially, one has a great time, they date, they go out, and so on, you find the love of your life, you begin to develop a family, and then with that, as time happens, you have more of your work-life balance challenges that come, the responsibilities, and then as you get there in the mid part of your life, that is the biggest struggle. Chances are you will crash in that period of time. You'll have a series of failures. That's when you go into this. You learn. You hopefully learn from those mistakes. You have the metamorphosis. You come out. You change. You hopefully become better. You take more responsibilities and so on. And then when you get to the later part, as you are starting to approach the transition in that late part of the second phase of your life, before you go into the third phase of your life. Second phase is you're working and trying to be successful. The third phase of your life is you want people to be successful without you. Okay? You want your kids to be successful without you, because when you're at that phase, they're at making their transition from the first phase to the second phase, and they're trying to be successful, and you want them to be successful without you. And your parents are gone, and then you have freedom. And then you have freedom again. And then with that freedom, and then you have these, in history is shown with us, you have friendships, you have perspective on life, you have different things. And that's one of the reasons that that later part of life can be real. On average, actually, it's the highest. Very interesting thing. If there's surveys and say, how good do you look? And how good do you feel? And and that's the highest survey. The first, now they're not looking the best,
Yeah.
and they're not feeling the best. Right? Maybe it's 35 that they're actually looking the best and feeling the best, but they rank the highest at that point. Survey results of being the highest
So
in that 70 to 80 period of time, because it has to do with anatomy on life. And you start to have grandkids. Oh, grandkids are great, and you start to experience that transition well. So that's what the arc of life pretty much looks like, and I'm experiencing it.
You've lived it. When you meditate, we're all human, we're all mortal. When you meditate on your own mortality, having achieved a lot of success on whatever dimension, what do you think is the meaning of all? The meaning of our short existence on Earth as human beings?
I think that evolution is the greatest force in the universe, and that we're all tiny bits of an evolutionary type of process where it's just matter and machines that go through time, and that we all have a deeply embedded inclination to evolve and contribute to evolution. So I think it's to personally evolve and contribute to evolution.
I could have predicted you would answer that way. It's brilliant and exactly right. And I think we said it before, but I'll say it again. You have a lot of incredible videos out there that people should definitely watch. I don't say this often. I mean, this is literally the best spend of time. And in terms of reading principles and reading basically anything you write on LinkedIn and so on, is a really good use of time. It's a lot of light bulb moments, a lot of transformative ideas in there. So, Ray, thank you so much. It's been an honor, and I really appreciate it.
It's been a pleasure for me too. I'm happy to hear what's used to you and others.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Ray Dalio. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10 and $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe and 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, and connect with me on Twitter. Finally, closing words of advice, Ray Dalio. Pain plus reflection equals progress. Thank you for listening. I hope you see you next time. The following is a conversation with Whitney Cummings. She's a stand-up comedian, actor, producer, writer, director, recently, finally, the host of her very own podcast called Good For You. Her most recent Netflix special called Can I Touch It features in part a robot, affectionately named Bear Claw. It is designed to be visually a replica with me. It's exciting for me to see one of my favorite comedians explore the social aspects of robotics and AI in our society. She also has some fascinating ideas about human behavior, psychology, and neurology, some of which she explores in a book called On Fine and Other Lies. It was truly a pleasure to meet Whitney and have this conversation with her, and even to continue it through text afterward. Every once in a while, late at night, I'd be programming over a cup of coffee and would get a text from Whitney saying something hilarious. Or weirder yet, sending a video of Brian Callen saying something hilarious. That's when I know the universe has a sense of humor, and it gifted me with one hell of an amazing journey. And I put the phone down, go back to programming, stupid, joyful smile on my face. If you enjoy this conversation, listen to Amy's podcast, good for you. Follow her on Twitter and Instagram. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. This show is presented by CashApp, the #1 finance app in the App Store. They regularly support these different podcasts as well. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just a second. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of stock, save $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries, and they have a perfect rating, Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used with maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play, use code LEGCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization I've personally seen inspire girls that supports the dream of engineering a better world. This podcast is supported by ZipRecruiter. Hiring great people is hard, and to me is the most important element of a successful mission-driven team. I've been fortunate to be a part of and to lead several great engineering teams. The hiring I've done past was mostly the tools that we built ourselves. The reinventing the wheel was painful. ZipRecruiter is a tool that's already available for you. It seeks to make hiring simple, fast, and smart. For example, Codable co-founder Gretchen Ebner used ZipRecruiter to find a new game artist to join her education tech company. By using ZipRecruiter's screening questions to filter candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best candidates and finally hiring the perfect person for the role in less than 2 weeks from start to finish. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes by signing up, as I did, for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. And now, here's my conversation with Whitney Cummings. I have trouble making eye contact.
Me too. Do you know that I had to work on making eye contact because I used to look here? You see what
That
I'm
helps,
doing?
yeah.
Do you want me to do that? Well, I'll do this way. I'll shoot the camera. But I used to do this, and finally, people like I'd be on dates, and guys would be like, "Are you looking at my hair?" Like it would make people really insecure because I didn't really get a lot of eye contact as a kid. It's 1 to 3 years. Did you not get a lot of eye contact as a kid?
I don't know. I haven't done the soul searching,
Right.
so but there's definitely some psychological
It
issue.
makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, for some reason when I connect eyes, I start to think, I assume that you're judging.
Oh, well, I am. That's why you said that.
Yeah.
We all are.
All right.
It's perfect. The podcast is me and you both staring at the table.
Do you think robots in the future, ones with human level intelligence, will be female, male, genderless, or another gender we've not yet created as a society?
You're the expert at this.
Well, I'm going to
You
ask you.
know the answer.
I'm going to ask you questions that maybe nobody knows the answer to, or and I just want you to hypothesize as a imaginative author, director, comedian.
Can we be very clear that you know a ton about this and I know nothing about this? But I have thought a lot about
Yes.
what I think robots can fix in our society. And I mean, I'm a comedian. It's my job to study human nature, make jokes about human nature, and to sometimes play devil's advocate. And I just see such a tremendous negativity around robots, or at least the idea of robots, that it was like, oh, I'm just going to take the opposite side for fun, for jokes. And then I was like, oh no, I really agree in this devil's advocate. So please correct me when I'm wrong about this stuff.
So first of all, there's no right and wrong because we're all. I think most of the people working on robotics are really not actually thinking about some of the big picture things that you've been exploring. fact, your robot. What's her name, by the way? We'll go with Grandpa. What's the genesis of that name?
Bear Claw was, I don't even remember the joke because I black out after I shoot specials, but I was writing something about like the pet names that men call women, like Cupcake, Sweetie, Honey, you know, like we're always named after desserts or something. And I was just writing a joke about if you want to call us a dessert, at least pick like a cool dessert, you know, like Bear Claw, like something cool.
So, do you think future robots of greater and greater intelligence would like to make them female, male? Would we like to assign them gender, or would we like to move away from gender and say something more ambiguous?
It depends on their purpose, you know. I feel like if it's a sex robot, if people prefer certain genders, you know. And I also, you know, when I went down and explored the robot factory, I was asking about the type of people that bought sex robots, and I was very surprised at the answer because, of course, the stereotype is it's going to be a bunch of perverts. It ended up being a lot of people that were handicapped, a lot of people with erectile dysfunction, and a lot of people that were exploring their sexuality. A lot of people that thought they were gay but weren't sure, but didn't want to take the risk of trying on someone that could reject them and being embarrassed, or that were closeted, or in a city where maybe that's, you know, taboo and stigmatized, you know. So I think that a gendered sex robot that would serve an important purpose for someone trying to explore their sexuality. Am I into men? Let me try on this thing first. Am I the women? Let me try on this thing first. So I think gendered robots would be important for that. I think genderless robots, in terms of emotional support robots, babysitters, I'm fine for a genderless babysitter with my husband in the house. You know, there are places that I think that genderless makes a lot of sense, but obviously not in the sex area.
What do you mean with your husband in the house? What's that have to do with the gender of the robot?
Right. I mean, I don't have a husband, but hypothetically speaking, I think everyone's worst nightmare is like the hot babysitter. You know what I mean? So I think that there is a time and place, I think, for genderless, you know, teachers, doctors, all that kind of. It would be very awkward if the first robotic doctor was a guy, or the first robotic nurse is a woman. You know, it's sort of that stuff is so loaded. I think that genderless just take the unnecessary drama out of it, and possibility to sexualize them or be triggered by that stuff.
So there's two components to this to bear claws. One is the voice and the talking and so on, and then there's the visual appearance. So on the topic of gender and genderless, in your experience, what has been the value of the physical appearance?
Okay.
So what, has it added much to the depth of the interaction?
I mean, mine's kind of extenuating circumstances. She's supposed to look exactly like me. I mean, I spent 6 months getting my face molded and having, you know, the idea was I was exploring the concept of 10 robots replace us, because that's the big fear, but also the big dream in a lot of ways. And I wanted to dig into that area because, you know, for a lot of people, they're going to take our jobs and they're going to replace us. Legitimate fear. But then a lot of women I know are like, I would love for a robot to replace me every now and then, so I can go to baby showers for me, and I can pick up my kids at school, and I can cook dinner and whatever. So I just think that was an interesting place to explore. So her looking like me was a big part of it. Now her looking like me just adds an unnecessary level of insecurity, because I got her a year ago and she already looks younger than me. So that's a weird problem. But I think that her looking human was the idea. And I think that where we are now, please correct me if I'm wrong, a human robot resembling an actual human, you know, is going to feel more realistic than some generic face.
Well, you're saying that robots that have some familiarity, like look similar to somebody that you actually know, you be able to form a deeper connection with. That was the question.
So on some level.
That's an open question. I don't, you know, it's an interesting.
Or the opposite.
Yeah.
Then you know me and you're like, well, I know this is real because you're right here. So
Yeah.
maybe it does the opposite.
You have a very keen eye for human faces, and are able to detect strangeness, especially that one has to do with people whose faces we've seen a lot of. So I tend to be a bigger fan of moving away completely from faces.
Just like recognizable faces
No, just human faces at all.
in general. Because I think that's where things get dicey. And one thing I will say, is I think my robot is more realistic than other robots, not necessarily because you have seen me and then you see her and you go, oh, they're so similar, but also because human faces are flawed and asymmetrical.
Yeah.
And sometimes we forget when we're making things that are supposed to look human, we make them too symmetrical, and that's what makes them stop looking human. So because they molded my asymmetrical face, she just, even if someone didn't know who I was, I think she'd look more realistic than most generic ones that didn't have some kind of flaws.
Got it.
You know, because they start looking creepy when they're too symmetrical, because human beings are.
Yeah, the flaws is what it means to be human, but visually as well. But I'm just a fan of the idea of letting humans use a little bit more imagination. So just hearing the voice is enough for us humans to then start imagining the visual appearance that goes along with that voice. And you don't necessarily need to work too hard on creating the actual visual appearance. So there's some value to that. When you step into the stereotype of actually building a robot that looks like Bear Claw, such a long road of facial expressions, of sort of making everything smiling, winking, rolling the eyes, all that kind of stuff. It gets really, really tricky.
It gets tricky, and I think I'm a comedian. Like, I'm obsessed with what makes us human, and our human nature, and the nasty side of human nature tends to be where I've, ended up exploring over and over again. And I was just mostly fascinated by people's reactions. So it's my job to get the biggest reaction from a group of strangers, the loudest possible reaction. And I just had this instinct, just when I started building her, people go, ugh, and scream, and people would scream, and I would bring her out on stage, and people would scream, and to me, that was the next level of entertainment. Getting a laugh, I've done that, I know how to do that. I think comedians are always trying to figure out what the next level is, and comedy's evolving so much, and Jordan Peele had just done, his genius comedy horror movies, which feel like the next level of comedy to me, and this sort of funny horror of a robot was fascinating to me. But I think the thing that I got the most obsessed with was people being freaked out and scared of her. And I started digging around with pathogen avoidance and the idea that we've essentially evolved to be repelled by anything that looks human but is off a little bit. Anything that could be sick or diseased or dead essentially is our reptilian brain's way to get us to not try to have sex with it, basically. So I got really fascinated by how freaked out and scared. Grown men get upset. Get away from me. And I was like, people get angry. And it was like, what this is, but the sort of like, amygdala getting activated by something that to me is just a toy said a lot about our history as a species and what got us into trouble thousands of years ago.
So that is the deep down stuff that's in our genetics, but also is it just, are people freaked out by the fact that there's a robot? It's not just people, but there's an artificial human.
Anything people, I think, and I'm just always also fascinated by the blind spots that. So the idea that how many robots have killed people? How many humans have died at the hands of other humans?
Yeah.
Millions? Hundreds of millions?
Yeah.
Yet we're scared of that, and we'll go to the grocery store and be around a bunch of humans who statistically the chances are much higher that you're going to get killed by a human. So I'm just fascinated by, without judgment, how irrational we are.
The war is the exponential, so it's, you could say the same thing about nuclear weapons before we dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So the worry that people have is the exponential growth. So it's like, oh, it's fun and games right now, but overnight, especially if a robot provides value to society, we'll put one in every home, and then all of a sudden lose track of the actual large-scale impact it has on society, and all of a sudden you gain greater control to where it will all be, affect our political system and then affect our decisions.
Robots already live in our political system? Isn't that just already happened?
Which ones? Oh, Russia hacking.
No offense. Hasn't that already happened? That was like an algorithm of negative things being clicked on more.
We'd like to tell stories and we'd like to demonize certain people. I think nobody understands our current political system or discourse on Twitter, Twitter mobs. Nobody has a sense. Not Twitter, not Facebook, the people running it. Nobody understands these are just trying their best. Despite what people think, they're not like a bunch of lefties trying to make sure that Hillary Clinton gets elected. It's more that it's an incredibly complex system that we don't, and that's the worry. It's so complex and moves so fast that nobody will be able to stop it once it happens.
And let me ask a question. This is a very savage question, which is this just the next stage of evolution? As humans, people will die. Yes, I mean, that's always happened, you know? This is just taking emotion out of it. Is this basically the next stage of
what is it mean to be a living organism? Like, is a smartphone part of your living organism? Or
we're in relationships with our phone.
Yeah. But
we have sex through them. With them, what's the difference between with them and through them?
It expands your cognitive abilities, expands your memory, knowledge, so you're much smarter because you have a smartphone in your hand.
But as soon as it's out of my hands, we've got big problems. Sort of so more with them.
Beyond relationship, and that's what Elon Musk increase the bandwidth of communication between computers and your brain. And so further expand our ability as human beings to sort of leverage machines, and maybe that's the future, the next evolutionary step. It could be also that yes, we'll give birth, just like we give birth to human children right now. We'll give birth to AI in places. I think it's a really interesting possibility.
I'm going to play devil's advocate. I just think that the fear of robots is wildly classist because, like, it's easy for us to say they're taking a lot of people get employment off of Facebook. They are able to get income off of Facebook. They don't care if you take their phone numbers and their emails and their things are free. They don't want to have to pay dollars for Facebook. Facebook is a wild democratic thing. Forget about the election and all that kind of, a lot of, technology making people's lives easier. I find most elite people are more scared than lower income people. So, and women for the most part. So the idea of something that's stronger than us and that might eventually kill us, like women are used to that. Like that's not, I see a lot of like really rich men because the robots are going to kill us. Well, what's another thing that's going to kill us, I tend to see like, oh, something can walk me to my car at night. Like something can help me cook dinner. Something, for, people in underprivileged countries who can't afford eye surgery, like we send a robot to underprivileged, places to do surgery, or if they can't. I work with this organization called Operation Smile where they do like palate surgeries. And there's a lot of places that can't do a very simple surgery because they can't afford doctors and medical care and such. So I just see, and this can be completely naive, a lot of people are going like, the robots are going to destroy us. Humans, we're destroying ourselves. We're self-destructing. Robots, to me, are the only hope to clean up all the mess. When we go try to clean up pollution, we make it worse because of the oil that the tankers use. To me, robots are the only solution. Firefighters are heroes, and how many times they can run into now. So there's just something interesting to me. I'm not hearing a lot of like more rural populations talking about it.
Maybe you could speak a little bit more. There's an idea, I think you've expressed that. I've heard actually a few female writers and roboticists have expressed this idea that exactly what you just said, which is it just seems that being afraid of existential threats of artificial intelligence is a male issue. And I wonder what that is. If it because when I'm in certain position, like you said, it's also a classist issue. They have been humbled by life, and so you always look for the biggest problems to take on around you.
It's a champagne problem for robots. Most people don't have health insurance. They're afraid they're not going to be able to feed their kids. They can't afford a tutor for their kids. I just think of the way I grew up, and I had a mother who worked 2 jobs, had kids. We couldn't afford an SAT tutor. The idea of a robot coming in, being able to tutor your kids, being able to provide childcare for your kids, being able to come in with cameras for eyes and make sure, surveillance. I'm very pro surveillance because I've had security problems and I've been, we're generally in a little more danger than you guys are. So I think that robots are a little less scared of us because we see them maybe as like free assistance, help, and protection. And then there's sort of another element for me personally, which is maybe more of a female problem. I don't know. I'm just going to make a generalization. Happy to be wrong, but you know, the emotional sort of component of robots and what they can provide in terms of, you know, I think there's a lot of people that don't have microphones that I just recently kind of stumbled upon in doing all my research on the sex robots for my stand-up special, which is there's a lot of very shy people that aren't good at dating. There's a lot of people who are scared of human beings, who, you know, have personality disorders or grew up in alcoholic homes or struggle with addiction or whatever it is, where a robot can solve an emotional problem. And so we're largely having this conversation about like rich guys that are emotionally healthy and how scared of robots they are. We're forgetting about like a huge part of the population who maybe isn't as charming and effervescent and solvent as, you know, people like you and Elon Musk, who these robots could solve very real in their life, emotional or financial.
That's in general, a really interesting idea that most people in the world don't have a voice. It's talked about it, of even the people on Twitter who are driving the conversation, who say comments, people who leave comments represent a very tiny percent of the population, and they're the ones we tend to think they speak for the population, but it's very possible on many topics they don't at all.
And look, I'm got to be some kind of legal, you know, sort of structure in place for when the robots happen. You know way more about this than I do, but you know, for me to just go, the robots are bad, that's a wild generalization that I feel like is really inhumane in some way. You know, it's just after the research I've done, like you're going to tell me that a man whose wife died suddenly and he feels guilty moving on with a human woman or can't get over the grief, he can't have a sex robot in his own house? Why not? Who cares? Why do you care?
Well, there's an interesting aspect of human nature. So, you know, we tend to, as a civilization, to create a group that's the other in all kinds of ways.
Right.
And so you work with animals, you're especially sensitive to the suffering of animals. Let me kind of ask, do you think abuse robots in the future? Do you think some of the darkness of human nature will come out?
I think some people will, but if we design it properly, the people that do it, we can put it on a record, and we can put them in jail. We can find sociopaths more easily. You know, like.
But why is that a sociopath thing to harm a robot?
I think. Look, I don't know enough about the consciousness and stuff as you do. I guess it would have to be unconscious, but it is, you know, the part of the brain that is, you know, responsible for the fact, the frontal lobe or whatever. Like people that abuse animals also abuse humans and commit other kinds of crimes. Like it's all the same part of the brain. No one abuses animals and then is like awesome to women and children and awesome to underprivileged, you know, minorities. Like all. So, you know, we've been working really hard to put a database together of all the people that have abused animals so when they commit another crime, go, okay, this is, you know, it's all the same stuff. And I think people probably think I'm nuts for a lot of the animal work I do, but because when animal abuse is present, another crime is always present, but the animal abuse is the most socially acceptable. You can kick a dog and there's nothing you can do, but then what they're doing behind closed doors, you can't see. So there's always something else going on. This is why I never feel compassionate about it. But I do think we'll start seeing the same thing with robots. The person that kicks I felt compassionate when the kicking the dog robot really pissed me off. I know that they're just trying to get the stability right and all that. But I do think there will come a time where that would be a great way to be able to figure out if somebody has like, you know, antisocial behaviors.
You kind of mentioned surveillance. It's also a really interesting idea of yours, and you just said, you know, a lot of people should be really uncomfortable with surveillance.
Yeah.
And you just said that, you know what, for me, you know, there's positives for surveillance.
I think people behave better when they know they're being watched. And I know this is a very unpopular opinion. I'm talking about it on stage right now. We behave better when we know we're being watched. You and I had a very different conversation before we were recording. We behave different. You get up and you are in your best behavior and trying to not hurt anyone's feelings. And I have a camera right there. It's totally different when we first started talking, you know? When you know there's a camera, you behave there's cameras all over LA at stoplights so that people don't run stoplights, but there's not even film in it. They don't even use them anymore, but it works, right? And working on this thing in Stand about surveillance, it's like that's why we invented Santa Claus. It's that Santa Claus is the first surveillance, basically. All we had to say to kids is he's making a list and he's watching you, and they behave better. So I do think that there are benefits to surveillance. I think we all do sketchy things in private, and we all watch weird porn or Googled weird things, and we don't want people to know about it, our secret lives. So I do think that obviously we should be able to have a modicum of privacy, but I tend to think that people that are the most negative about surveillance have the most to hide.
Well, you should. Is he just saying it's not enough?
Well, I'm just talking in general about privacy and surveillance and how paranoid we're kind of becoming, and how it's just wild to me that people are like, our emails are going to leak and they're taking our phone numbers. Like there used to be a book full of phone numbers and addresses they just throw it at your door. And we all had a book of everyone's numbers. It's a very new thing. And, I know our big bill is designed to compound sort of threats. And, there's stories about that. And I think we all just glom on in a very, tribal way. Yeah, they're taking our data. Like, we don't even know what that means. Like, well, they. I just think that okay, well, so what? They're going to sell your data? Who cares? Why do you care?
First of all, that bit with China. So, and I say this only a little bit joking, because a lot of people in China, including the citizens, despite what people in the West think of as abuse, are actually in support of the idea of surveillance. So if they're not in support of the abuse of surveillance, they like when you say surveillance, kind of like the idea of government. Like you said, we behave differently. And in a way, it's almost like why we like sports. There's rules, and within the constraints of the rules, there is this more stable society. We make good arguments about success, being able to build successful companies, being able to build successful social lives around a fabric that's more stable. When you have the surveillance, it keeps the criminals away, it keeps the abuse of animals, whatever the values in society. With surveillance, you can enforce those values better.
And here's what I will say: there's a lot of unethical things happening with surveillance. Like, yes. I feel the need to really make that very clear. I mean, the fact that Google is like collecting people's hands, start moving on the mouse to find out if they're getting Parkinson's, and then their insurance goes up, like that is completely unethical and wrong. And I think stuff like that we have to really be careful around. So the idea of using our data to raise our insurance rates, or I heard that they can sort of predict if you're going to have depression based on your selfies by detecting micro muscles in your face. All that kind of stuff, that is a nightmare, not okay. But I think, we have to delineate what's a real threat and what's getting spam in your email box. That's not what to spend your time and energy on. Focus on the fact that every time cigarettes, your insurance without you knowing about it.
On the topic of animals, can we just linger on a little bit? What do you think? What does it say about our society, the society-wide abuse of animals that we see in general? So factory farming, just in general, just the way we treat animals in different categories. Like, what do you think of that? What does a better world look like? What should people think about it in general?
I think the most interesting thing I can probably say around this that's the least emotional, because I'm actually a very not emotional animal person, because everyone's an animal person. It's just a matter of if it's yours or if you've been conditioned to go no. I think it's really a testament to what as a species we are able to be in denial about, mass denial, mass delusion, and how we're able to dehumanize and debase groups. World War II. In a way, in order to conform and find protection in the conforming. So we are also a species who used to go to coliseums and watch elephants and tigers fight to the death. We used to watch human beings be pulled apart. It wasn't that long ago. We're also a species who had slaves. and it was socially acceptable by a lot of people. People didn't see anything wrong with it. So we're a species that is able to go numb and that is able to dehumanize very quickly and make it the norm. Child labor wasn't that long ago. Like the idea that now we look back and go, oh yeah, kids were losing fingers in factories making shoes. Like someone had to come in and make that, so I think it just says a lot about the fact that, we are animals and we are self-serving, and one of the most successful species, because we are able to debase and degrade and essentially exploit anything that benefits us. I think the pendulum's going to swing as being late stage. Like, I think we're wrong now, kind of. Like, I think we're on the verge of collapse because our dopamine receptors, like, we are just, I think we're all when it comes to this stuff. Like, we don't know when to stop. It's always the buffet. Like, the thing that used to keep us alive, which is killing animals and eating them. Now, killing animals and eating them is what's killing, in a way. So it's like we just can't. We don't know when to call it, and we don't. Moderation is not really something that humans have evolved to have yet. So I think it's really just a flaw in our wire.
Do you think we'll look back at this time as at our society as being deeply unethical?
Yeah. I think we'll be embarrassed.
Which are the worst parts right now? Is it
animal? Well, I think
no, in terms of anything. What's the unethical thing? It's very hard to take a step out of it. But you just said we used to watch. There's been a lot of cruelty throughout history. What's the cruelty going on now?
I think it's going to be pigs. I think it's going to be, pigs are one of the most emotionally intelligent animals, and they have the intelligence of like a 3-year-old. And I think we'll look back and be really, I think we have this narrative that the pigs, and they're disgusting and they're dirty and they're bacon. I think that we'll look back one day and be really embarrassed about that.
Is this for just what's it called, the factory farming? So basically mass.
Because we don't see it. If you saw it, we do have. This is probably an evolutionary advantage. We do have the ability to completely pretend something's not something that is so horrific that it overwhelms us, and we're able to essentially deny that it's happening. I think people see what goes on in factory farming, and also are really to take in how bad it is for us. We're hurting ourselves first and foremost. It's an argument. It's a luxury to be able to complain about meat. It's a luxury to not eat. There's very few people because of how the corporations have set up meat being cheap. Just buy a Big Mac, it's $10 to buy a healthy meal. I think a lot of people don't have the luxury to think that way. But I do think that the animals in captivity, I think we're going to look back and be pretty proud about. Mammals in captivity, whales, dolphins. That's already dismantled. Circuses, we're pretty embarrassed about. But I think it's really more a testament to, there's just such a ability to go like that thing is different than me and we're better. It's just we have the species of the ego ultimately.
Well, that's I think that's my hope for robots. Still, you mentioned consciousness before. Nobody knows what consciousness is, but I'm hoping robots will help us empathize and understand that there's other creatures out besides ourselves that can suffer, that can experience the world, and that we can torture by our actions. And robots can explicitly teach us that, I think, better than animals.
I have never seen such compassion from a lot of people in my life toward any human, animal, child, as I have a lot of people who are the robot. Because I think there's something of I was on the robot owners chat boards for a good 8 months. And the main emotional benefit is she's never going to cheat on you. She's never going to hurt you. She's never going to lie to you. She doesn't judge you. I think that robots help people, and this is part of the work I do with animals, like I do equine therapy and train dogs and stuff, because there is this safe space to be authentic. You're with this being that doesn't care what you do for a living, doesn't care how much money you have, doesn't care who you're dating, doesn't care what you look like, doesn't care if you have cellulite, whatever. You feel safe to be able to truly be present without being defensive and worrying about eye contact and being triggered by, needing to be perfect and your judgment and all that. And robots really can't judge you yet, but they can't judge you. And I think it really puts people at their at ease and at their most authentic.
Do you think you can have a deep connection with a robot that's not judging, or do you think you can really have a relationship with a robot or a human being that's a safe space, or is it tension, mystery, danger necessary for a deep connection?
I'm going to speak for myself and say that I grew up in an alcoholic home. I identify as a codependent. We talked about this before, but for me, it's very hard to be in a relationship with a human without feeling like to perform in some way or deliver in some way. And I don't know if that's just the people I've been in a relationship with or me or my brokenness, but I do think this is going to sound really negative and pessimistic, but I do think a lot of our relationships are projection and a lot of our relationships are performance. And I don't think I really understood that until I worked with horses. And most communication with human is not verbal, right? I can say like, I love you, but you don't think I love you, right? Whereas with animals, it's very direct. It's all physical. It's all energy. I feel like that with robots too. It feels very, how I say something doesn't matter. My inflection doesn't really matter. And you thinking that my tone is disrespectful, like you're not filtering it through all of the bad relationships you've been in. You're not filtering it through the way your mom talked to you. You're not getting triggered. I find that for the most part, people don't always receive things the way that you intended to, the way they intended, and that makes relationships really important.
So the relationship with animals, the relationship with the robots they are now, you kind of imply that that's more healthy. Can you have a healthy relationship with other humans? Or not healthy, I don't like that word, but shouldn't it be? You've talked about codependency. Maybe you can talk about what is codependency, but is the challenges of that, the complexity of that, necessary for passion, for love?
I love passion. That's a good thing.
I thought this would be a safe space. I got trolled by Rogan hours of this.
I am not anti-passion. I think that I've just maybe been around long enough to know that sometimes it's ephemeral and that passion is a mixture of a lot of different things. Adrenaline, which turns into dopamine, it's a lot of neurochemicals, it's a lot of projection, it's a lot of what we've seen in movies, it's a lot of, I identify as an addict. So for me, sometimes passion is like, this could be bad. And I think we've been so conditioned to believe that passion means like your soulmates. And I mean, how many times have you had a passionate connection with someone and then it was a total train wreck? Passion, train wreck. How many times exactly?
What's a train wreck?
A lot of math in your head in that little moment.
I mean, what's a train wreck? Why is obsession? They describe as codependency and the idea of attachment, over attachment to people who don't deserve that attachment. That's somehow a bad thing. I think our society says it's a bad thing. It probably is a bad thing. Like a delicious burger is a bad thing. I don't know, but
right. Oh, that's a good point. I think that you're pointing out something really fascinating, which is like passion. If you go into it knowing this is like pizza, where it's going to be delicious for 2 hours, and then I don't have to have it again. If you can have a choice in the passion, I define passion as something that is relatively unmanageable and something you can't control or stop and start with your own volition. So maybe we're operating under different definitions. If passion is something that ruins your real marriages and screws up your professional life and becomes this thing that you're not in control of, it becomes addictive. I think that's the difference. Is it a choice or is it not a choice? And if it's a choice, then passion's great. But if it's something that consumes you and makes you start making bad decisions and clouds in front of lobe and is just all about dopamine and not really about the person and more about the neurochemical, we call it the drug cabinet. If it's all on drugs, that's different. because sometimes fun does.
Okay, so there's a philosophical question here. So would you rather, and it's interesting for a comedian, really a comedian to speak so eloquently on his life. I kind of argue against like there's such an obsession with this healthy lifestyle now, psychologically speaking. I'm a fan of the idea that you sort of fly high and crash and die at 27 as also a possible life, and it's not one we should judge because there's moments of greatness, like the Olympic athletes, where some of their greatest moments are achieved in their early 20s, and the rest of their life is in a kind of fog, almost like a depression. Because they can have
based on their physical prowess, right?
physical prowess, and they'll never sort of do that, so they're watching the physical prowess fade, and they'll never kind of, not just physical, but just emotion of
Max number of neurochemicals.
yeah.
And you also put your money on the wrong horse. That's where I would just go like, oh yeah, if you're doing a job where you peak at 22, your life is going to be smart.
That idea is considering the notion that you want to optimize some kind of, well, we're all going to die soon.
What? Now you tell me. I've immortalized myself, so I'm going to be fine.
You're almost like, how many movies can I direct by the time I'm 100? How many this and that? Like, but there's like, it's all, life is short. So,
I know, but it can also plummet differently. You go, life is short, play hard, fall in love with it as much as you can, run into walls. I would also go, life is short, don't deplete yourself on things that aren't sustainable and that you can't keep. So I think everyone goes to different places, everyone has meanings in different places. I look at the fleeting, passionate relationships I've had in the past, and I don't have pride in it. You have to decide what helps you sleep at night. For me, it's pride and feeling like I behave with grace and integrity. That's just me personally. Everyone can go like, yeah, I slept with all the hot chicks in Italy I could, did all the, like, whatever you value. We're allowed to value different things. Brian Callen has lived his life to the fullest, to say the least. But I think that it's just for me personally, workaholism or my achievementism, if I don't have something to show for something, I feel like it's a waste of time or kind of loss. And the 12-step program and the third step would say there's no such thing as wasted time, and everything happens as it should and whatever. So we don't put too much and beat ourselves over past mistakes or seeing as mistakes, But I think passion I think it's so life affirming, and one of the few things that maybe people like us makes us feel. And we just have such a high threshold for adrenaline. I mean, you are a fighter, right? Yeah. Okay. So you have a very high tolerance for adrenaline, and I think adrenaline they get from performing, it's very hard to follow that. It's like when guys come back from the military and they have depression. It's like, do you miss bullets flying at you? Yeah, kind of, because of that adrenaline, which turned into dopamine and the camaraderie. I mean, there's people that I do. But I'm obsessed with neurology, and I'm just obsessed with sort of the lies we tell ourselves in order to justify getting neurochemicals.
You've done a lot of thinking and talking about neurology. Just kind of look at human behavior through the lens of looking at how chemically our brain works. So first of all, why did you connect to that idea, and how has your view of the world changed by considering the brain as just a machine?
I know it probably sounds really nihilistic, but for me, it's very liberating to know a lot about neurochemicals because you don't have to. It's like the same thing with like critics, like critical reviews. If you believe the good, you have to believe the bad, kind of thing. Like, if you believe that your bad choices were because of your moral integrity or whatever, you have to believe your good ones. I just think there's something really liberating in going like, oh, that was just adrenaline. I just said that thing because I was adrenalized and I was scared, and my amygdala was activated, and that's why I said you're an asshole and get out. And that's I just think it's important to delineate what's nature and what's nurture, what is your choice and what is just your brain trying to keep you safe. I think we forget that even though we have security systems in homes and locks on our doors, that our brain for the most part is just trying to keep us safe all the time. That's why we hold grudges, that's why we get angry, it's why we get road rage, that's why we do a lot of things. And it's also, when I started learning about neurology, I started with some more compassion for other people. If someone yelled at me, being like, "Oh, Kilo on the road," I'd be like, "Okay, he's producing adrenaline right now," because we're all going 65 miles an hour and our brains aren't really designed for this type of stress. And he's scared. He was scared, so that really helped me to have more love for people and my everyday life, instead of being in fight or flight mode. But I think more interesting answer to your question is that I've had migraines my whole life. Like I've suffered with really intense migraines, ocular migraines, ones where my arm would go numb. And I just started having to go to so many doctors to learn about it. And I started, learning that we don't really know that much.
Right.
We know, but it's why I go into one of the best neurologists in the world. He's like, "Yeah, we don't know. We don't know." And that fascinated me.
It's like one of the worst pains you can probably have, all that stuff. And we don't know the source.
We don't know the source. And there is something really fascinating about when your left arm starts going numb and you start not being able to see out of the left side of both your eyes. And I remember when the migraines were really bad, that it's like a mini stroke almost, and you're able to see words on a page, but I can read them. They just look like something. So there's something just fascinating to me about your brain just being able to functioning. And so I just wanted to learn about it, study about it. I did all these weird alternative treatments. I got this thing in here that actually works. I've tried everything. And then with my parents had strokes. So parents had strokes. I became sort of the person who had to decide what's going to happen. Recovery, which is just a wild thing to have to deal with it, 28-year-old, when it happened. And I started spending basically all day, every day in ICUs with that brain. And why can't move his left arm, but he can't move his right leg, but he can't see that. And then my mom had another stroke, in a different part of the brain. So I started having to learn what parts of the brain did what, and so that I wouldn't take their behavior so personally, and so that I would be able to manage my expectations in terms of their recovery. So my mom, because of infection in the frontal lobe, changed a lot as a person. She was way more emotional. She was way more micromanaged. She was forgetting certain things. So it broke my heart less when I was able to know, oh yeah, well, this stroke hit this part of the brain, and that's the one that's responsible for short-term memory, and that's responsible for long-term memory. Da da da. And then my brother just got something called viral encephalitis, which is an infection inside the brain. So it was kind of wild that I was able to go, oh, I know exactly what's happening here, and I know. So
That's allows you to have some more compassion for the struggles that people have.
Mhm.
But does it take away some of the magic for some of the more positive experiences as well?
sometimes, and I'm such a control addict that, I think someone like me, my biggest dream is to know why someone's doing it. That's what stand-up is. It's just trying to figure out why, or that's what writing is, that's what acting is, that's what performing is. It's trying to figure out why someone would do something. As an actor, you get a piece of, material, and you go, this person, why would he say that? Why would she pick up that cut? Why would she walk over here? It's really why. So I think neurology is trying to figure out human motives of why people do what they do. It'd be crazy not to understand how neurochemicals motivate us. I have a family, and hardcore drug addiction and mental illness. And in order to cope with it, you really have to understand it: borderline personality disorder, schizophrenia, and drug addiction. So I have a lot of people I love that suffer from drug addiction and alcoholism. And the first thing they started teaching you is it's not a choice. These people's dopamine receptors don't hold dopamine the same way yours do. Their frontal lobe is underdeveloped. And that really helped me to navigate loving people that were addicted to substances.
I want to be careful with this question, but how much
Money do you have?
how much can I borrow $10? Okay. No, is how much control, how much, despite the chemical imbalances or the biological limitations that each of our individual brains have, how much mind over matter is there? So through things that I've known people with clinical depression And so it's always a touchy subject to say how much they can really help it.
Very.
What because you've talked about codependency, you talked about issues that you have struggled through, and nevertheless you choose to take a journey of healing and so on. That's your choice, that's your actions. So how much can you do to help fight the limitations of the neurochemicals in your brain?
That's such an interesting question. I don't think I'm at all qualified to answer, but I'll say what I do know. And really quick, just the definition of codependency, because a lot of people think of codependency as like two people that can't stop hanging out, or like, it's not totally off, but I think for the most part, my favorite definition of codependency is the inability to tolerate the discomfort of others. You grow up in an alcoholic home, you grow up around mental illness, you grow up in chaos, you have a parent that's a narcissist, you basically are wired to just people please, worry about others, be perfect, walk on eggshells, shape shift to accommodate other people. So codependency is a very active wiring issue that, doesn't just affect your romantic relationships, it affects you being a boss, it affects you in the world, online, you get one negative comment and it throws you for 2 weeks. So, it also is linked to eating disorders and other kinds of addictions. So it's a very big thing. And I think a lot of people sometimes only think that it's in romantic relationships. So I always feel the need to say that. And also one of the reasons I love the idea of robots so much, because you don't have to walk on eggshells around them. You don't have to worry they're going to get mad at you yet. But there's no codependents are hypersensitive to the needs and moods of others. And it's very exhausting. It's depleting. Just one conversation about where we're going to go to dinner. It was like, do you want to go get Chinese food? We just had Chinese food. Well, wait, are you mad? Well, no, I didn't mean to. And it's just like, codependents live in this, everything means something, and humans can be very emotionally exhausting. Why did you look at me that way? What do you think about? What was that? Why'd you check your phone? It's just it's a hypersensitivity that can be incredibly time consuming, which is why I love the idea of robots just subbing in. Even I've had a hard time running TV shows and stuff, because even asking someone to do something, I don't want to come off like a bitch. I'm very concerned about what other people think of me, how I'm perceived, which is why I think robots would be very beneficial for codependence.
Well, just a real quick tangent, that skill or flaw, whatever you want to call it, is actually really useful for if you ever do start your own podcast for interviewing, because you're now kind of obsessed about the mindset of others. And it makes you a good sort of listener and talker with. So I think, what's your name from NPR? Terry Gross talked about having that. So
I don't feel like she has that at all.
was
What?
but
She worries about other people's feelings.
yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I don't get that at all.
I mean, you have to put yourself in the mind of the person you're spoken with.
Yes. Oh, I see. Just in terms of, I am starting a podcast, but the reason I haven't is because I'm codependent. I'm too worried it's not going to be perfect.
Yeah.
So a big codependent adage is perfectionism leads to procrastination, which leads to paralysis.
So how do you? Sorry to take a million tangents. How do you survive on social media? Because you exceptionally active.
But by the way, I took you on a tangent and didn't answer your last question about how much we can control.
Oh, yeah, we'll return it or make it up. The answer is we can't.
That was codependent. We can, but one of the things that I'm fascinated by is, the first thing you learn when you go into 12-step programs or addiction recovery or any of this is, genetics loads the gun, environment pulls the trigger. And there's certain parts of your genetics you cannot control. I come from a lot of alcoholism. I come from, a lot of mental illness. There's certain things I cannot control, and a lot of things that maybe we don't even know yet what we can and can't because of how little we actually know about the brain. But we also talk about the warrior spirit, and there are some people that have that warrior spirit, and we don't necessarily know what that engine is. Whether it's you get dopamine from succeeding or achieving or martyring yourself or the attention you get from growing. So a lot of people are like, oh, this person can edify themselves and overcome, but if you're getting attention from improving yourself, you're going to keep wanting to do that. So that is something that helps a lot of in terms of changing your brain. If you talk about changing your brain to people and talk about what you're doing to overcome said obstacles, you're going to get more attention from them, which is going to fire up your reward system, and then you're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, so you can leverage that momentum.
So this is why in NFL sub program you go into a room and you talk about your progress because then everyone claps for you, and then you're more motivated to keep going. So that's why we say you're only as sick as the secrets you keep, because if you keep things secret, you know, there's no one guiding you to go in a certain direction. It's based on, right, we're sort of designed to get approval from the tribe or from a group of people because our brain, you know, translates it to safety. So,
and in that case, the tribe is a positive one that helps you go in that positive direction.
So that's why it's so important to go into a room and also say, hey, I wanted to use drugs today. And people go, they go, me too. And you feel less alone and you feel less like you're, you know, have been castigated from the pack or whatever. And then you say, and you get a chip when you haven't drank for 30 days or 60 days or whatever. You get little rewards.
We're talking about a pack that's not at all healthy or good, but in fact is often toxic. Social media. So you're one of my favorite people on Twitter and Instagram to sort of just both the comedy and the insight and just fun. So how do you prevent social media from destroying your mental health?
I haven't. It's the next big epidemic, isn't it? I don't think I have. I don't think.
Is moderation the answer? What?
Maybe, but you can do a lot of damage in a moderate way. I mean, I guess again, it depends on your goals, you know. And I think for me, the way that my addiction to social media, I'm happy to call it an addiction. I mean, and I define it as an addiction because it stops being a choice. There are times I just reach over and like that was.
Yeah, that was weird.
Well, it was weird. I'll be driving sometimes and I'll be like, oh my God, my arm just went to my phone, you know? I can put it down. I can take time away from it. But when I do, I get antsy.
Yeah.
I get restless, irritable, and discontent. I mean, that's kind of the definition, isn't it? So I think by no means do I have a healthy relationship with social media. I'm sure there's a way to, but I think I'm especially a weirdo in this space because it's easy to conflate. Is this work? Is this? I can always say that it's for work.
Right.
You know?
But I mean, don't you get the same kind of thing as you get from when people laugh at your jokes? Because I mean, I see, especially the way you do Twitter, it's an extension of your comedy in a way. So
I took a big break from Twitter, though. A really big break. I took like 6 months off or something for a while because it was just like, it seemed like it was all kind of politics and it was just a little bit, it wasn't giving me dopamine because there was like this weird, a lot of feedback. So I had to take a break from it and then go back to it because I felt like I didn't have a healthy relationship.
have you ever tried I don't know if I believe it, but Joe Rogan seems to not read comments. And he's one of the only people at the scale, like at your level, who at least claims not to read. So, like, because you and him swim in this space of tense ideas.
Yeah.
That get the toxic folks riled up.
I think Rogan, I don't know. I think he probably looks at YouTube, like the likes and the, you know, I think if something, if he doesn't know, I don't know. I'm sure he would tell the truth. You know, I'm sure he's got people that look at them and is like, this guest did great, or I don't, you know, like I'm sure he gets it. You know, I can't picture him like in the weeds on.
No, for sure. I mean, he's honest if he's saying that. It's
feedback. We're addicted to feedback. Yeah, we're addicted to feedback. I mean, you know, look, like I think that our brain is designed to get intel on how we're perceived so that we know where we stand, right? That's our whole deal, right? As humans, we want to know where we stand. We walk into a room and we go, who's the most powerful person in here? I got to talk to them and get in their good graces. It's just we're designed to rank ourselves, right? And constantly know our rank. And social media, because of you can't figure out your rank with 500 million people. It is impossible, you know. So brain is like, what's my rank? What's my pay? And especially for following people, I think the interesting thing I think I maybe be able to say about this, besides my speech impediment, is that I did start muting people that rank wildly higher than me because it is just stressful on the brain to constantly look at people that are incredibly successful, so you keep feeling bad about yourself. You know, I think that is like cutting to a certain extent. Just like, look at me looking at all these people that have so much more money than me and so much success than me. It's making me feel like a failure, but it's easy to frame it so that I can feel that way.
Yeah, that's really interesting, especially if they're close to, like if there are other comedians, like that,
that's
or
right.
whatever. it's really disappointing to me. I do the same thing as well. So other successful people that live close to what I do, it I don't know. I wish I could just admire.
Yeah.
And for it not to be a distraction.
But that's why you are where you are, because you don't just admire your competitor and win. So it's also the same thing that bums you out when you look at this. It's the same reason you are where you are. So that's why I think it's so important to learn about neurology and addiction, because you're able to go like, oh, this same instinct. So I'm very sensitive, and I sometimes don't like that about myself. But I'm like, well, that's the reason I'm able to write good stand up. And that's the reason I'm able to get feedback. To go, that coach can do better. I can make that better. So it's the kind of thing where it's like you have to be really sensitive in your work, and the second you leave, you got to be able to turn it off. It's about developing the muscle thing, to be able to know when to let it be a superpower and when it's going to hold you back and be an obstacle. So I try to not be in that black and white of like, being competitive is bad, or being jealous of someone, just to go like, oh, there's that thing that makes me really successful in a lot of other ways, but right now it's making me feel.
Well, I'm kind of looking to you. You're basically a celebrity, a famous sort of world-class comedian. So I feel like you're the right person to be one of the key people to define what's the healthy path forward with social media. So because we're all trying to figure it out now. I'm curious to see where it goes. I think you're at the center of that. So like there's trying to leave Twitter and then come back and say, can I do this in a healthy way? You have to keep trying, exploring.
You have to know, because it's being, I have a couple answers. I think that, I hire a company to do some of my social media for me, so it's also being able to go, okay, I make a certain amount of money by doing this, but now let me be a good business person and say, I'm going to pay you this amount to run this for me, so I'm not 24/7 in the weeds, hashtag responding, and just, it's a lot to take on, a lot of energy to take on. But at the same time, part of what I think makes me successful on social media, if I am, is that people know I'm actually doing it, and that I am engaging and I'm responding and developing a personal relationship with strangers. So I think, figuring out that balance and really approaching it as a business, that's what I try to do. It's not dating. It's not, I try to just be really objective about it. Okay, here's what's working, here's what's not working. And in terms of taking a break from Twitter, this is a really savage take, but because I don't talk about my politics publicly, being on Twitter right after the last election was not going to be beneficial, because there was going to be, you had to take a side. You had to be political in order to get the kind of your legs. And I just wasn't interested in doing that, because you were going to lose as many people as you were going to gain, and it was going to all come in the wash. So I was just like, the best thing I can do for me business wise is to just abstain, and the robot, I joke about her replacing me, but she does do half of my social media, because I don't want people to get sick of me. I don't want to be redundant. There are times that I don't have the time or the energy to make a funny video, but I know she's going to be compelling and interesting, and that's something that you can't see every day,
Of course, the humor comes from the cleverness, the wit, the humor comes from you when you film the robot. That's kind of the trick of it. I mean, the robot is not quite there to make things, to do anything funny. The absurdity is revealed through the filmmaker, in that case, where whoever is interacting, not through the actual robot, being who she. Let me sort of love. Okay. How
what is it?
And what is it? Well, first, an engineering question. I know you're not an engineer, but how difficult do you think is it to build an AI system that you can have a deep, fulfilling, monogamous relationship with? Sort of replace the human-to-human relationship that we got.
You never fall in love with anything. Like, how often have you looked back at someone? Like, I ran into someone the other day that I was in love with, and I was like, hey, it was like, there was nothing there.
Yeah.
There was nothing there. Like, like we're able to go like, oh, that was weird. Oh, right. I were able.
It means from a distant past or something.
Yeah. When you're able to go like, I can't believe we had an incredible connection, and now it's just. I do think that people will be in love with robots, probably even more deeply with humans, because it's like when people mourn their animals, when their animals die, they're always, it's sometimes harder than mourning a human because you can't go, well, he was kind of an asshole. Like, he didn't pick me up from school. You know, it's like you're able to get out of your grief a little bit. You're able to kind of be, oh, he was kind of judgmental, or she was kind of, you know, with a robot, there's something so pure about the innocence and impish and childlike about it that I think it probably will be much more conducive to a narcissistic love, for sure, at that. But it's not like she did it. She can't cheat. She can't leave you. She can't, you know.
Well, if Bear Claw leaves your life and maybe a new version or somebody else will enter, will you miss Bear Claw?
For guys that have these sex robots, they're building a nursing home for the bodies that are now rusting because they don't want to part with the bodies because they have such an intense emotional connection to it. I mean, it's kind of like a car club a little bit, you know, like it's you know, but I'm not saying this is right. I'm not saying it's cool. It's weird. It's creepy, but we do anthropomorphize things with faces, and we do develop emotional connections to things. I mean, there's certain. Have you ever tried to like throw away? I can't even throw away my teddy bear from when I was a kid. It's a piece of trash, and it's upstairs. Like, it's just like, why can't I throw that away? It's bizarre, you know. And there's something kind of beautiful about that. There's something, it gives me hope in humans because I see humans do such horrific things all the time, and maybe I see too much of it, frankly. But there's something kind of beautiful about the way we're able to have emotional connections to objects, which, you know, a lot of, I mean, it's kind of specifically, I think, Western, right, that we don't see objects as having souls, like that's kind of specifically us. But I don't think it's so much that we're objectifying humans with these sex robots. We're kind of humanizing objects, right? So there's something kind of fascinating in our ability to do that because a lot of us don't humanize humans. So it's just a weird little place to play in, and I think a lot of people will be marrying this space, is my guess.
So you've asked the question. Let me ask it of you. So what is love? You have a bit of a brilliant definition of love as being willing to die for someone who you yourself want to kill. That's kind of fun. First of all, that's brilliant. That's a really good definition. I think I'll stick with it for a long time.
This is how little of a romantic I am. A plane went by when you said that, and my brain was like, "You're going to be triggered for that." I don't want you to get it into post and then not be able to use it.
And I'm a romantic because I actually be conscious of the fact that I heard the play and it made me feel like how amazing it is that we live in the world of planes.
And I just went, why haven't we fucking evolved past planes, and why can't they make them quieter?
Yeah. Well,
But yeah,
this
my definition of love:
what's your sort of more
consistently
serious
producing dopamine for a long time. Consistent output of oxytocin with the same person.
dopamine is a positive thing. What about the negative? What about the fear and the insecurity, the longing, anger, all that kind of stuff?
I think that's part of love. You know, I think that love brings out the best in you, but it also, if you don't get angry, upset, it's, you know, I don't know, I think that's part of it. I think we have this idea that love has to be like really, you know, placid or something. I only saw stormy relationships growing up, so I don't have a judgment on how a relationship should look, but I do think that this idea that love has to be eternal is really destructive. And self-defeating, and a big source of stress for people. I mean, I'm still figuring out love. I think we all kind of are, but I do kind of stand by that definition. And I think that for me, love is like just being able to be authentic with somebody. It's very simple, I know, but I think for me, it's about not feeling pressure to have to perform or impress somebody, just feeling truly like accepted unconditionally by someone. Although I do believe love should be conditional. That might be a hot take. I mean, everything should be conditional. I think if someone's behavior, I don't think love should just be like, I'm in love with you, now behave however you want forever. It's just unconditional. I think love is a daily action. It's not something you just like get tenure on and then get to behave however you want because we said I love you 10 years ago. It's a daily, it's a verb.
But there's some things that are, see, if you explicitly make it clear that it's conditional, it takes away some of the magic of it. So there's certain stories we tell ourselves that we don't want to make explicit about love. I don't know, maybe that's the wrong way to think of it. Maybe you want to be explicit in relationships. So
I also think love is a business decision. Like, I do, in a good way. Like, I
yeah,
think that love is not just when you're across from somebody. It's when I go to work, can I focus? Am I worried about you? Am I stressed out about you? You're not responding to me? You're not reliable? Like, I think that being in a relationship, the kind of love that I would want is the kind of relationship where when we're not together, it's not draining me, causing me stress, making me worry, and sometimes passion, that word, it's murky about it, but I think it's also like I can be the best version of myself when the person's not around, and I don't have to feel abandoned or scared or any of these kind of other things. So it's like love, for me, I think it's a Flaubert quote, and I'm going to butcher it, but I think it's like be, boring in your personal life so you can be violent and take risks in your professional life. Is that it? I got it wrong. Something like that, but I do think that it's being able to align values in a way to where you can also thrive outside of the relationship.
some of the most successful people I know are those who've happily married kids and so on. It's always
It can be
funny.
boring. Boring's okay.
Yeah.
Boring is serenity.
And it's funny how those elements actually make you much more productive. I don't understand the
I don't think relationships should drain you and take away energy that you could be using to create things that generate pride.
okay, well,
Did you say your relationship with love yet?
Huh?
Have you said your definition of love?
my definition of love? No, I did not say it. We're out of time.
No.
we have a podcast, maybe you could right there.
Oh no, I already did. You're doing it. We've already talked about this.
And because I also have codependency, I had to say yes.
No, yeah, no, I'm happy.
Yeah.
You owe me now.
Actually, I wondered whether when I asked if I could talk today, after sort of doing more research and reading some of your book, I sort of wondered, did she just feel pressure to say yes?
Yes, of course.
Good.
But I'm a fan of yours too.
Okay.
No, I actually, because I am codependent, but I'm in recovery for codependence, so I don't do anything I don't want to do.
You really, you got it. I said no.
With that, I said no.
Yeah, I'm trying to
I moved this. Remember, I moved it from 1 to 2.
Yeah. Just to let you know
how recovered I am. Not codependent. But I don't do anything I don't want to do.
Yeah, you were helping me on that. Okay. So, do you,
Like, I don't even want
well, your immortality?
Yes. It is a big part of how I was able to sort of like kickstart my codependence recovery. My dad passed a couple years ago. When you have someone close to you in your life die, everything gets real clear in terms of how we're a speck of dust is only here a certain amount of time.
What do you think is the meaning of it all? Like, what the speck of dust? What's maybe in your own life? What's the goal, the purpose of your existence?
Is there one?
Well, you're exceptionally ambitious and created some incredible things in different disciplines.
We're all just managing our terror because we know we're going to die. So we create and build all these things and rituals and religions and robots and whatever we need to do to just distract ourselves from in that rotting. We're rotting.
Yeah.
We're all dying. And, I got very into terror management theory when my dad died, and it resonated. It helped me. And everyone's got their own religion or sense of purpose or thing that distracts them from the horrors of being human.
What's the terror management thing?
Terror management is basically the idea that since we're the only animal that knows they're going to die, we have to basically distract ourselves with awards and achievements and games and whatever, just in order to distract ourselves from the terror we would feel if we really processed the fact that we are going to die, but also could die at any minute because we're only superficially at the top of the food chain. Technically we're the top of the food chain if we have houses and guns and stuff and machines, but if me and a lion are in the woods together, most things could kill us. I mean, a bee can kill some people. Like something this big can kill a lot of people. But so basically just to manage the terror that we all would feel if we were able to really be awake because we're mostly zombies, right? Job, school, religion, go to sleep, drink, football, relationship, dopamine, love,
Yeah.
we're kind of just like trudging along like zombies for the most part. And then I think
That fear of death adds some motivation.
Yeah.
Well, I think I speak for a lot of people in saying that I can't wait to see what your terror creates in the next few years. I'm a huge fan. Ricky, thank you so much for talking there. Thanks for listening to this conversation with me, Cummings. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it and use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will put it first. STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn the dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. Following this conversation with Dan Pearl, professor at UCLA, the winner of the Turing Award, is generally recognized as the Nobel Prize of Computing. He's one of the seminal figures in the field of artificial intelligence, computer science, and statistics. He has developed and championed probabilistic approaches to AI, including Bayesian networks, and profound ideas in causality in general. These ideas are important not just to AI, but to our understanding and practice of science. But in the field of AI, the idea of causality, cause and effect, to many lie at the core of what is currently missing and what must be developed in order to build truly intelligent systems. For this reason, and many others, his work is worth returning to often. I recommend his most recent book called Book of Why. It presents key ideas from a lifetime of work in a way that is accessible to the general public. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. I'm Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts especially, but also CastBox or comment on YouTube, consider mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, and science, tech, and philosophy that you find interesting, and I'll read them in this podcast. I won't call out names, but I love comments and kindness and thoughtfulness in them, so I thought I'd share them with you. Someone on YouTube highlighted a quote from a conversation with Noam Chomsky, where he said, "The significance of your life is something you create." I like this line as well. On most days, the existentialist approach to life is one I find liberating and fulfilling. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys that dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Judea Pearl. You mentioned in an interview that science is not a collection of facts, but a constant human struggle with the mysteries of nature. What was the first mystery that you recall that hooked you, that got you?
Oh, the
Yes.
first mystery. That's the one. Yeah, I remember.
It
I
was
had a fever for 3 weeks. When I learned about the discovery, a little more. And I found out that we can do all the construction units with the algebra. And I couldn't get over it. I simply couldn't get out of bed. I
what kind of world does analytic geometry unlock?
wait, connect algebra with the geometry. So the club had the idea that geometrical construction, geometrical theory, and assumptions can be articulated in the language of algebra, which means all the proof that we did in high school and trying to prove that the three bisectors meet at one point, and that okay, all this can be proven by just
Well, yeah.
shuffling around notation. That was a
The
traumatic
connection, the traumatic
for
experience.
me, good. I'm telling
So
you,
it's the connection between the different mathematical disciplines that they all
I don't have anything to do with
Just-
language.
languages. And which mathematic discipline is most beautiful? Is geometry it for you?
Both are beautiful. They have almost the same power.
But there's a visual element to geometry.
The visual effects more transparent. But once we get over to algebra, then a linear equation with straight line, this translation is easily done. And to pass a tangent to a circle, you know, you have to make, you can do it with algebra. So, but the transition from one to another, really, I thought that the curve is the greatest application of it.
So you have been at the, if you think of engineering and mathematics spectrum,
Yeah.
you have walked casually along the spectrum throughout your life. You know, a little bit of engineering, and then you know, you've done a little bit of mathematics here and there.
But a little bit. I mean, we had a very solid background in mathematics. It was our teachers who were genius. Teachers came from Germany in the 1930s, running in Hitler. They left their career as a Heidelberg in Berlin and came to teach us in America. And we were the beneficiary of that experiment. And they taught us, man, a good way.
What's a good way to teach math?
To look
The people.
at the people behind the theory, their cousins, and their nieces, and their faces, and how they jumped on the bathtub when you see Eureka, and ran naked and fell.
So you're almost educated as a historian.
No, we just get a glimpse of that history to get out of the theory. So every exercise in that was connected with the person. At the time of the person. The period.
The period also mathematics.
It's mathematically speaking, yes, not the politics.
So, and then in university, you've gone on to engineering.
And get a BS in technical. And then you looking for graduate work. And I did engineering in addition to physics in Rothschild. Combined very nicely with my thesis, which I did in RC laboratory and superconductivity.
And then somehow thought to switch to almost computer science software, and not switch, but long to get into software engineering a little bit, programming, if you can call it that in the 70s. But there's all these disciplines.
Yeah.
If you were to pick a favorite, what in terms of engineering and mathematics, which path do you think has more beauty? Which path has more power?
It's how to choose. I enjoy doing physics and even have vortex named on it. So I have investment in immortality. Of
So what is a vortex?
vortex is in the field.
He's a part.
He's really talent. He's really around. One way or the other, he can have a store 1 or 0 for computer before we went on in the 1950s, I'll say. And I discovered a nice phenomenon with the vortices.
So that's
How
a
they
pearl
move.
vortex.
Well, vortex, what we can do, right? I didn't know about it, but the physicists picked up on my thesis, on my PhD. It became popular when you think superconductors became important, high temperature superconductors. So they call it vortex without my knowledge. I discovered only about 50 years ago.
You have footprints in all of the sciences. So let's talk about the universe a little bit. Is the universe at the lowest level deterministic or stochastic in your immature philosophy view? Or another way, does God play dice?
Well, we know that it's stochastic.
Today we think there's
Okay, because we have the hydrogen consulting principle and we have some experiments confirmed that.
all we have is experiments to confirm that. We don't understand why.
And why,
You wrote a book about why.
Yeah, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that you have a dice flipping machine for God, and the result of the flipping propagated with the speed faster than the flight. We can't explain. So it only governs microscope numbers.
You don't think of quantum mechanics as useful uh, for understanding the nature of reality.
Illusionary.
So, in your thinking, the world might as well be deterministic.
The world is deterministic, and as far as the human fire is concerned, it is deterministic to first approximation.
What about free will?
Free will is also a nice exercise. Free will is an illusion that we AI people are used for.
So, what do you think once we solve what that solution will look like? Once we put it in the picture?
That's what it will look like a machine. A machine that acts as though it communicates with other machines because they have, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a machine that does and a machine that doesn't have.
So, the illusion, it propagates the illusion of free will amongst the other machines.
And thankfully, it is heavy. So that's what true intelligence is about. Taking the connection of intelligence because it's not easy to think. It's very hard to think. And you can only think it. So
That's such a beautiful statement. Yeah.
yeah,
You can't make it if you don't have it. Yeah. So, let's begin at the beginning with probability, both philosophically and mathematically. What does it mean to say the probability of something happening is? What is probability?
particularly a consultant an agent about the world.
And you're still expressing some knowledge in that statement.
Is a probability is 90% is absolutely different kind of probability if it is 10%.
But it's still not solid knowledge. It's
It's solid knowledge. If you tell me that 90% students is working with lung cancer for 5 years versus 10%, it's a piece of useful knowledge.
so the statistical view of the universe.
Yeah.
Why is it useful? So we're swimming in complete uncertainty. Most of everything
It
around
allows
us.
you to predict things with a certain probability, and computing those probabilities are very useful. The whole idea of prediction. And you need prediction to be able to survive. You can't predict the future, and you just crossing the street with extremely easy.
That's you've done a lot of work in causation, and so let's think about correlation.
I started with the probability.
Start with probabilities. You invented the Bayesian networks.
Yeah.
And so, we'll dance back and forth between these levels of uncertainty. But what is correlation? What is it? So probabilities happen something, but then there's a bunch of things happening. And sometimes they happen together, sometimes not, and kind of not. But how do you think about correlation?
Correlation occurs when two things vary together for a long time. It's like measuring it. Or when we have a factor of a variable that varies very aggressively, then we find we have a correlation. And usually, when you think about correlation, you really think of things that cannot be solved unless they exist for them to vary together. Why should they vary together? If they don't see each other, why should they vary together?
So underlying it somewhere is causation.
Even in our intuition, there is a notion of causation because we cannot grasp any other level except causation.
And how does conditional probability differ from causation? So what is conditional probability?
Conditional probability, how things vary, and one of them stays the same. Staying the same means that I have chosen to do only of those incidents where the guy has the same value. It's my choice as an experiment. So the things that are not correlated before could become correlated. Like, for instance, if I have two coins which are uncorrelated, and I choose only those flippings, experiments in which a bell rings, and a bell rings when one of them is a play. Then suddenly I see correlation between the two coins, because I only looked at the cases where the bell rings. You see, it is my design, it is my ignorance, it is my audacity to ignore certain incidents. I suddenly create a correlation where it doesn't exist physically.
Right. So you just outlined one of the flaws of observing the world and trying to infer something fundamental about the world from looking at the correlation.
I don't look at it as a flaw, the world works. But the flaws come if you try to impose causal logic on correlation. It doesn't work too well.
I mean, but that's exactly what we do. That has been the majority of science.
The majority of naive statisticians know it. Statisticians know it. If you condition on the field visit, you can destroy or create correlations among two others. They know it. It's in the data. There's nothing surprising. That's why they all dismiss the simple paradox. We know it.
Well, there's disciplines like psychology where all the variables are hard to account for. So oftentimes there is a link between correlation to causation.
Who always trying to correlate from
Not you're not proving causation, but you're sort of discussing it, implying, sort of hypothesizing about it.
which discipline we have in mind. And if they are absolute, or if they are outdated, or they are about to get outdated. Oh, yeah. Tell me which one you have.
Well, psychology.
What is the SEM? What do you think?
No, I was thinking of applied psychology studying. For example, we work with human behavior in semi-autonomous vehicles, how people behave, and you have to conduct these studies of people driving cars.
What is the research?
What is the research question? The research question: do people fall asleep when the car is driving itself?
Do they fall asleep, or do they tend to fall asleep more frequently
More frequently.
than the car not driving.
Right, it's not driving.
So that's a good question.
And so you measure, you put people in the car because it's real world. You can't conduct an experiment where you control everything.
But you
You could,
can tell your automatic ready. What enough?
because it's on road public. There's aspects to it that's unethical because it's testing out public roads. So you can only use vehicle. They have to. The drivers themselves have to make that choice themselves,
Mm-hmm.
and so they regulate that. And so you just observe when they drive it autonomously and when they don't, and then
Maybe they turn it off and they're very tired.
that kind of thing. You don't know those
So that's about now uncontrolled stuff.
uncontrolled stuff.
We call it observation stuff. And from the correlation detected it, we have to infer causal relationship. And whether it was the automatic things that caused them to do this or not. So that is an issue that is about 120 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, 100 years old. And well, maybe no. Actually, I should say it's 2000 years because we have Daniel, but the Babylonian king that wanted the exile from Israel were taken in exile to Babylon to serve. He wanted to serve them king's food, which was near in Daniel. Good Jew couldn't eat in one kosher food, so he asked them to eat the vegetarian food. But the king overseer said, I'm sorry, but if the king says that your performance falls below that of other kids, then he's going to kill him. Daniel said, let's make an experiment. Let's take 4 of us from Jerusalem, and give us vegetarian food. Let's take the other guys to eat the king's food. At about a week's time, to test our performance. And you know the answer, because we did the experiment, and they were so much better than the others, that the kids nominated them to super position. And so it was the first experiment. So there was a very simple, also the same research question. We want to know if vegetarian food assist or obstruct your mental ability. And the question is very old. Even Democritus if I could discover one cause of things, I would rather discover one cause than be a king of Persia. They tasked with discovering causes, what in the mind of ancient people very many years ago. But the mathematics of doing it was developed in the science is left as orphan. Science has not provided that. But the mathematics captures the idea of x cos y and y does not cos x. It's all a question of physics and symmetrical algebraic. The quality science goes both ways.
Okay, let's look at machine learning. Machine learning today, so the deep networks, you can think of it as kind of conditional probability estimate.
Yes.
So,
Where did you say that?
What?
Conditional probability estimate. None of the machine learning people troubled you? That's you?
listen, mo- most people, and this is why today's conversation I think is interesting, is most people would agree with you. There's certain aspects that are just effective today, but we're going to hit a wall, and there's a lot of ideas. I think you're very right that we're going to have to return to about causality. That it would be, let's try to explore it. Let's even take a step back. You invented Bayesian networks that look awfully a lot like they express something like causation, but they don't, not necessarily. So how do we turn Bayesian networks into express causation? How do we build causal networks? Is A causes B, B causes C? How do we start to infer that kind of
We start asking ourselves questions. What are the factors that will determine the value of X? X could be blood pressure, death, hunger.
But these are hypotheses that we propose.
Hypothesis, everything which has to do with causality comes from the theory. The difference is only what kind, how you interrogate the theory here in your mind.
So it still needs the human expert to propose.
All right. You need the human expert to specify the initial model. Initial model could be very qualitative. Just who listens to it? By who listens, I mean one variable listening to the other. And the type is listening to the word and not to the rooster. And so forth. This is our understanding of the world in which we live. Scientific understanding of reality. We have to start there. Because if we don't know what to handle, causing effect because we do have a mind, and we certainly do not know how to handle when we don't have a mind. So let's start first. An AI slogan is representation first, discovery second. But if I give you all the information that you need, can you do anything useful with it? That is the first representation. How do you represent it? I give you all the knowledge in the world. How do you represent it? When you represent it, I ask you, can you infer X or Y or Z? Can you answer certain queries? Is it complex? Is it a number? All the computer science exercise you do once you give me a representation. Then you can ask me, now I understand how to interpret. The second
First of all, I should echo the statement that mathematics and current, much of the machine learning world has not considered causation that A causes B, just in anything. That seems like uh, that seems like a non-obvious thing that you think we would have really acknowledged, but we haven't. So we're going to have to put that on the table. So knowledge. How hard is it to create a knowledge for which to work?
the self area is easy because there's only 4 or 5 major events in methodologies or currents taken down minimum wage, the unemployment, policy, X, Y, Z, and start collecting data and quantify the parameters that were left unquantified in the initial model. Routine work that you find in experimental psychology, in economics, everywhere, in health science, it's a routine. But I should emphasize, you start with a recent question. What do you want to estimate? Once you have that, you have to have a language of expressing what you want to estimate. You think it's easy? No.
So we can talk about two things. I think one is how the science of causation is very useful for answering certain questions. And then the other is how do we create intelligence that need to reason with causation. So if my research question is how do I pick up this water bottle from the table, all the knowledge that is required to be able to do that, how do we construct that knowledge base? Do we return back to the problem that we didn't solve in the 80s with expert systems? Do we have to solve that problem of automated construction of knowledge?
We're talking about the task of an eliciting knowledge from an expert.
Task of eliciting knowledge from an expert, or just self-discovery of more knowledge, more and more knowledge. So automating the building of knowledge as much as possible.
It's a different game in causal domain because it's essentially the same thing. You have to start with somebody and you're trying to enrich it. But you don't enrich it by asking for more data. You enrich it by asking for the data. So to look at the data and quantifying and ask queries you couldn't answer when you started. You couldn't because the question is quite complex and it's not within the capability of ordinary cognition, of ordinary person, of ordinary expert to answer.
What kind of questions do you think we can start to answer?
Maybe the system, suppose, yeah, I'll start with the easy one. Okay, what's the effect of the drug on the recovery? What did the aspirin cause my headache to be cured? Or what did the television prove? Was a good nose this is already a difficult question because you find the cause from effect. The easy one is find effect from cause.
That's right. So first you construct the model saying that this is an important research question. This is an important question. Then you do
Well, I didn't construct the model. Just said it. In the first level. What do you want to? Right. If I tell you what would be the effect of taking this plan? He has to say that in mathematics. How do you say that? Can you write down the question? Not the answer. I want to find the effect of a drug on my headache.
right.
Well, write down. Write it down.
That's what the do is.
Yeah. To operate. What is to operate?
So,
You
which
have
is
to
nice. It's the difference between association and intervention. Very beautifully constructed.
Yeah. So you have a do operator. So do calculus connect the do operator itself connect the operation of doing to something that we can see.
As opposed to purely observing and making the choice to change a variable.
That's what it expresses. And then the way that we interpret the mechanism by which we take your query and we translate it to something that we can work with is by giving semantics. Seeing that we have a module of the world and we cut off all the incoming error into X. And then now in the modified, mutilated model, you ask for the quadratic. That is interpretation of doing X. Because by doing things, you liberate them from all influences that act upon the air. And you subject them to the tyranny of your instinct.
So you remove all the questions about causality, right?
So
You're now
there is one level of question. Answer questions about what will happen if you do things.
if you drink the coffee, if you take aspirin, right? So how do we get the doing data?
Now the question is, if you cannot run a study, then we have to rely on professional study.
So first we could run an experiment where we do something, where we drink the coffee and this the operator allows you to sort of be systematic about expressing.
We imagine how the experiment would look like, even though we cannot physically or technologically conduct. I'll give an example. What is the effect of blood pressure on the brain? I cannot go down into a venue and change the blood pressure, but I can ask a question. Which means I can, if I have a model of your body, I can imagine the effect of your how the blood pressure change will affect over time. Now, I go into the lab and I conduct this search to make the blood pressure, even though physically I cannot do it.
Let me ask the quantum mechanics question. Does the doing change the observation? meaning the surgery of changing the blood pressure is
No, the surgery is called very delicate.
it's very delicate, infinitely delicate.
Incisive delicate, which will do X means I'm going to touch only X, directly into X. So that means that I don't change only things which depends on X by virtue of X changing. But I don't do things which are not dependent on X. Like I wouldn't change your sex, your age, I just change your blood pressure.
So in the case of blood pressure, it may be difficult or impossible to construct such an experiment.
No, but physically, yes. But hypothetically, no. If you have a mother, that is what the mother is for. So you conduct surgery on a mother, take it apart, put it back, that's the idea of a mother. It's the idea of satisfactory imagining, and that's the idea of creativity.
So by constructing that model, you can start to infer if the higher the blood pressure leads to mortality, if it increases or decreases. By
I construct the model, I can still not answer. I have to see if I have enough information tell me to find out the effect of intervention from a non-interventional study. So very hands-off study.
what's needed.
You need to have assumptions about who affects who. If the graph with a certain probability, the answer is yes, you get observation. If the graph is too much, the answer is no, you cannot. So you need to find either different kind of observation that we have in computer or punishment.
So basically, that puts a lot of pressure on you to encode wisdom into that graph.
We don't have to encode more than what we know. God forbid, if you put like economists like that, we can identify with something. They put assumptions, if they don't prevail in the world, they put assumptions so they can identify.
But the problem is, yes, beautifully put. But the problem is you don't know what you don't know. So
You know what you can. But if you don't know, you say it's possible. It's possible that X affects the traffic tomorrow. It's possible. We put down an arrow which says it's possible. Every arrow in the graph says it's possible.
but there's not a significant cost to adding arrows that
The more arrow you add, the less likely you are to identify things from purely observational data. So if the whole world is pushing, and everybody else affect everybody else, the answer is you can answer it ahead of time. I cannot answer my query from observational data. I have to do it together.
so you talk about machine learning is essentially learning by association or reasoning by association, and this do calculus is allowing for intervention, like that word, like action. So you also talk about counterfactuals.
Yeah.
And trying to sort of understand the difference in counterfactuals and intervention. Uh, first of all, what is counterfactuals? Why are they useful? Well, why are they especially useful as opposed to just reasoning what would affect actions?
The counterfactual contains what we normally call explanations.
Can you give an example?
If they tell you that acting one way affects something else, I can explain. But if I ask you, was it the aspirin that cured my headache? I'm asking for explanation. What cured my headache? And putting the finger on aspirin, provide explanation. It was aspirin that was responsible for your headache going away. If you didn't take the aspirin, you still have.
So by saying if I didn't take aspirin, I would have a headache. You're thereby saying that aspirin is the thing that
You have to have another proposition. I took the aspirin, and my headache is gone. Very important information. Now we're listening backwards. I said, what is the aspirin?
by considering what would have happened if everything else is the same, but I think you take that.
Yes. So you know that things took place. Joe killed Small. And Small would be alive had John not put his gun. And so that is the counterfactual. It had a confliction. They had a conflict here, or a clash between observed fact, the prediction, and the hypothetical predicate. There's a in Rothschild. There's a clash, a logical clash. They cannot exist together. That's the counterfactual. And that is the source of our explanation of the idea of responsibility, regret, and so on.
Yes, it certainly seems that's the highest level. Right?
Yeah,
Uh,
and physicists do all that.
Who does it all the time?
Physicists.
Physicists.
In every equation of physics, let's say you have a rich law, and you put 1 kilogram on the spring, and the spring is 1 meter. And you say, had this weight been 2 kilograms, the spring would be twice as long. It's no problem for physicists to say that. Except that mathematics is only in the form of equation. Equating the weight, the proportionality constant, and the length of the string. We don't have the asymmetry in the equation of physics, although every physicist thinks counterfactual. Ask the high school kid, had the weight been 3 kilograms, what will be the length of the string? The answer is so they do the counterfactual process in their mind, and then they put it into equation, algebraic equation, and they solve it. But the robot can make it.
How do you make a robot learn these relationships?
So why you put, suppose
Now,
you tell them, can you do it? Before you go learning, you have to ask yourself, suppose I give you all the information. Can the robot perform a task that I ask him to perform? Can he listen and say, no, it wasn't asked for. It was a good use of the system.
right, because, well, unless the robot had a model, a causal model.
Right?
Like, I'm sorry to linger on
But now we have to say, I don't know how to do it.
How do we build?
Yes.
How do we build a causal model without a team of human experts
No,
running around?
why you go to learning right away? Get too much involved with learning.
Because I like babies. Babies learn fast. I'm trying to figure out how they do it.
Good. That's another question. How do the babies come out from the fact that not learning? And babies do that. They know how to play in the crib. They know which balls, which another one. And they learn it by mindful manipulation. Second well, you want only toys and toys and times. But it's a, if you think about it, it's a complex world.
Take for granted
Yeah.
how complicated.
And kids do it by playful manipulation plus guidance, new wisdom, and insight. They meet each other and they say, you shouldn't have taken my toy.
Right. And these multiple sources of information they're able to integrate. So the challenge is about how to integrate, how to form these causal relationships from different sources of data. So how much is information is it to play? How much causal information is required to be able to play in the crib with different objects?
I don't know. I haven't experimented with it.
Okay, not a crib. Picking up,
It's a very interesting.
manipulating physical objects on the screen, opening the pages of the book, all the tasks, physical manipulation tasks. You have a sense. Because my sense is the world is extremely complicated.
It's wonderful. I agree, and I don't know how to organize it because I've been spoiled by easy problems such as cancer and death.
First, we have to start trying
It's
to.
easy in the sense that you have 20 hands and they're just very good and not good time. Easy. You just put them on the graph and they speak to you.
Yeah, and you're providing the methodology for providing that speed. Yeah.
Working only in the abstract. You have to knowledge in, knowledge out, data.
Now, can we take a leap to trying to learn in this very, when it's not 20 variables, but 20 million variables, trying to learn causation in this world? Not learn, but to somehow construct models. I mean, it seems like you would only have to be able to learn because constructing it manually would be too difficult. Do you have ideas of
I think it's a matter of combining simple models from many sources, from many disciplines, and many metaphors. Metaphor is the basis of human intelligence.
yeah, so how do you think about a metaphor in terms of its use in human intelligence?
Metaphors is an expert system. An expert is mapping problems with which you are not familiar to a problem with which you are familiar. Like I give you a little example. If we believe that the sky is an picture, it's not really a space, it's a space, it's not a picture. And the stars are all booked in the shell through which you see the eternal light. It's a metaphor, because they understand how quality in shell. They are not familiar with infinite light. And we are walking on a shell of a turtle. And if you get too close to the edge, you will fall down to others. Yeah. That's a metaphor. It's not true. But this kind of metaphor enables Aristotle to measure the radius of the air. Because he said, come on, if we are walking on a turtle shell, then a ray of light coming to this end will be different this place, will be different angle at this place, another distance, and another two angles. And then I have the radius of the shell of the turtle. And he did. And he found his measurement was very close to the measurement we have today. It would be 6,700 kilometers. Because that's something that would not occur to the Bolognian experiment. Even though that the Bolognian experiment and the other machine learning people at the time, they fit well, and they could predict the eclipse of the moon much more accurately than the Greek. So they fit well. That's a different metaphor. Something to be familiar with. Again, totally. What does it mean to me? Familiar means the answers to some questions are explicit. You don't have to write.
And they were made explicit because somewhere in the past you constructed a model of that.
You're familiar with it. The child is familiar with video. The child could predict that if you let loose one more, that one becomes off. These are you obtain them by familiarity. Familiarity is answering questions and you store the answer explicitly. You don't have to divide. So this is the idea of me. All correct. Is built on mapping from the unfamiliar and the really is tough. We haven't been able to find
So you think of that process of using metaphor to lead from one place to another. You can call it easy. Is it kind of easily? Do you think of that as learning? So learning is a popular terminology to gain and narrow things.
It definitely.
So you may not okay, right.
One of the most important learning. I think something which theoretically is derivable and stored in accessible form. I'll give you an example. Chess. Okay? Finding the way for really starting in chess is hard. But there is an answer. Either there is a way to do for life or there isn't. There is a draw. So it is the answer to that is a very good information to give. But we don't know the answer. So what does a chess master have? We don't have. He has stored explicitly the evaluation of certain complex patterns of the board. We don't have it. Only me, I don't know about you. Uh, I'm not a chess master. So for me, I have to derive things that for him is explicit. He has seen it before, or he's seen the pattern before, or similar patterns in the before. Yeah? And he generalized. Don't move with the danger.
It's just that it's not in the game of chess, but in the game of billiard balls, we humans are able to initially derive very effectively and then reason that metaphor very effectively. And we make it look so easy that it makes one wonder how hard is it to build it in a machine. So, in your sense, how far away are we to be able to construct?
I'm not a futurist. All I can tell you is that we are making tremendous progress in the causal reasoning domain. Something that I dare to call it revolution, causal revolution, because what we have achieved in the past 3 decades is something that dwarf everything that was derived in the entire history.
So there is an excitement about current machine learning development, and there's really important good work you're doing in causal inference. Where's the future? Uh, where do these worlds collide, and what does that look
First, they're going to work locally. It's going to work in harmony.
like? Harmony, exactly.
The human is going to jumpstart the exercise by providing qualitative, non-complicated models of how to use that feedback. How the reality to bring us this concept. The machine is going to take over from that point of view and derive whatever the calculus says can be derived, namely quantitative answer to our question. These are complex questions. I give you some example of complex questions. What do you mind if you take the result of study in diverse population under diverse conditions and you infer the cause effect of a movement which doesn't even resemble any of the one study. And we do that by generalizing one study to another. What's common between? What is different? Let's ignore the differences and pull out the commonality. And do it maybe 100% around the world. From there to get to the binary in big data. It's not only we have this. We have many sources for it.
So that's a really powerful thing that I think for especially for medical applications. cure cancer, right? That's how from Navy you cure cancer. So we're talking about causation, which is the temporal relationship between things.
Not only temporal, it was structural and temporal. Temporal precedence by itself not replace.
Is temporal precedence, the arrow of time. Physics.
It's important, necessary.
It's important. Is it?
Yes, I never seen for the appropriate back.
But if we use the word cause, but there's relationships that are timeless. I suppose that's still somewhat in the arrow of time. But are there relationships, logical relationships, that fit into the structure?
To calculate this logical relation.
That doesn't require temporal. It has just the condition that it's you're not traveling back in time.
Yeah.
So it's really a generalization, a powerful generalization of
Oh,
what
it's not logic.
Bully logic. That is simply put, it allows us to, reason about the order of events, the sort,
What about between not the writing of it? We are given a cause of effect. They ought to be obeying the time precedent. We are given. And now that we ask questions about other causal relationships that could be derived from the initial one, but were not given to us explicitly. Like in the case of the firing squad in the first chapter, we must what if rifleman A declined to shoot, but the prisoner still dead. He declined to shoot, that he disobey order. And the rule of the game were obedient marks that they stop at the issue of live ask question about breaking the law. What if he decided not to do the treaty? He has become pacifist. You and I can answer. The other way from him. I want a machine to do that. It is so hard to ask a machine to do that. It's such a simple task.
but
You have
also,
to have a calculus for it.
yes. Yeah. But the curiosity, the actual curiosity for me is that yes, you're absolutely correct and important, and it's hard to believe that we haven't done this seriously, extensively already a long time ago. So this is really important work. But I also want to know, there's maybe you can philosophize about how hard is it to learn.
Okay, let us learn. We want to learn.
Okay? I want to learn.
So what do we do? We put a learning machine what is execution clients in many countries and many locations. Okay? All the machine can learn is to see shot or not shot, dead, not dead. Court issued an order or did it. For the fact you don't know what it is to hold. You don't know that they condemned person listen to the bullets, and the bullets are listening to the captain. Okay? All we hear is one command, two shots, dead. Okay? And triple of variable. Yes, no, yes, no. No, that you can learn who listens to them, and you can answer the question, no.
Definitively no. But don't you think you can start proposing ideas for humans to review?
You want machine to learn, right? Not a robot. So robot is watching trials like 200 trials, and then we have to answer the question, what if rifleman A refrained from shooting?
So how to do that?
That's exactly my point. That looking at the facts don't give you the strings behind the facts.
Absolutely. But do you think of machine learning as clearly defined as only something that looks at the facts and tries
Right now, there is
but is there a way to modify in your sense,
They put money
Little regulation.
once in
You're
a
the
while.
interventionist kind of thing.
Yeah.
Intervention.
But it could be fun. This is the rifleman or the just so we can observe this unexpected event. We introduce noise. The noise has to be related to randomized experiment. And then you have a observation. Third, the strength behind that. It's good to a certain extent. But now if we're expert in what you can do once you have a model, we can listen back and say what kind of data you need to build a model.
Got it. So I know you're not a futurist, but are you excited? Have you, when you look back in your life, longed for the idea of creating a human level intelligence?
I'm driven by that. All my life I'm doing just by one thing. But I go slowly. I go from what I know to the next step. Incrementally.
So without imagining what the end goal looks like, do you imagine what's
And
made?
the end goal is going to be a machine that can answer sophisticated questions, counterfactuals of great compassion, responsibility, everything.
So what is a good test? Is a Turing test a reasonable test?
We will exist.
How would you test people? That's
So far, we all want to agree. If robots can communicate with reward and punishment among themselves, hitting each other on the wrist and say, you should be done. Playing better soccer because you can do that.
what do you mean because they can do
Because they can communicate among themselves.
that? Because of the communication they can do.
Because they communicate like us. Reward and punishment. Yes, you didn't have to do the right time. And so forth, therefore you're going to sit on the bench. And this too, they start communicating like that. The question is, do they play better soccer? As opposed to what? As opposed to what they do now. Without this ability to reason about reward and punishment, responsibility.
And
Actually, I can only think about communication.
communication is not necessarily natural language, but just communication.
It's just communication. And that's important to have a quick, effective means of communicating knowledge. If the coach tells you should have passed the ball, he conveys so much knowledge to you as opposed to what? Go down and change your software. That's the alternative. But the coach doesn't know your software. So how can a coach tell you you should have passed the ball? But that our language is very effective. You should have passed the ball. If you know your software, you tweak the right module, and next time you don't do it.
Now that's for playing soccer and the rules are well defined.
No. What about the ball? When you should pass the ball,
It's not well defined.
no, it's
Yeah.
very soft.
That's
Noise.
yeah.
Under pressure.
It's art. But in terms of aligning values between computers and humans, do you think this cause and effect type of thinking is important to align the values, morals, ethics under which the machine makes decisions? Is the cause effect where the two can come together?
Concept is this to be ethical machine. The machine has to understand what's good for you, to be a model of you. To be secret. It should be very much what is compassion. They imagine that you suffer pain as much as me.
As much as we
I don't have already a model of myself. Right? So it's very easy for me to let you to know. I don't have to leave you to know. It's much easier to say, oh, you're like me. And therefore I'm not
and the machine has to imagine, it has to try to think to be human, essentially, so you can imagine that you're like me, right?
well, who is me? That's consciousness. the model of yourself. Where do you get this model? You look at yourself as if you are a part of the environment. If you build a model of yourself versus the environment, then you can say, I need to have a model. I have abilities, I have desires, I have support. I have a blueprint of myself, not a full detail, because I cannot get the voting program. But I have a blueprint. At that level, I think wonderful. I can look at the mirror and say, if I change this one, tweak this one, I'm going to perform different. That is what we mean by free will.
And consciousness. What do you think is consciousness? Is it simply self-awareness, so including yourself into the model of the world?
Just like that. Some people tell me, no, this is only part of consciousness. And then we start telling me, really by consciousness. And I lose. For me, consciousness is having a blueprint of yourself.
Do you have concerns about the future of AI? All the different trajectories of all of our research.
Yes.
Where's your hope? Where the movement has? Where you're concerned?
I'm concerned because I know we are building a new species with the capability of exceeding us, exceeding our capability, and to breed itself and take over the world. Absolutely. It's a new species. It's uncontrollable. We don't know the degree to which we control it. We don't even understand what it means to be able to control this new species. So I'm concerned. I don't have anything to add to that because it's such a gray area, an unknown. It never happened in history. The only time it happened in history was evolution in the universe. And it wasn't very successful, was it? Some people say it was a great success.
For us, it was, but a few people along the way, a few creatures along the way, we got it. So, so it's just because it's such a gray area, there's nothing else to say.
We have a sample of one.
Except for what?
It's us.
But
We don't
some people would look at you and say, yeah, but we were looking to you to help us make sure that the sample 2 works out okay.
We have more than something. We have theory. And that's important. So it does need to be statistical. The sample of one doesn't mean cover to knowledge. It's not. Sample of one plus theory, conjectural theory of what could happen. That we do have. But I really feel helpless contributing to this art because I know so little. And my imagination is very big. And I know how much I don't know. And but I'm concerned.
You were born and raised in Israel,
Born and raised in Israel.
and later served in the Israel military defense forces.
In the Israel Defense
What did you learn from that experience?
For us, it is,
There's a kibbutz in there as well.
yes, because I was in the Macha, this combination of agricultural work and military studies. It was support. I was really idealist. I wanted to be a member of the community throughout my life and to live with communal life. And so I prepared myself for that. Slowly, I was a greater challenge.
So that's a far world away. Well,
But I learned from that. It was a miracle. It was a miracle that I served in the 1950s. I don't know how to survive. The country was under austerity. It tripled its population from 600,000 to 1,800,000 in English currency. No one went hungry. Austerity, yes. When you wanted to buy to make an omelet in a restaurant, you have to be one egg. And they encourage people from doing the food from the farming and the villages to the city. But no one went hungry. And they always add to it. And higher education did not suffer in budget. They still invested in my wife and our generation to get the best education that we could. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity. And I'm trying to pay back. It's a miracle that we survived the war of 1948. We were so close to a second genocide. It was all in plan. But we survived it by miracle. And then the second miracle that not many people talk about, the next phase. How no one went hungry and the country managed to triple its population. You know, it was the United States going from what, 350 million to
Yeah. It's a very tense part of the world. It's a complicated part of the world. Israel and all around. The religion is at the core of that complexity. One of the components.
Religion is a strong motivating force for many, many people.
In your view, looking back, is religion good for society?
It's a good question for robotics.
I call you that.
Should robots be religious belief? Suppose when we find out, when we agree that this is religion, particular religion, should we tell about the metaphor of God? The metaphor of the robot will get it without us also. Right? A robot will reason a metaphor. And what is the most primitive metaphor? The child grows with mother smiling, father teaching, father is, mother is, that's God. So, the robot will know, the robot, but assuming that the robot is doing nothing on mother and father, it may only have a program, it doesn't supply warmth and discipline. The discipline it does. The robot will have this model of the training. And the other thing that happens in the world, cosmology and so on, is going to be mapped into the program. It's God.
Yeah. The thing that represents the origin of everything for that.
That's the most primitive relationship.
So he's going to arrive there by metaphor. And so the question is if overall that metaphor has served us well as humans.
I really don't know. I think it did. But as long as you keep in mind for you.
So if you think we can we talk about yourself?
Yes.
Tell a story?
The
Daniel?
story is known as he was abducted to Pakistan when Al-Qaeda driven sick and under various pretenses. I don't even pay attention to the pretense. Originally, they wanted to the United States deliver some promised airplanes. It was all made up, and all these demands were bogus. I don't know. Eventually, he was executed because of a crime.
At the core of that is hate and intolerance.
The core, absolutely. We don't really appreciate the depth of the hate which billions of people are They don't understand it. They just listen basically to what they teach in Mogadishu. when when the water stopped in the tank, we know exactly what did it, the Jews.
The Jews.
We didn't know how, but we knew who did it. We got the picture what it means. That's unbelievable.
Do you think all of us are capable of evil and the education, the indoctrination is really what creates it?
Absolutely, yeah, technically. If they are indoctrinated sufficiently long in there, they are capable of ISIS, they're capable of Nazism. Yes, we are. But the question is whether we, after we have gone through some Western education, and we learn that everything is going to be good. There is no absolute God. It's only a belief in God. Whether we are capable now of being transformed under certain circumstances to become greater.
Yeah.
That's I'm worried about it. Some people say yes, given the right circumstances, given economical bad economic crisis, you are capable of doing it too. That's I, I want to believe that I'm not capable.
Just 7 years after Daniel's death, you wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal titled Daniel Pearl, The Normalization of Evil.
Yes.
What was your message back then, and how did it change today over the years?
I know.
What was the message?
The message was that we are not treating terrorism as a taboo. We are treating it as a bargaining device that is accepted. People have grievance and they go and bound and arrested. It's normal. Look, we are even not surprised when I say it. 20 years ago, it's a what? For grievance, you go and lower it. Today, it's become normal. The banalization of it. And we have created that process by normalizing it, by making it part of political life. It's a political debate. Every terrorist yesterday became a freedom fighter today, tomorrow it becomes a terrorist today. It's switchable.
Right, so we should call out evil when there's evil.
If we don't want to be part of
Become it.
it, now if we want to separate good from evil, that's one of the first things that what is it, in the Garden of Eden. I know the first thing that God told them was, hey, you want some knowledge? Here's the tree of good and evil.
So if this evil touched your life personally, does your heart have anger, sadness, or is it hope?
But I see some people coming from Pakistan. I see beautiful people everywhere. But I see horrible propagation of evil in this country. It shows you how populistic slogan can catch the mind of the best intellectual.
Today is Father's Day.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I heard it.
What's fond memory you have with Daniel?
Oh, many good things. Immense. He was my mentor. He had a sense of balance that I didn't.
Yeah.
He saw the beauty in everything. He was not as emotional, more looking at things in perspective. really like everything. He really grew up with the idea that the fauna is a reason for curiosity, not for fear. At one time we went to Turkey, homeless came up with the he said, hey man, it was paradise. I went to bed, and then just hugged him for you and die, enjoy yourself, maybe you want some money to take a class or whatever. Where did you get it? Not for me.
Do you have advice for young minds today dreaming about creating, as you have, creating intelligent systems? What is the best way to arrive at new breakthrough ideas and carry them through the fire of criticism and past conventional ideas?
Ask the question. Really, your questions are never done. And solve in your own way. Don't take no for an answer. But if they're really done, you'll find out quickly by trying and error, by not leaving. But follow them and try to understand it your way. Right. And right, I don't know if it's going to help anyone.
No, that's brilliant.
There is a lot of inertia in science, in academia, to slowing down science.
Yeah, those two words, your way, that's a powerful thing. It's against inertia, potentially, against the flow.
Against your professor. I wrote the book of my the local type in order to instill a rebellious spirit in students, that they wouldn't wait until the professor gets things right.
So you wrote the manifesto of the rebellion against the professor.
Get the professor, yes.
So looking back at your life and research, what ideas do you hope ripple through the next many decades? What do you hope your legacy will be?
I already have a tombstone.
Oh, oh boy.
The fundamental law of contraception. That's what it's a simple equation. But it's contraception in terms of a model surgery. That's it. You get everything correct. If you get that, always, I can die in peace, and my student can derive all my knowledge, my mathematical needs.
The rest follows. Yeah. Thank you so much for talking about it.
Thank you for being so attentive and instigating.
We did it.
Really.
The coffee helped. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Judea Pearl. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom today Pearl. You cannot answer a question that you cannot ask, and you cannot ask a question you have no words for. Thanks, and hope to see you next time. Following the conversation of Rothschild, he's the vice president and head scientist of Amazon Alexa and one of its original creators. The Alexa team embodies some of the most challenging and incredible, impactful, and inspiring work that's done in AI today. The team has both solved problems at the cutting edge of natural language processing and provide a trustworthy, secure, and enjoyable experience to millions of people. This is where state-of-the-art methods of computer science meet the challenges of real-world engineering. In many ways, Alexa and the other voice assistants are the voices of artificial intelligence to millions of people, and an introduction to AI for people who have only encountered it in science fiction. This is an important and exciting opportunity. So the work that Rohit and the Alexa team are doing is an inspiration to me and to many researchers and engineers in the AI community. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts especially, but also Castbox, or comment on YouTube, consider mentioning topics, people, ideas, questions, quotes, and science, tech, and philosophy you find interesting, and I'll read them on this podcast. I won't call it names, but I love comments, kindness, and thoughtfulness in them, so I thought I'd share them. Someone on YouTube highlighted a quote from a conversation with Ray Dalio, where he said that you have to appreciate all the different ways that people can be A players. This connects with me too. On teams of engineers, it's easy to think that raw productivity is the measure of excellence, but there are others. I worked with people who brought a smile to my face every time I got to work in the morning. Their contribution to the team is immeasurable. I recently started doing podcast ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, deposit Bitcoin in just a second. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, a member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used for maximum effectiveness. You get Cash App in the App Store, Google Play, and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. And Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. This podcast is also supported by ZipRecruiter. Hiring great people is hard. To me, is one of the most important elements of a successful mission-driven team. I've been fortunate to be a part of and lead several great engineering teams. The hiring I've done in the past was mostly through tools we built ourselves, but reinventing the wheel was painful. ZipRecruiter is a tool that's already available for you. It seeks to make hiring simple, fast, and smart. For example, Codable co-founder Gretchen Ebner used ZipRecruiter to find a new game artist to join her education tech company. By using ZipRecruiter's screening questions to filter candidates, Gretchen found it easier to focus on the best candidate, and finally hiring the perfect person for the role in less than 2 weeks from start to finish. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. See why ZipRecruiter is effective for businesses of all sizes by signing up, as I did, for free at ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. That's ZipRecruiter.com/LexPod. And now, here's my conversation with Rohit. Let's talk. In the movie Her, I'm not sure if you've seen it, Human falls in love with the voice of an AI system. Let's start at the highest philosophical level before we get to deep learning and some of the fun things. Do you think this, what the movie Her shows, is within our reach?
I think specifically about Her, but I think what we're seeing is a massive increase in adoption of AI assistants or AI in all parts of our social fabric. And I think it's what I do believe is that the utility these AIs provide, some of the functionalities that are shown are absolutely within reach.
So some of the functionalities in terms of the interactive elements, but in terms of the deep connection that's purely voice based, do you think such a close connection is possible with voice alone?
It's been a while since I saw her, but I would say in terms of interactions which are both human-like and with these AI assistants, you have to value what is also superhuman. We as humans can be in only one place. AI assistants can be multiple places at the same time. One with you on a mobile device, one at your home, one at work. So you have to respect these superhuman capabilities too. Thus, as humans, we have certain attributes we're very good at reasoning. AI assistants not yet there, but in the realm of AI assistants, what they're great at is computation, memory, it's infinite and pure. These are the attributes you have to start respecting. So I think the comparison with human-like versus the other aspect, which is also superhuman, has to be taken into consideration. So I think we need to elevate the discussion to not just human-like.
So there's certainly elements we just mentioned. Alexa's everywhere, computationally speaking. So it's a much bigger infrastructure than just the thing that sits there in the room with you. But it certainly feels to us mere humans that there's just another little creature there. When you're interacting, you're not interacting with the entirety of the infrastructure, you're interacting with the device. And the feeling is, okay, sure, we anthropomorphize things, but that feeling is still there. So what do you think we, as humans, the purity of the interaction with a smart assistant, what do you think we look for in that interaction?
I think in the certain interactions, I think will be very much where it does feel like true because it has a persona of its own. And in certain ones, it wouldn't be. So I think a simple example to think of it is if you're walking through the house and you just want to turn on your lights on and off and you're issuing a command, that's not very much like a human-like interaction, and that's where the AI should come back and have a conversation with you. It should simply complete that command. So thus, I think the blend of, we have to think about this as not human-human alone. It is a human-machine interaction, and certain aspects of humans are needed, and certain aspects or in situations demand it to be like a machine.
I told you, it's going to be philosophical in parts. What was the difference between human and machine interaction? When we interact with two humans, especially those that are friends and loved ones, versus you and a machine that you also are close with.
I think you have to think about the roles the AI plays, right? So it differs from different customer to customer, different situation to situation. Especially, I can speak from Alexa's perspective. It is a companion, right? At times, an assistant, and an advisor down the line. So I think most AIs will have this kind of attributes, and it will be very situational in nature. So where is the boundary? I think the boundary depends on the exact context in which you're interacting with the AI.
The depth and the richness of natural language conversation is written by Alan Turing, been used to try to define what it means to be intelligent. You know, there's a lot of criticism of that kind of test, but what do you think is a good test of intelligence in your view in the context of the Turing test and Alexa, the Alexa Prize, this whole realm? Do you think about this human intelligence, what it needs to define it, what it needs to reach that level?
I do think the ability to converse is a sign of an artificial intelligence. I think that is no question about that. So if you think about all aspects of humans, there are sensors we have, and those are basically a data collection mechanism. And based on that, we make some decisions with our sensory brains, right? And from that perspective, I think that there are elements we have to talk about how we sense the world, and then how we act based on what we sense. Those elements clearly machines have. But then there's the other aspects of computation that is way better. I also mentioned about memory again in terms of being near infinite depending on the storage capacity you have. And the retrieval can be extremely fast and pure in terms of like there's no ambiguity of who did I see when, right? I mean, if you machines can remember that quite well. So again, on a philosophical level, I do subscribe to the fact that be able to converse, and as part of that, to be able to reason based on the world knowledge you've acquired and the sensory knowledge that is there, is definitely very much the essence of intelligence. But intelligence can go beyond human level intelligence based on what the machines are getting capable of.
So what do you think, maybe stepping outside of Alexa broadly as an AI field, what do you think is a good test of intelligence? Put it another way, outside of Alexa, because so much of Alexa is a product, is an experience to the customer. On the research side, what would impress the heck out of you if you saw? What is the test when you say, wow, this thing is now starting to encroach into the realm of what we instantly think of as human intelligence?
So, well, we think of it as AGI and human intelligence all together, right? So, in some sense, and I think we are quite far from that. I think an unbiased view I have is that the Alexa's intelligence capabilities are great. I think of it as there are many other proof points like self-driving cars, game playing like Go or chess. Let's take those two for as an example. Clearly requires a lot of data-driven learning and intelligence, but it's not as hard a problem as conversing as an AI is with humans to accomplish it. Tasks or open domain chat, as you mentioned, like surprise. In those settings, the key difference is that the end goal is not defined, unlike gameplay. You also do not know exactly what state you are in a particular goal completion scenario. In certain sense, sometimes you can if it's a simple goal, but if you're even certain examples like planning a weekend, or imagine how many things change along the way. You look for weather, you may change your mind and you change the destination, or you want to catch a particular event and then you decide, no, I want this other event I want to go to. So these dimensions of how many different steps are possible when you're conversing as a human with a machine makes it an extremely daunting problem. And I think it is the ultimate test for intelligence.
And don't you think that natural language is enough to prove that conversation? Your conversation?
From a scientific standpoint, natural language is a great test, but I would go beyond. I don't want to limit it to as natural language or simply understanding an intent or parsing for entities and so forth. We are really talking about dialogue. So I would say human-machine dialogue is definitely one of the best tests of intelligence.
So, can you briefly speak to the Alexa Prize for people who are not familiar with it, and also just maybe where things stand, and what have you learned, or what's surprising? What have you seen that's surprising from this incredible competition?
Absolutely, it's a very exciting competition. Alexa Prize is essentially a grand challenge in conversational artificial intelligence, where we threw the gauntlet to the universities who do active research in the field to say, can you build what we call a social bot that can converse with you coherently and engagingly for 20 minutes? That is an extremely hard challenge, talking to someone who you're meeting for the first time, or even if you've met them quite often, to speak at 20 minutes on any topic and evolving nature of topics is super hard. We have completed 2 successful years of the competition. The first was one with the University of Washington, the second University of California. We are in our 3rd instance. We have an extremely strong team of 10 cohorts, and the 3rd instance of the Alexa Prize is on the way now. And we're seeing a constant evolution. First year was definitely a learning. It was a lot of things to be put together. We had to build a lot of infrastructure to enable these universities to be able to build magical experiences and do high-quality research.
Just a few quick questions. Sorry for the interruption. What does failure look like in a 20-minute session? So, what does it mean to fail not to reach the 20-minute mark?
Awesome question. So there are first of all, I forgot to mention one more detail. It's not just 20 minutes, but the quality of the conversation too that matters. And the beauty of this competition, before I answer that question of what failure means, is first that you actually converse with millions and millions of customers as these social bots. So during the judging phases, there are multiple phases. Before we get to the finals, which is a very controlled judging in a situation where we have we bring in judges and we have interactors who interact with these social bots. That is a much more controlled setting. But till the point we get to the finals, all the judging is essentially by the customers of Alexa. And there you basically rate on a simple question how good your experience was. So that's where we are not testing for a 20-minute boundary being crossed, because you do want it to be very much like a clear-cut winner being chosen, and it's an absolute bar. So did you really break that 20-minute barrier is why we have to test it in a more controlled setting with actors, essentially interactors, and see how the conversation goes. So this is why it's a subtle difference between how it's being tested in the field with real customers versus in the lab to award the prize. So on the latter one, what it means is that essentially that there are 3 judges, and 2 of them have to say this conversation has stalled. Essentially,
Got it. And the judges are human experts.
judges are human experts.
Okay, great. So it's in the 3rd year. So what's in the evolution? How far? So the DARPA challenge in the 1st year, the autonomous vehicles, nobody finished. The 2nd year, a few more finished in the desert. So how far along in this, I would say, much harder challenge are we?
This challenge has come along to the extent that we're definitely not close to a 20-minute barrier being with coherence and engagement in a conversation. I think we are still 5 to 10 years away in that horizon to complete that. But the progress is immense. Like what you're finding is the accuracy and what kind of responses these social bots generate is getting better and better. What's even amazing to see that now there's humor coming in. The bots are quite, you're talking about ultimate signs of intelligence. I think humor is a very high bar. What it takes to create humor, and I don't mean just being goofy. I really mean good sense of humor is also a sign of intelligence in my mind, and something very hard to do. So these social bots are now exploring not only what we think of natural language abilities, but also personality attributes and aspects of when to inject an appropriate joke, when you don't know the domain, how you come back with something more intelligent so that you can continue the conversation. If you and I are talking about AI and we are domain experts, we can speak to it, but if you suddenly switch the topic to that, I don't know, how do I change the conversation? So you're starting to notice these elements as well. And that's coming from partly by the nature of the 20-minute challenge, that people are getting quite clever on how to really converse and essentially mask some of the understanding defects if they exist.
So some of this is not Alexa the product. This is somewhat of fun for research, for innovation, and so on. I have a question. Sort of in this modern era, there's a lot of, if you look at Twitter and Facebook and so on. There's discourse, public discourse going on, and some things are a little bit too edgy. People get blocked and so on. And I'm just out of curiosity: are people in this context pushing the limits? Is anyone using the F word? Is anyone sort of pushing back, sort of, arguing, I guess I should say, as part of the dialogue to really draw people in?
First of all, let me just back up a bit in terms of why we are doing this, right? So you said it's fun. I think fun is more part of the engaging part for customers. It is one of the most used skills as well in our skill store. But of that apart, the real goal was essentially what was happening is, with a lot of AI research moving to industry, we felt that academia has the risk of not being able to have the same resources at disposal that we have, which is lots of data, massive computing power, and clear ways to test these AI advances with real customer benefits. So we brought all these 3 together in the Alexa Prize. That's why it's one of my favorite projects in Amazon. And with that, the secondary effect is, yes, it has become engaging for our customers as well. We're not there in terms of where we want it to be, right? But it's a huge progress. But coming back to your question on how do the conversations evolve? Yes, there is some natural attributes of what you said in terms of argument and some amount of swearing. The way we take care of that is that there is a sensitive filter we have built that
So keywords.
it's more than keywords. It's a little more in terms of course, there's keyword based too, but there's more in terms of content. These words can be very contextual, as you can see, and also the topic can be something that you don't want the conversation to happen because this is a communal device as well. A lot of people use these devices, so we have put a lot of guardrails for the conversation to be more useful for advancing AI and not so much of these other issues you attributed what's happening in the AI field as well.
Right. So this is actually a serious opportunity. I didn't use the right word, fun. I think it's an open opportunity to do some of the best innovation in conversational agents in the world. So why just university?
Why just universities? Because as you said, it really felt
Young minds.
young minds. It's also to if you think about the other aspect of where the whole industry is going with AI, there's a dearth of talent given the demands. So you do want universities to have a clear place where they can invent and research and not fall behind that they can't motivate students. Imagine all grad students left to industry like us, or faculty members, which has happened too. So this is a way that if you're so passionate about the field where you feel industry and academia need to work well, this is a great example and a great way for universities to participate.
So what do you think it takes to build a system that wins the election prize?
I think you have to start focusing on aspects of reasoning that it is. There are still more lookups of what intents customers asking for and responding to those, rather than really reasoning about the elements of the conversation. For instance, if the conversation is about games and it's about a recent sports event, there's so much context and more, and you have to understand the entities that are being mentioned so that the conversation is coherent rather than you suddenly just switch to knowing some fact about a sports entity and you're just relaying that rather than understanding the true context of the game. Like if you just said, I learned this fun fact about Tom Brady rather than really say how he played the game the previous night, then the conversation is not really that intelligent. So you have to go to more reasoning elements of understanding the context of the dialogue and giving more appropriate responses, which tells you that we're still quite far because a lot of times it's more facts being looked up and something that's close enough as an answer but not really the answer. So that is where the research needs to go more in actual true understanding and reasoning. And that's why I feel it's a great way to do it because you have an engaged set of users working to help these AI advances happen in this space.
Right. You mentioned customers there quite a bit, and there's a skill. What is the experience for the user that's helping? Just to clarify, this isn't, as far as I understand, the Alexa. So this skill is standalone for the Alexa Prize, and is focused on the Alexa Prize. It's not you ordering certain things at a time. Like, oh, we're checking the weather or you're playing Spotify. Right? It's a separate skill.
Exactly.
So you're focused on helping. I don't know how do customers think of it? Are they having fun? Are they helping use the system? What's the experience like?
I think it's both actually. And let me tell you how you invoke the skill. So all you have to say, Alexa, let's chat. And then the first time you say, Alexa, let's chat, it comes back with a clear message that you're interacting with one of the university social bots. And there's a clear, so you know instantly how you interact, right? And that is why it's very transparent. You are being asked to help, right? And we have a lot of mechanisms where, as the first phase of feedback is then we send a lot of emails to our customers, and then they know that the team needs a lot of interactions to improve the accuracy of the system. So we know we have a lot of customers who really want to help these university bots, and they're conversing with that. And some are just having fun with just saying, Alexa, let's chat, and also some adversarial behavior to see how much do you understand as a social bot. So I think we have a good, healthy mix of all three situations.
So what is if we talk about solving the Alexa challenge, the Alexa Prize, what's the data set of really engaging, pleasant conversations look like? Because if we think of this as a supervised learning problem, I don't know if it has to be, but if it does, maybe you could comment on that. Do you think there needs to be a data set of what it needs to be an engaging, successful, fulfilling
I think
conversation?
that's part of the research question here. This is, I think, we at least got the first part right, which is have a way for universities to build and test in a real world setting. Now you're asking in terms of the next phase of questions, which we're also asking, by the way, what does success look like from a optimization function? That's what you're asking in terms of we as researchers are used to having a great corpus of annotated data and then making then sort of tune our algorithms on those, right? And fortunately and unfortunately, in this world of Alexa Prize, that is not the way we're going after it. So you have to focus more on learning based on live feedback. That is another element that's unique, where just now I started with giving you how you ingress and experience this capability as a customer. What happens when you're done? So we ask you a simple question on a scale of 1 to 5. How likely are you to interact with this social bot again? That is a good feedback, and customers can also leave more open-ended feedback. And I think partly that, to me, is one part of the question you're asking, which I'm saying is a mental model shift that as researchers also, you have to change your mindset that this is not a DARPA evaluation or an NSF funded study and you have a nice corpus. This is where it's real world. You have real data.
The scale is amazing. That's a beautiful thing. And then the customer, the user can quit the conversation at any time.
So the user can, that is also a signal for how good you were at that.
So, and then on a scale 1 to 5, 1 to 3, do they say how likely are you, or is it just a binary?
A
1 to 5. Oh, okay. That's such a beautifully constructed challenge. Okay. You said the only way to make a smart assistant really smart is to give it eyes and let it explore the world. Uh, I'm not sure, it might be taken out of context, but can you comment on that? Can you elaborate on that idea? Because I personally also find that idea super exciting from a social robotics, personal robotics perspective.
Yeah, a lot of things do get taken out of context. This particular one was just as philosophical discussion we were having on terms of what does intelligence look like, and the context was in terms of learning. I think just we said we as humans are empowered with many different sensory abilities. I do believe that eyes are an important aspect of it in terms of if you think about how we as humans learn, it is quite complex, and it's also not unimodal that you are fed a ton of text or audio and you just learn that way. No, you learn by experience, you learn by seeing, you're taught by humans, and we are very efficient in how we learn. Machines, on the contrary, are very inefficient on how they learn, especially these AIs. I think the next wave of research is going to be with less data, not just less human, not just with less labeled data, but also with a lot of deep supervision, and where you can increase the learning rate. I don't mean less data in terms of not having a lot of data to learn from. That we are generating so much data, but it is more about from an aspect of how fast can you learn.
So improving the quality of the data, that's quality of data and the learning process.
I think more on the learning process. I think we as humans live with a lot of noisy data, right? And I think that's the part that I don't think should change. What should change is how we learn, right? So if you look at, you mentioned supervised learning, we have making transformative shifts from to more unsupervised, more deep supervision. Those are the key aspects of how to learn. And I think in that setting, I hope you agree with me that having other senses is very crucial in terms of how you learn.
So absolutely, from a machine learning perspective, which I hope we get a chance to talk to a few aspects that are fascinating there. But to stick in the point of sort of a body, a body. So Alexa has a body. There's a very minimalistic, beautiful interface or there's a ring and so on. I mean, I'm not sure of all the flavors of the devices that Alexa's on, but there's a minimalistic, basic interface. And nevertheless, we humans, so I have a Roomba, I have all kinds of robots all over everywhere. So, what do you think the Alexa looks like if it begins to shift what his body looks like? What maybe beyond Alexa, what do you think of the different devices in the home as they start to embody their intelligence more and more? What do you think that looks like? Philosophically, a future.
I think let's look at what's happening today. You mentioned, I think, our devices as an Amazon devices, but I also wanted to point out Alexa is already integrated with a lot of third-party devices, which also come in lots of forms and shapes. Some in robots, right? Some in microwaves, some in appliances that we use in everyday life. So I think it's not just the shape Alexa takes in terms of form factors, but it's also where all it's available. And it's getting in cars, it's getting in different appliances and homes, even toothbrushes, right? So I think you have to think about it as not a physical assistant. It will be in some embodiment, as you said, we already have these nice devices. But I think it's also important to think of it as it is a virtual assistant. It is superhuman in the sense that it is in multiple places at the same time. So I think the actual embodiment, in some sense, to me, doesn't matter. I think you have to think of it as not as human-like and more of what its capabilities are that derive a lot of benefit for customers and how there are different ways to delight it and delight customers with different experiences. And I think I'm a big fan of it not being just human-like. It should be human-like in certain situations. Alexa tries social bond in terms of conversations is a great way to look at it. But there are other scenarios where human-like, I think, is underselling the entities of this.
So, if I could trivialize what we're talking about, so if you look at the way Steve Jobs thought about the interaction with the device that Apple produced, there was an extreme focus on controlling the experience by making sure there's only Apple-produced devices. You see the voice of Alexa taking all kinds of forms depending on what the customers want, and that means it can be anywhere from the microwave to a vacuum cleaner to the home and so on. The voice is the essential element of the interaction.
I think voice is an essence. It's not all, but it's a key aspect. I think to your question in terms of you should be able to recognize Alexa, and that's a huge problem. I think in terms of a huge scientific problem, I should say. Like, what are the traits? What makes it look like Alexa, especially in different settings, and especially if it's primarily voice, what it is. But Alexa is not just voice either, right? I mean, we have devices on the screen. Now you're seeing just other behaviors of Alexa. So I think they're in very early stages of what that means, and this will be an important topic for the following years. But I do believe that being able to recognize and tell when it's Alexa versus it's not is going to be important from an Alexa perspective. I'm not speaking for the entire AI community, but I think attribution as we go into more of understanding who, what that identity of the AI is crucial within our world.
I think from the broad AI community perspective, it's also a fascinating problem. So basically, if I close my eyes and listen to the voice, what would it take for me to recognize that this is Alexa? Or at least the Alexa that I've come to know from my personal experience in my home and through my interactions there.
Yeah, and the Alexa here in the US is very different than the Alexa in the UK. And the Alexa in India, even though they're all speaking English or the rest version. So again, so now think about when you go into a different culture, a different community, but you travel there, what do you recognize Alexa? I think these are super hard questions, actually.
So there's a team that works on personality. So if we talk about those different flavors of what it means culturally speaking, India, UK, US, what does it mean to add? So the problem that we just stated, which is fascinating, how do we make it purely recognizable that it's Alexa? Assuming that the qualities of the voice are not sufficient. It's also the content of what is being said. how do we do that? How does the personality come into play? What's that research going to look like? It's such a fascinating.
We have some very fascinating folks who, from both the UX background and human factors, are looking at these aspects and these exact questions. But I'll definitely say it's not just how it sounds, the choice of words, the tone, not just, I mean, the voice identity of it, but the tone matters, the speed matters, how you speak, how you enunciate words, what choice of words are you using, how terse are you, or how lengthy in your explanations you are. All of these are factors. And you also mentioned something crucial that this you may have personalized it, Alexa, to some extent in your homes or in the devices you are interacting with. So you, as your individual, how you prefer Alexa sounds can be different than how I prefer it. And we may, the amount of customizability you want to give is also a key debate we always have. But I do want to point out it's more than the voice actor that recorded and sounds like that actor. It is more about the choices of words, the attributes of tonality, the volume, in terms of how you raise your pitch and so forth. All of that matters.
This is a fascinating problem from a product perspective. I can see those debates just happening inside of the Alexa team of how much personalization do you do for the customer, because you're taking a risk if you over personalize, because you don't. If you create a personality for a million people, you can test that better. You can create a rich, fulfilling experience that would do well. But the more you personalize it, the less you can test it, the less you can know that it's a great experience. So how much personalization? What's the right balance?
I think the right balance depends on the customer. Give them the control. So I'd say I think the more control you give customers, the better it is for everyone. And I'll give you some key personalization features. I think we have a feature called Remember This, which is where you can tell Alexa to remember something. There you have an explicit sort of control in customer's hand because they have to say, Alexa, remember X, Y, Z.
What kind of things would that be?
So you can I have stored my tire specs for my car.
Nice.
Because it's so hard to go and find and see what it is, right, when you're having some issues. So, I store my mileage plan numbers for all the frequent flyer ones, where I'm sometimes just looking at it and it's not handy. So those are my own personal choices I've made for Alexa to remember something on my behalf, right? So again, I think the choice was being explicit about how you provide that customer as a control. So I think these are the aspects of what you do. Like think about where we can use speaker recognition capabilities. That it's if you taught Alexa that you are Lex and this person in your household is person two, then you can personalize the experiences. Again, these are very in the CX customer experience patterns are very clear about and transparent when a personalization action is happening. And then you have other ways like you go through explicit control right now through your app that you have multiple service providers, let's say for music. Which one is your preferred one? So when you say play stay, depend on whether you have preferred Spotify or Amazon Music or Apple Music, the decision is made where to play it from.
So what's Alexa's backstory from her perspective? is there and I remember just asking, as probably a lot of us are, it's just a base question, and so on. Although just to see what the answer would be, it feels like there's a little bit of a feels like there's a little bit of personality, but not too much. Does Alexa have a metaphysical presence in this human universe we live in, or is it something more ambiguous? Is there a past? Is there a birth? Is there a family kind of idea, even for joking purposes and so on?
I think, it does tell you, I think I should double check this, but if you said, when were you born? I think we respond. I need to double check that, but I'm pretty positive about it.
I think you do. Yes, exactly.
So,
but that's like how, I was born in Brown Champagne and whatever year.
So, in terms of the metaphysical, I think it's early. Does it have the historic knowledge about herself to be able to do that. Maybe have we crossed that boundary? Not yet, right? In terms of being thinking. Have we thought about it quite a bit? But I would say that we have come to a clear decision in terms of what it should look like. But you can imagine, though, and I bring this back to the Alexa Price social bot. There you will start seeing some of that. Like these bots have their identity, and in terms of that, you may find, this is such a great research topic that some academia team may think of these problems and start solving them.
So let me ask a question. It's kind of difficult, I think, but it feels fascinating to me because I'm fascinated with psychology. It feels that the more personality you have, the more dangerous it is in terms of a customer perspective of product. If you want to create a product that's useful, by dangerous I mean creating an experience that upsets people. And so, how do you get that right? Because if you look at the relationships, maybe I'm just a student of Russian, but if you look at the human relationships, some of our deepest relationships have fights, have tension, have the push and pull, have a little flavor in them. Do you want to have such flavor in interaction with Alexa? How do you think about that?
So there's one other common thing that you didn't say, but we think of it as paramount for any deep relationship. That's trust.
Trust, yes.
So I think if you trust every attribute you said, a fight, some tension, is all held. But what is sort of unnegotiable in this instance is trust. And I think the bar to earn customer trust for AI is very high, in some sense, more than a human. It's not just about personal information or your data, it's also about your actions on a daily basis. How trustworthy are you in terms of consistency, in terms of how accurate are you in understanding? Like if you're talking to a person on the phone, if you have a problem with your, let's say, your internet or something, if the person's not understanding, you lose trust right away. You don't want to talk to that person. That whole example gets amplified by a factor of 10 because when you're a human interacting with an AI, you have a certain expectation. Either you expect it to be very intelligent and then you get upset, why is it behaving this way? Or you expect it to be not so intelligent, and when it surprises you, you're like, hey, you're trying to be too smart. So I think we grapple with these hard questions as well. But I think the key is actions need to be trustworthy from these AIs, not just about data protection, your personal information protection, but also from how accurately it accomplishes all commands or all interactions.
Well, it's tough to hear because trust, you're absolutely right, but trust is such a high bar with AI systems because people, and I see this with autonomous vehicles, I mean, the bar that's placed on AI systems is unreasonably high.
Yeah, that is going to be I agree with you. And I think of it as it's a challenge, and it's also keeps my job. Right? So from that perspective, I think of it at both sides, as a customer and as a researcher. I think as a researcher, yes, occasionally it will frustrate me that why is the bar so high for these AIs? And as a customer, then I say absolutely it has to be that high, right? So I think that's the trade-off we have to balance, but it doesn't change the fundamentals. That trust has to be earned, and the question then becomes is, are we holding the AIs to a different bar in accuracy and mistakes than we hold humans? That's going to be a great societal questions for years to come, I think, for us.
But one of the questions that we grapple as a society now that I think about a lot, I think a lot of people in AI think about a lot, and Alexa's taking on head on is privacy. Is the reality is us giving over data to any AI system can be used to enrich our lives in profound ways. Basically, any product that does anything awesome for you, the more data it has, the more awesome things it can do. And yet, on the other side, people imagine the worst case possible scenario of what can you possibly do with that data. It boils down to trust, as you said before. There's a fundamental distrust of in certain groups of government and so on, depending on the government, depending on who's in power, depending on all these kinds of factors. And so here's Alexa in the middle of all of it. in the home, trying to do good things for the customers. So, how do you think about privacy in this context of smart assistants in the home? How do you earn trust?
Absolutely. So, as you said, trust is the key here. So, you start with trust, and then privacy is a key aspect of it. It has to be designed from very beginning about that. And we believe in two fundamental principles. One is transparency, and second is control. So, by transparency, I mean when we build what is now called smart speaker or the first echo, we were quite judicious about making these right trade-offs on customers' behalf. That it is pretty clear when the audio is being sent to cloud. The light ring comes on when it has heard you say the word wake word, and then the streaming happens, right? So when the light ring comes up, we put a physical button on it, just so if you didn't want it to be listening even for the wake word, then you turn the power button, the mute button on, and that disables the microphones. That's just the first decision on essentially transparency and control. Oh, then even when we launched, we gave the control in the hands of the customers that you can go and look at any of your individual utterances that is recorded and delete them anytime. And we've got to that promise, right? So, and that is super, again, a great instance of showing how you have the control. Then we made it even easier. You can say, Alexa, delete what I said today. So that is now making it even just more control in your hands. With what's most convenient about this technology is voice. You delete it with your voice now. So these are the types of decisions we continually make. We just recently launched this feature called what we think of it as if you wanted humans not to review your data, because you mentioned supervised learning, right? So in supervised learning, humans have to give some annotation. And that also is now a feature where you can essentially, if you've selected that flag, your data will not be reviewed by it. So these are the types of controls that we have to constantly offer with customers.
So, why do you think it bothers people so much that so everything you just said is really powerful. So we control the ability to delete because we have studies here running at MIT that collects huge amounts of data, people consent and so on. The ability to delete that data is really empowering, and almost nobody ever has to delete it, but the ability to have that control is really powerful. But still, there's these popular anecdotal evidence that people say they like to tell that them and a friend were talking about something. I don't know, it was for cats, and all of a sudden they'll have advertisements for cat sweaters on Amazon. That's a popular anecdote, as if something is always missing. What can you explain that anecdote, that experience that people have? What's the psychology of that? What's that experience? And you've answered it, but let me just ask: is Alexa listening?
No, Alexa listens only for the wake word on the device, right?
And the wake word is
The words like Alexa, Amazon, Echo, and but you only choose one at a time. So you choose one and it listens only for that on all devices. So that's first. From a listening perspective, we have to be very clear that it's just the wake word. So you said, why is there this anxiety, if you may?
yeah,
It's because there's a lot of confusion what it really listens to, right? And I think it's partly on us to keep educating our customers and the general media more in terms of like what really happens, and we're doing a lot of it. And our pages on information are clear, but still people have to have more. There's always a hunger for information and clarity, and we constantly look at how best to communicate. If we go back and read everything, yes, it states exactly that, and then people could still question it, and I think that's absolutely okay to question. What we have to make sure is that we are, because our fundamental philosophy is customer first, customer obsession is our leadership principle. If you put, as researchers, I put myself in the shoes of the customer, and all decisions in Amazon are made with that. So, and trust has to be earned, and we have to keep earning the trust of our customers in this setting. And to your other point on is there something showing up based on your conversations? No. I think the answer is a lot of times when those experiences happen, you have to also know that, okay, maybe a winter season, people are looking for sweaters, right?
Yeah.
And it shows up on your Amazon.com because it it is popular. So there are many of these. You mentioned that personality or personalization. Turns out we're not that unique either, right? So those things we as humans start thinking, oh, must be because something was good, and that's why this other thing showed up. The answer is no. Probably it is just the season for sweaters.
But I'm not gonna ask you this question because also people have so much paranoia. But let me just say from my perspective, I hope there's a day when customer can ask Alexa to listen all the time to improve the experience, to improve it. Because I personally don't see the negative because if you have the control, if you have the trust, there's no reason why I shouldn't be listening all the time to the conversations to learn more about you. Because ultimately, as long as you have control and trust, every data you provide to the device that the device wants is going to be useful. And that's to me, as a machine learning person, I think it worries me how sensitive people are about their data relative to how empowering it could be for the devices around them, how enriching it could be for their own life to improve the product. So I just, it's something I think about sort of a lot. How do we make that devices obviously less about a lot as well. I don't know if you want to comment on that. Sort of, okay, have you seen? Let me ask you this in the form of a question. Okay, have you seen an evolution in the way people think about their private data in the previous several years? So as we as a society get more and more comfortable to the benefits we get by sharing more data.
First, let me answer that part, and then I'll go back to the other aspect you were mentioning. So, as a society, on a general, we are getting more comfortable as a society. It doesn't mean that everyone is, and I think you have to respect that. I don't think one size fits all is always going to be the answer for all, right? By definition. So, I think that is something to keep in mind, at least. Going back to your on what more magical experiences can be launched in these kind of AI settings. I think again, if you give the control, it's possible. So the parts of it. So we have a feature called follow-up mode, where you, if you turn it on, and Alexa, after you've spoken to it, will open the mics again, thinking you have something again, like if you're adding lists to your shopping item, so right, or a shopping list or to-do list. You're not done. You want to keep, so in that setting, it's awesome that it opens the mic for you to say eggs and milk and then bread, right? So these are the kind of things which you can empower. So, and then another feature we have, which is called Alexa Guard. I said it only listens for the wake word, all right? But if you have let's say you're going to say, Alexa, you leave your home and you want Alexa to listen for a couple of sound events like smoke alarm going off or someone breaking your glass, right? So it's like just to keep your peace of mind. So you can say Alexa on guard or I'm away, and then it can be listening for these sound events. And when you're home, you come out of that mode, right? So this is another one where you again gave controls in the hands of the user or the customer, and to enable some experience that is high utility and maybe even more delightful in the certain settings like follow-up mode and so forth. And again, this general principle is the same: control in the hands of the customer.
So I know we kind of a lot of philosophy and a lot of interesting topics, so we're just jumping all over the place. But really, some of the fascinating things that the Alexa team and Amazon is doing is in the algorithm side, the data side, the technology, the deep learning, machine learning, and so on. So, can you give a brief history of Alexa from the perspective of innovation, the algorithm, the data, how it was born, how it came to be, how it is grown, where it is today?
Yeah, it starts with in Amazon. Everything starts with the customer, and we have a process called working backwards. Alexa, and more specifically than the product Echo, there was a working backwards document essentially that reflected what it would be. Started with a very simple vision statement, for instance, that morphed into a full-fledged document. Along the way, it changed into what all it can do, right? But the inspiration was the Star Trek computer. So when you think of it that way, everything is possible, but when you launch a product, you have to start with some place. And when I joined, the product was already in conception, and we started working on the far field speech recognition because that was the first thing to solve. By that, we mean that you should be able to speak to the device from a distance. And in those days, that wasn't a common practice. And even in the previous research world I was in, was considered to be an unsolvable problem there in terms of whether you could converse from a length. And here I'm still talking about the first part of the problem where you say, get the attention of the device, as in by saying what we call the wake word, which means the word Alexa has to be detected with a very high accuracy because it is a very common word. It has sound units that map with words like I like you or I like Alex.
Yeah.
Right? So undoubtedly hard problem to detect the right mentions of Alexa's address to the device versus I like Alexa.
You have to pick up that signal when there's a lot of noise.
Not only
All
noise,
kinds
but
of
a lot of
background.
conversation in the house. Right? You remember on the device, you're simply listening for the wake word, Alexa. And there's a lot of words being spoken in the house. How do you know it's Alexa and directed at Alexa? Because I could say, I love my Alexa, I hate my Alexa, I want Alexa to do this. And in all these three sentences, I said Alexa, I didn't want it to wake up. And
Can I just pause on that
Yeah.
second? What would be your advice that I should probably, in the introduction of this conversation, give to people in terms of with them turning off their Alexa device if they're listening to this podcast conversation out loud? Like, what's the probability that an Alexa device will go off? Because we mentioned Alexa like a million times.
so it will, we have done a lot of different things where we can figure out that there is the device, the speech is coming from a human versus over the air. Also, I mean, in terms of like, also it is, think about ads or, so we have also launched a technology for watermarking kind of approaches in terms of filtering it out. But yes, if this kind of a podcast is happening, it's possible your device will wake up a few times.
Okay.
Right? It's an unsolved problem, but it is definitely something we care very much about.
But the idea is you want to detect Alexa.
Meant for the device.
First of all, just even hearing Alexa versus I like something. I mean, that's a fascinating part. So that was the first, really,
That's the first one.
the world's best detector of
First,
Alexa.
yeah, first world's best wake word detector, in a far field setting, not like something where the phone is sitting on the table. This is like people who have devices 40 feet away, like in my house, or 20 feet away, and still get an answer. So that was the first one. The next is, okay, you're speaking to the device. Of course, you're going to issue many different requests. Some may be simple, some may be extremely hard, but it's a large vocabulary speech recognition problem, essentially, where the audio is now not coming onto your phone or a handheld mic like this or a post-op mic, but it's from 20 feet away, where if you're in a busy household, your son may be listening to music, your daughter may be running around with something and asking your mom something and so forth, right? So this is like a common household setting where the words you're speaking to Alexa need to be recognized with the person, right? Now we're still just in the recognition problem. We haven't yet come to the understanding part, right?
Yes, and with the pause, I'm sorry, once again, what year was this? Is this before neural networks began to start to seriously prove themselves in the audio space?
Yeah, this is around, so I joined in 2013 in April, right? So the early research in neural networks coming back and showing some promising results in speech recognition space had started happening, but it was very early. But we just now build on that. On the very first thing we did when I joined and the team, remember it was a very much of a startup environment, which is great for Amazon. And we doubled down on deep learning right away. And we knew we'll have to improve accuracy fast. And because of that, we worked on at the scale of data. Once you have a device like this, if it is successful, will improve big time. Like you'll suddenly have large volumes of data to learn from to make the customer experience better. So how do you scale deep learning? So we did our one of the first works in in training with distributed GPUs, and where the training time was was linear in terms of like in the amount of data. So that was quite important work, where it was algorithmic improvements as well as lot of engineering improvements to be able to train on thousands and thousands of speech, and that was an important factor. So that, if you ask me, like back in 2013 and 2014 when we launched Echo, the combination of large-scale data, deep learning progress, near infinite GPUs we had available on AWS, even there, was all came together for us to be able to solve the far field speech recognition to the extent it could be useful to the customers. Still not solved, like I mean, it's not that we are perfect at recognizing speech, but we are great at it in terms of the settings that are in homes, right? So, and that was important even in the early stages.
But first of all, Stephen, I'm trying to look back at that time. If I remember correctly, it seems like the task would be pretty daunting. So like, so we kind of take it for granted that it works now.
Yes.
Right. So for me, like how, first of all, you mentioned startup. I wasn't familiar how big the team was. I know there's a lot of really smart people working on it. It's now a very, very large team. How big was the team? How likely were you to fail in the eyes of everyone else?
And ourselves.
And yourself. So like what?
I'll give you a very interesting anecdote on that. When I joined the team, the speech recognition team was 6 people. My first meeting, and we had a few more people, which was 10 people. 9 out of 10 people thought it can't be done. Right?
Who was the one?
The one was me. And actually, I should say, and one was semi-author.
Yeah.
And 8 were trying to convince, let's go to the management and say, let's not work on this problem. Let's work on some other problem, like either telephony speech for customer service calls and so forth. But this is the kind of belief you must have. And I had experience with far field speech recognition, and my eyes lit up when I saw a problem like that, saying, okay, we have been in speech recognition always looking for that killer app. And this was a killer use case to bring something delightful in the hands of customers.
You mentioned the way you kind of think about the product way in the future, have a press release and FAQ and you think backwards. Did the team have the Echo in mind? So this far field speech recognition, actually putting the thing in the home that works, that's able to interact with. Was that the press release? What was the
very close, I would say, in terms of the, as you said, the vision was start a computer, right?
Yeah.
So, or the inspiration. And from there, I can't divulge all the exact specifications, but one of the first things that was magical on Alexa was music. It brought me back to music because my taste was still when I was in undergrad. Right? So I still listened to those songs, and it was too hard for me to be a music fan with a phone, right? So I hate things in my ear. So from that perspective, it was quite hard, and music was part of the at least the Dr. Jackson, right? So from that perspective, I think yes, in terms of how far are we from the original vision? I can't reveal that, but that's why I have a ton of fun at work, because every day we go in and thinking like these are the new set of challenges to solve.
Yeah, it's a great way to do great engineering. Is to think of the press release. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll talk about it a bit later. It's just a super nice way to focus.
I'll tell you this: you're a scientist. A lot of my scientists have adopted that. They love it as a process, because it was very. As scientists, you're trained to write great papers, but they're all after you've done the research or you've proven them, and your PhD dissertation proposal is something that comes closest, or a DARPA proposal or an NSF proposal is the closest that comes to a press release. But that process is now ingrained in our scientists, which is like delightful for me to see.
You write the paper first and then make it happen.
That's right. I mean, in fact, that's not
state-of-the-art results.
or you leave the results section open, where you have a thesis about here's what I expect, right, and here's what it will change, right? So I think it is a great thing. It works for researchers as well.
So far field recognition.
Yeah.
What was the big leap? What were the breakthroughs in was that journey like today?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of skepticism on whether far-field speech recognition will ever work to be good at it, right? And what we first did was got a lot of training data in a far-field setting, and that was extremely hard to get because none of it existed. So how do you collect data in far-field setting, right?
With no customer base at
With
this
no
time.
customer base, right? So that was first innovation. And once we had that, the next thing was, okay, if you have the data, first of all, we didn't talk about like what would magical mean in this kind of a setting. What is good enough for customers, right? That's always, since you've never done this before, what would be magical? So it wasn't just a research problem. We had to put some, in terms of accuracy and customer experience features, some stakes on the ground saying, here's where I think it should get to. So you established a bar, and then how do you measure progress toward given you have no customer right now? So from that perspective, we went. So first was the data without customers. Second was doubling down on deep learning as a way to learn, and I can just tell you that the combination of the two cut our error rates by a factor of 5 from where we were when I started to within 6 months of having that data. We at that point I got the conviction that this would work, right? So because that was magical in terms of when it started working, and
That reached the magic
That's
bar, came close to the magic bar.
that to the bar, right? That we felt would be where people will use it, which was critical. Because you only have one chance at this. If we had launched in November 2014, is when we launched. If it was below the bar, I don't think this category exists if you don't meet the bar.
Yeah, and just having looked at voice-based interactions like in the car or earlier systems, it's a source of huge frustration for people. In fact, we use voice-based interaction for collecting data on subjects to measure frustration. So as a training set for computer vision, for face data, so we can get a data set of frustrated people. That's the best way to get frustrated people is having them interact with a voice-based system in the car. So that bar, and that is pretty high.
Was very high, and we talked about how also errors are perceived from AIs versus errors by humans. But we're not done with the problems that ended up we had to solve to get it alone. So we want the next one.
Yeah.
So the next one was what I think of as multi-domain natural language understanding. It's very, I wouldn't say easy, but it is during those days, solving it, understanding in one domain, a narrow domain, was doable. But for these multiple domains like music, like information, other kinds of household productivity, alarms, timers, even though it wasn't as big as it is in terms of the number of skills Alexa has in the confusion space has like grown by 3 orders of magnitude, it was still daunting even those days. And again, no customer base. So now you're looking at meaning understanding and intent understanding and taking actions on behalf of customers based on their requests. And that is the next hard problem. Even if you've gotten the words recognized, how do you make sense of them? In those days, there was still a lot of emphasis on rule-based systems for writing grammar patterns to understand the intent. But we had a statistical first with them, where for language understanding we had in those starting days an entity recognizer and an intent classifier, which was all trained statistically. In fact, we had to build the deterministic matching as a follow-up to fixed box that statistical models have, right? So it was just a different mindset where we focused on data-driven statistical understanding.
Wins in the end,
It was contingent on that. That's why it came back to how do you get the data. Before customers, the fact that this is why data becomes crucial to get to the point that you have the understanding system built up. And notice that for human, we're talking about human-machine dialogue, and even those early days, even it was very much transactional, do one thing, one shot at this is great way. There was a lot of debate on how much should Alexa talk back in terms of if misunderstood you, or you said play songs by the Stones, and let's say it doesn't know, 30 days, knowledge can be sparse. Who are the Stones, right? The Rolling Stones,
Yeah.
right? So, and you don't want the match to be Stone Temple Pilots or Rolling Stones, right? So you don't know which one it is. So these kind of other signals to, there we had great assets, right, from Amazon in terms of
UX. Like, what kind of, yeah, how do you solve that problem?
in terms of what we think of it as an entity resolution problem, right? So,
Oh,
which one is it, right? I mean, even if you figured out the Stones as an entity, you have to resolve it to whether it's the Stones or the Stone Temple Pilots or some other Stones.
Maybe I misunderstood. Is the resolution the job of the algorithm, or is the job of UX communicating with the human to help us?
Well, there is both, right? This lot you want 90% or high 90s to be done without any further questioning, right? So, but that is absolutely okay. Just like as humans, we ask the question, I didn't understand you guys. It's fine for Alexa to occasionally say, I did not understand you, right? And that's an important way to learn. And I'll talk about where we have come with more self-learning, these kind of feedback signals. But in those days, just solving the ability of understanding the intent and resolving to an action, where action could be play a particular artist or a particular song, was super hard. Again, the bar was high as we are talking about, right? So while we launched it in sort of 13 big domains, I would say, in terms of our, we think of it as 13 big skills we had, like music is a massive one when we launched it, and now we have 19,000 plus skills on Alexa.
So what are the big skills do you use to grow? The only thing I use it for is music, weather, and shopping.
So we think of it as music information, right? So weather is a part of information, right? So when we launched, we didn't have smart home, but with its by smart home I mean connect your smart devices, you control them with voice. If you haven't done it, it's worth. It'll change
Like
your life.
turning on the lights.
Yeah, turning on your lights to anything that's connected and has a. It's just
What's your favorite smart device for you?
like light.
Like,
And now you have a smart plug, and you don't. We also have this Echo plug, which is.
oh yeah, you can plug in anything.
And now you can turn that one on and off.
I use this conversation motivation.
The garage door, you can check your status of the garage door and things like that. We have gone make Alexa more and more proactive, where it even has hunches that or looks hunches like you left your light on. Let's say you've gone to your bed and you left the garage light on. So it will help you out in these settings, right? So
That's smart devices. Information, smart devices, said music.
So I don't remember everything we had,
Yeah,
but alarms,
those are the big
timers were the big ones. Like that was the timers were very popular. Right, music also like play song, artist, album, everything. And so that was like a clear win in terms of customer experience. So that's again, this is language understanding. Now things have evolved, right? So where we want Alexa definitely to be more accurate, competent, trustworthy based on how well it does these core things. But we have evolved in very different dimensions. First is what I think of it as more conversational for high utility, not just for chat, right? And there at Remars this year, which is our AI conference, we launched what is called Alexa Conversations. That is providing the ability for developers to author multi-turn experiences on Alexa with no code, essentially, in terms of the dialogue code. Initially, it was like, all these IVR systems. You have to fully author if the customer says this, do that, right? So the whole dialogue flow is hand authored. And with Alexa Conversations, the way it is that you just provide a sample interaction data with your service or an API, let's say your Atom tickets that provides a service for buying movie tickets. You provide a few examples of how your customers will interact with your APIs. And then the dialog flow is automatically constructed using a recurrent neural network trained on that data. So that simplifies the developer experience. We just launched a review for the developers to try this capability out. And then the second part of it, which shows even increased utility for customers, is you and I, when we interact with Alexa or any customer, as I'm coming back to our initial part of the conversation, the goal is often unclear. or unknown to the AI. If I say, Alexa, what movies are playing nearby? Am I trying to just buy movie tickets? Am I actually even, do you think I'm looking for just movies for curiosity, whether the Avengers is still in theater or when it's, maybe it's gone and maybe it will come on my list, so I may watch it on Prime. That happened to me. So from that perspective now, you're looking into what is my goal? And let's say I now complete the movie ticket purchase. Maybe I would like to get dinner nearby. Uh, so what is really the goal here? Is it night out or is it movies? As in just go watch a movie? The answer is we don't know. So can Alexa now figure we have the intelligence that I think this meta goal is really night out, or at least say to the customer when you've completed the purchase of movie tickets from Atom Tickets or Fandango or pick your own one. Then the next thing is, do you want to get an Uber to the theater, right? Or do you want to book a restaurant next to it? And then not ask the same information over and over again. What time? What? How many people in your party? Right. So this is where you shift the cognitive burden from the customer to the AI, where it's thinking of what is your. It anticipates your goal and takes the next best action to complete it. Now that's the machine learning problem. But essentially, the way we solved this first instance, and we have a long way to go to make it scale to everything possible in the world. But at least for this situation, it is from at every instance, Alexa is making the determination whether it should stick with the experience with Atom Tickets or offer or you based on what you say, whether either you've completed the interaction or you said no, get me an Uber now, so it will shift context into another experience or step on another service. So that's a dynamic decision making that's making Alexa, you can say, more conversational for the benefit of the customer rather than simply complete transactions which are well thought through. You as a customer has fully specified what you want to be accomplished. It's accomplishing.
So it's kind of as you do this with pedestrians, like intent modeling is predicting what your possible goals are and most likely go, and then switching that depending on the things you say. My question is it seems maybe it's a dumb question, but it would help a lot if Alexa remembered me, what I had said previously.
Right.
Is it trying to use some memory for the customer?
It is using a lot of memory within that. So right now, not so much in terms of, okay, which restaurant do you prefer? Right, that is a more long-term memory, but within the short-term memory, within the session, it is remembering how many people did you. So if you said buy 4 tickets, now it has made an implicit assumption that you need at least 4 seats at a restaurant, right? So these are the kind of context it's preserving between these skills, but within that session. But you're asking the right question in terms of for it to be more and more useful, it has to have more long-term memory. And that's also an open question. And again, this is still early.
So for me, I mean, everybody's different, but yeah, I'm definitely not representative of the general population in the sense that I do the same thing every day. Like I eat the same, I do everything the same, do the same thing. Wearing the same thing clearly. This with the black shirt. So it's frustrating when Alexa doesn't get what I'm saying because I have to correct her every time the exact same way. This has to do with certain songs, right? She doesn't know certain movie songs and doesn't know. Complain to Spotify about this. Talk to the RG headquarters of Spotify. It's Stairway to Heaven. I have to correct it every time.
Really?
Doesn't play Led Zeppelin correctly. It plays cover of Let's Stairway to Heaven. So
you should send me your next time it fails. Feel free to send it to me. We'll take care of it.
Okay. Well,
because Led Zeppelin is one of my favorite brands. It works for me, so I'm like shocked it doesn't work.
It's an official plug report. I'll make it public. We're gonna retweet it. I'm gonna fix the Stairway to Heaven. Anyway, but the point is, I'm pretty boring and do the same thing, but I'm sure most people do the same set of things. Do you see Alexa utilizing that in the future for improving experience?
Yes, and not only utilizing, it's already doing some of it. We call it more, where Alexa is becoming more self-learning. So uh, Alexa is now auto-correcting millions and millions of utterances in the US without any human supervision. The way it does it is, let's take an example of a particular song that worked for you. What do you do next? You either played the wrong song and you said, Alexa, no, that's not the song I want, or you say, Alexa, play that you try it again. And that is a signal to Alexa that she may have done something wrong. And from that perspective, we can learn if there's that failure pattern or that action of song A was played when song B was requested. It's very common with station names because play NPR, you can have N be confused as an M, and then you, for a certain accent like mine, people confuse my N and M all the time. And because I have a Indian accent, they're confusable to use. It is for Alexa too. And in that part, when it starts autocorrecting, and we we correct a lot of these automatically without a human looking at the figures.
Yeah, so the one of the things that's for me missing in Alexa, I don't know from a representative customer, but every time I correct it, it would be nice to know that that made a difference.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like the sort of like I heard you.
So some acknowledgement of that.
We work a lot with Tesla, studying autopilot and so on. And a large amount of customers that use Tesla autopilot, they feel like they're always teaching the system. They're almost excited by the possibility of they're teaching. I don't know if Alexa customers generally think of it as they're teaching to improve the system. And that's a really powerful thing.
It's, I would say it's a spectrum. Some customers do think that way, and some would be annoyed by Alexa acknowledging that. So there's again, no one, while there are certain patterns, not everyone's the same in this way. But we believe that, again, customers helping Alexa is a tenet for us in terms of improving. And so more self-learning is by, again, this is like fully unsupervised, right? There is no human in the loop and no labeling happening. And based on your as a customer, Alexa becomes smarter. Again, it's early days, but I think this whole area of teachable AI is going to get bigger and bigger in space, especially in the AI assistant space. So that's the second part where I mentioned more conversational. This is more self-learning. The third is more natural. And the way I think of more natural is we talked about how Alexa sounds. And we've done a lot of advances in our text-to-speech by using neural network technology for it to sound very human-like.
And the individual texture of the sound, the timing, the tone,
Everything. I would think in terms of there's a lot of controls in each of the places for the speed of the voice, the prosthetic patterns, the actual smoothness of how it sounds. All of those are factored. We do a ton of listening tests to make sure but naturalness, how it sounds should be very natural. How it understands requests is also very important. And in terms of we have 95,000 skills, and if we have, imagine that in many of these skills, you have to remember the skill name. Say Alexa, ask the tide skill to tell me X, right? Or now, if you remember the skill name, that means the discovery and the interaction is unnatural, and we are trying to solve that by what we think of as again. This was you don't have to have the app metaphor here. These are not individual apps, right? Even though you're not sort of opening one at a time and interacting. So it should be seamless because it's voice. And when it's voice, you have to be able to understand these requests independent of the specificity, like a skill. And to do that, what we have done is again build a deep learning-based capability where we shortlist a bunch of skills when you say, Alexa, get me a car, and then to figure it out, okay, it's meant for an Uber skill versus a Lyft, or based on your preferences. Then you can rank the responses from the skill and then choose the best response for the customer. So that's on the more natural. Other examples of more natural is you were talking about lists, for instance, and you don't want to say Alexa add milk, Alexa add eggs. Alexa, add cookies. No, Alexa, add cookies, and it's and that one shot, right? So that works. That helps with the naturalness. We talked about memory, like if you said, you can say, Alexa, remember, have to go to mom's house, or you may have entered a calendar through your calendar that's linked to Alexa. You don't want to remember whether it's in my calendar or did I tell you to remember something or some other reminder, right? So you have to now, independent of how customers create these events, it should just say, Alexa, when do you have to go to mom's house? And it tells you when you have to go to mom's house.
That's a fascinating problem. Who is that problem on? So there's people who create skills. Who's who's tasked with integrating all of that knowledge together so the skills become seamless? Is it the creators of the skills, or is it an infrastructure that Alexa provides broadly?
It's both. I think the large problem in terms of making sure your skill quality is high, that has to be done by our tools because so these skills, just to put the context, they are built through Alexa Skills Kit, which is a self-serve way of building an experience on Alexa. It's just like any developer in the world could go to Alexa Skills Kit and build an experience on Alexa. Like a Domino's, you can build a Domino's kit, for instance, that does pizza. When you've authored that, do you want to now, if people say Alexa open Domino's or Alexa ask Domino's to get a particular type of pizza, that will work, but the discovery is hard. You can't just say, Alexa, get me a pizza and then Alexa figures out what to do. That latter part is definitely our responsibility in terms of when the request is not fully specified. How do you figure out what's the best skill or a service that can fulfill the customer's request? And it completely wrong. Imagine going to the situation I said, which was the night out planning, that the goal could be more than that individual request that came. A pizza ordering could mean a nighting, where you're having an event with your kids in your house, and this is welcome to the world of conversational AI.
This is super exciting because it's not the academic problem of NLP, natural language processing, understanding, dialogue. This is like real world. And the stakes are high in the sense that customers get frustrated quickly, people get frustrated quickly, so you have to get it right. You have to get the interaction right. So it's, I love it. But so from that perspective, what are the challenges today? What are the problems that really need to be solved?
Yes, I think first and foremost, as I mentioned, that get the basics right are still true. Basically, even the one-shot request, which we think of as transaction request, needs to work magically. No question about that. If it doesn't turn your light on and off, you'll be super frustrated. Even if I can complete the night out for you and not do that, that is unacceptable as a customer, right? So that you have to get the foundational understanding going very well. The second aspect, when I said more conversational, is, as you imagine, is more about reasoning. It is really about figuring out what the latent goal is of the customer based on what I have the information now and the history. What's the next best thing to do? So that's a complete reasoning and decision-making problem. Just like your self-driving car, but the goal is still finite. Here, it evolves. Your environment is super hard in self-driving, and the cost of a mistake is huge. But there are certain similarities. But if you think about how many decisions Alexa is making or evaluating at any given time, it's a huge hypothesis space. And we're only talked about so far about what I think of reactive decision in terms of you ask for something and Alexa is reacting to it. If you bring the proactive part, which is Alexa having hunches, so any given instance that it's really a decision at any given point based on the information. Alexa has to determine what's the best thing it needs to do. So these are the ultimate AI problem for decision based on information.
Do you think, from my perspective, I work a lot with sensing your face. Do you think and we touched this topic a little bit earlier, but do you think there'll be a day soon when Alexa can also look at you to help improve the quality of the hunch it has, or at least detect frustration, or detect, improve the quality of its perception of what what you're trying to do.
Let me again bring back to what it already does. We talked about how based on you when Alexa clearly it's a very high probability it must have done something wrong. That's why you watch it. The next extension of whether frustration is a signal or not, of course, is a natural thought in terms of how that should be a signal to it.
You can get that from voice.
You can get from voice, but it's very hard. Like, I mean, frustration as a signal, historically, if you think about emotions of different kinds, there's a whole field of affective computing, something that MIT has also done that research in, is super hard. And you're now talking about a far field device, as in you're talking to a distance, noisy environment. And in that environment, it needs to have a good sense for your emotions. This is a very, very hard problem.
But you haven't shared it with hard problems. So deep learning has been at the core of a lot of this technology. Are you optimistic about the current deep learning approaches to solving the hardest aspects of what we're talking about? Or do you think there will come a time where new ideas need to, if you look at reasoning, the OpenAI DeepMind, a lot of folks are now starting to work in reasoning, trying to see how to make neural networks reason. Do you see that new approaches need to be invented to take the next big leap?
Absolutely. I think there has to be a lot more investment in, I think, in many different ways. And there are these, I would say, nuggets of research forming in a good way, like learning with less data or like zero-shot learning, one-shot learning.
And the active learning stuff you talked about is
transfer learning is also super critical, especially when you're thinking about applying knowledge from one task to another or one language to another, right? It's really right. So these are great pieces. Deep learning has been useful too, and now we are sort of marrying deep learning with transfer learning and active learning. Of course, that's more straightforward in terms of applying deep learning and active learning setup. But I do think in terms of now looking into more reasoning-based approaches is going to be key for our next wave of the technology. But there is a good news. The good news is that I think for keeping on to delight customers, that a lot of it can be done by prediction tasks. So we haven't exhausted that. So we don't need to give up on the deep learning approaches for that. So that's just I wanted sort of
creating a rich, fulfilling, amazing experience that makes Amazon a lot of money and everybody a lot of money because it does awesome things. Deep learning is enough. The point.
I don't think so. No, I wouldn't say deep learning is enough. I think for the purposes of Alexa accomplish the task for customers, I'm saying there are still a lot of things we can do with prediction-based approaches that do not reason. Right? I'm not saying that, and we haven't exhausted those, but for the kind of high utility experiences that I'm personally passionate about of what Alexa needs to do, reasoning has to be solved to the same extent as you can think of natural language understanding and speech recognition. To the understanding of intent has been how accurate it has become. But reasoning, we are very, very, very good.
Let me ask it another way. How hard of a problem do you think that is?
Hardest of them. I would say hardest of them because, again, the hypothesis space of is really, really large. And when you go back in time, like you were saying, I want Alexa to remember more things. That once you go beyond a session of interaction, which is by session I mean a time span, which is today, to versus remember which restaurant I like, and then when I'm planning a night out to say, do you want to go to the same restaurant? Now you're up the stakes big time, and this is where the reasoning dimension also goes way, way big.
Do you think the space? We'll be elaborating that a little bit. Just philosophically speaking, do you think when you reason about trying to model what the goal of a person is in the context of interacting with Alexa, do you think that space is huge? It's huge. Absolutely. Do you think so? Like another, the devil's advocate would be that we human beings are really simple and we're all one, like just a small set of things. So do you think it's possible? Because we're not talking about a fulfilling general conversation. Perhaps actually the Alexa Prize is a little bit
It
more
is.
after that. Creating a customer, like there's so many of the interactions, it feels like are clustered in groups that are don't require general music.
I think, yeah, you're right in terms of the head of the distribution of all the possible things customers may want to accomplish. But the tail is long and it's diverse, right? So from
There's
that,
many long tails.
so from that perspective, I think you have to solve that problem. Otherwise, and everyone's very different. Like I mean, we see this already in terms of the skills, right? I mean, if you're an avid surfer, which I am not, right? But somebody is asking Alexa about surfing conditions, right? And there's a skill that is there for them to get to, right? That tells you that the team is massive, like in terms of like what kind of skills people have created. It's humongous in terms of it, and which means there are these diverse needs. And when you start looking at the combinations of these, right, even if you have pairs of skills and 90,000 troops too, it's still a big kind of combinations. So I'm saying there's like huge to do here now. And I think customers are wonderfully frustrated with things and they have to keep getting to do better things for them. So
And they're not known to be super patient, so you have to
it's fast.
you have to do fast. So you mentioned the idea of a press release, the research and development, Amazon, Alexa, and Amazon General. You kind of think of what the future product will look like, and you kind of make it happen, you work backwards. So can you draft for me, you probably already have one, can you make up one for 10, 20, 30, 40 years out that you see the Alexa team putting out? Just in broad strokes, something that you could.
I think let's start with the 5 years first. Right? So, and I'll get to the 40s to
So pretty
too
sure
hard
you
to
have
think.
a real 5 year one. We have in broad strokes. Let's start with
I think 5 years is where, I mean, I think of in these spaces, it's hard, especially if you're in the thick of things, to think beyond the 5 year space because a lot of things change, right? I mean, if you ask me 5 years back, will Alexa will be here? I would have, I think it has surpassed my imagination at that time, right? So I think that from the next 5 years perspective, from a AI perspective, what we're going to see is that notion which you said, goal-oriented dialogues and open domain like Alexa Prize. I think that bridge is going to get closed. They won't be different, and I'll give you why that's the case. You mentioned shopping. How do you shop? Do you shop in one shot? Sure, your AA batteries, paper towels. Yes. How long does it take for you to buy a camera? You do a ton of research, then you make a decision. So is that a goal-oriented dialogue when somebody says, Alexa, find me a camera? Is it simply inquisitiveness? Right? So even in the something that you think of it as shopping, which you said you yourself use a lot. If you go beyond where it's reorders or items where you sort of are not brand conscious and so forth, that was just in shopping.
Yeah, just to comment quickly, I've never bought anything through Alexa that I haven't bought before on Amazon on the desktop after I clicked on a bunch and read a bunch of reviews, that kind of stuff. So it's repurchase.
So now you think in even for something that you felt like is a finite goal, I think the space is huge because even products, the attributes are many. Like you want to look at reviews, some on Amazon, some outside, some you want to look at what CNET is saying or another consumer forum is saying about even a product, for instance, right? So that's just shopping where you could argue the ultimate goal is sort of no. And we haven't talked about Alexa, what's the weather in Cape Cod this week, right? So why am I asking that weather question, right? So I think of it as how do you complete goals with minimum steps for our customers, right? And when you think of it that way, the distinction between goal-oriented and conversations for open domain's sake goes away. I may want to know what happened in the presidential debate, right? And is it I'm seeking just information, or I'm looking at who's winning the debates, right? So these are all quite hard problems. So even the 5-year horizon problem, and like I sure hope we'll solve these.
And you're optimistic because that's the hard problem.
Which one?
The reasoning enough to be able to help explore complex goals that are beyond something simplistic. That feels like it could be, well, 5 years is a nice.
It's a nice spot for it, right? I think you will. It's a nice ambition, and do we have press releases for that? Absolutely. Can I tell you what specifically? Absolutely no. Right? And what and will we solve all of it in the 5 year space? No. This is we'll work on this forever. Actually, this is the hardest of the AI problems, and I don't see that being solved even in a 40-year horizon, because even if you limit to the human intelligence, we know we are quite far from it. In fact, every aspect of our sensing to neural processing to how the brain stores information, how it processes it, we don't yet know how to represent knowledge, right? So we are still in those early stages. So I wanted to start, that's why, at the 5 year, because the 5 year success would look like that, and solving these complex goals. And the 40-year would be where it's just natural to talk to these in terms of more of these complex goals. Right now, we've already come to the point where these transactions you mentioned of asking for weather or reordering something, or listening to your favorite tune, it's natural for you to ask Alexa. It's now unnatural to pick up your phone, right? And that, I think, is the first 5 year transformation. The next 5 year transformation would be, okay, I can plan my weekend with Alexa, or I can plan my next meal with Alexa, or my next night out with Seamless.
So just to pause and look back at the big picture of it all. This is you're a part of a large team that's creating a system that's in the home, that's not human, that gets to interact with human beings. So we human beings, we these descendants of apes, have created an artificial intelligence system that's able to have conversations. I mean that to me, the two most transformative robots of this century, I think, will be autonomous vehicles, but they're a little bit transformative in a more boring way. It's like a tool. I think conversational agents in the home is like an experience. How does that make you feel? That you're at the center of creating that. Do you sit back in awe sometimes? What is your what's your feeling about the whole mess? Like, can you even believe that we're able to create something like this?
I think it's a privilege. I'm so fortunate, like where I ended up, right? And it's been a long journey. Like I've been in this space for a long time in Cambridge, right? And it's so heartwarming to see the kind of adoption conversational agents are having now. 5 years back, it was almost like, should I move out of this because we are unable to find this killer application that customers would love, that would not simply be a good to have thing in research labs. And it's so fulfilling to see it make a difference to millions and billions of people worldwide. The good thing is that it's still very early. So I have another 20 years of job security doing what I love. Like, so I think from that perspective, I tell every researcher this that joins, or every member of my team, that this is a unique privilege. Like, I think, and we have, I would say, not just launching Alexa in 2014, which was first of its kind. Along the way, we have, when we launched Alexa Skills Kit, it became democratizing AI. When before that, there was no good evidence of an SDK for speech and language. Now we are coming to this where you and I are having this conversation, where I'm not saying, oh, next, planning a night out with an AI agent, impossible. I'm saying it's in the realm of possibility, and not only possibility, we'll be launching this, right? So some elements of that, it will keep getting better. We know that is a universal truth. Once you have these kind of agents out there being used, they get better for your customers. And I think that's where I think the amount of research topics we are throwing out at budding researchers is just gonna be exponentially hard. And the great thing is you can now get immense satisfaction by having customers you with, not just a paper and your reps or another conference.
I think everyone, myself included, are deeply excited about that future. So it is a better place to go here.
Thank you so much.
This was fun.
Thank you. Same here.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Rohit Prasad. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from the great Alan Turing. Sometimes it is the people no one can imagine anything of who do the things no one can imagine. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Michael Stevens, the creator of Vsauce, one of the most popular educational YouTube channels in the world, with over 15 million subscribers and over 1.7 billion views. His videos often ask and answer questions that are both profound and entertaining, spanning topics from physics to psychology. Popular questions include, what if everyone jumped at once? Or what if the sun disappeared? Or why are things creepy? Or what if the earth stopped spinning? As part of his channel, he created 3 seasons of Minefield, a series that explored human behavior. His curiosity and passion are contagious and inspiring to millions of people. So as an educator, his impact and contribution to the world is truly immeasurable. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, simply connect with me on Twitter. I'm Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also is a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of the stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used with maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Michael Stevens. One of your deeper interests is psychology, understanding human behavior. You've pointed out how messy studying human behavior is, and that it's far from the scientific rigor of something like physics, for example. Why do you think we can take psychology from where it's been in the 20th century to something more like what the physicists, theoretical physicists are doing, something precise, something rigorous?
Well, we could do it by finding the physical foundations of psychology, right? If all of our emotions and moods and feelings and behaviors are the result of mechanical behaviors of atoms and molecules in our brains, then can we find correlations? Perhaps like chaos makes that really difficult, and the uncertainty principle and all these things. So we can't know the position and the velocity of every single quantum state in the brain, probably. But with psychology, then we can start to think about consciousness in a physical and mathematical way. When we ask questions like, well, what is self-reference? How can you think about yourself thinking? What are some mathematical structures that could bring that about?
There's ideas of, in terms of consciousness and breaking it down into physics, there's ideas of panpsychism where people believe that whatever consciousness is a fundamental part of reality. It's almost like a physics law. Do you think, what's your views on consciousness? Do you think it has this deep a part of reality, or is it something that's deeply human and constructed by us humans?
Starting nice and light and easy.
Nothing I asked you today has an actually proven answer, so
Yeah,
we're
right.
just hypothesizing.
So yeah, and I should clarify, this is all speculation, and I'm not an expert in any of these topics, and I'm not God.
Yeah.
But I think that consciousness is probably something that can be fully explained within the laws of physics. I think that our bodies and brains and the universe and at the quantum level is so rich and complex. I'd be surprised if we couldn't find a room for consciousness there. And why should we be conscious? Why are we aware of ourselves? That is a very strange and interesting and important question. And I think for the next few thousand years, we're going to have to believe in answers purely on faith. But my guess is that we will find that within the configuration space of possible arrangements of the universe, there are some that contain memories of others. It literally, Julian Barber calls them time capsule states, where you're like, yeah, not only do I have a scratch on my arm, but also this state of the universe also contains a memory in my head of being scratched by my cat 3 days ago. And for some reason, those kinds of states of the universe are more plentiful or more likely.
When you say those states, the ones that contain memories of his past, or ones that contain memories of his past and have degrees of consciousness?
Just the first part, because I think the consciousness that emerges from the fact that a state of the universe that contains fragments or memories of other states is one where you're going to feel like there's time. You're going to feel like, yeah, things happened in the past. And I don't know what'll happen in the future because these states don't contain information about the future. For some reason, those kind of states are either more common, more plentiful, or you can use the anthropic principle and just say, well, they're extremely rare. But until you are in one, or if you are in one, then you can ask questions like you're asking me on this podcast. So,
Why questions?
but yeah, it's like, why are we conscious? Well, because if we weren't, we wouldn't be asking why we were.
You've kind of implied that you have a sense, again, hypothesis, theorizing that the universe is deterministic. What's your thoughts about free will? Do you think of the universe as deterministic in the sense that it's unrolling in particular, that it's operating under a specific set of physical laws, and when you have set the initial conditions, it will unroll in the exact same way in our particular line of the universe every time?
That is a very useful way to think about the universe. It's done as well. It's brought us to the moon. It's brought us to where we are today, right? I would not say that I believe in determinism in that kind of an absolute form. Or actually, I just don't care. Maybe it's true, but I'm not going to live my life like it is.
What, in your sense, because you've studied kind of how we humans think of the world, what's, in your view, is the difference between our perception, like how we think the world is, and reality? You think there's a huge gap there? Like we delude ourselves and the whole thing is an illusion? It's just everything about human psychology, the way we see things, and how things actually are. All the things you studied, what's your sense? How big is the gap in reality?
Well, again, purely speculative. I think that we will never know the answer. We cannot know the answer. There is no experiment to find an answer to that question. Everything we experience is an event in our brain. When I look at a cat, I'm not even, I can't prove that there's a cat there. All I am experiencing is the perception of a cat inside my own brain. I am only a witness to the events of my mind. I think it is very useful to infer that if I witness the event of cat in my head, it's because I'm looking at a cat that is literally there and has its own feelings and motivations and should be pet and given food and water and love. I think that's the way you should live your life. But whether or not we live in a simulation of the brain in a bat, I don't know.
Do you care?
I don't really, well, I care because it's a fascinating question.
Right.
And it's a fantastic way to get people excited about all kinds of topics, physics, psychology, consciousness, philosophy. But at the end of the day, what would the difference be? If you,
The cat needs to be fed at the end of the day, otherwise it'll be a dead cat.
right, but if it's not even a real cat, then it's just like a video game cat. And, right, so what's the difference between killing a digital cat in a video game because of neglect versus a real cat? It seems very different to us psychologically. Like, I don't really feel bad about, oh my gosh, I forgot to feed my Tamagotchi, right? But I would feel terrible if I forgot to feed my actual cats.
So, can you just touch on the topic of simulation? Do you find this thought experiment that we're living in a simulation useful, inspiring, or constructive in any kind of way? Do you think it's ridiculous? Do you think it could be true? Or is it just a useful thought experiment?
I think it is extremely useful as a thought experiment because it makes sense to everyone, especially as we see virtual reality and computer games getting more and more complex. You're not talking to an audience in like Newton's time, where you're like, imagine a clock that has mechanics in it that are so complex that it can create love. And everyone's like, no. But today, if you really start to feel, man, at what point is this little robot friend of mine going to be like someone I don't want to cancel plans with, And so it's a great, the thought experiment of do we live in a simulation? Am I a brain in a vat that is just being given electrical impulses from some nefarious other beings so that I believe that I live on Earth and that I have a body and all of this? And the fact that you can't prove it either way is a fantastic way to introduce people to some of the deepest questions.
So, you mentioned a little buddy that you would want to cancel an appointment with. So, that's a lot of our conversations. That's what my research is. It's artificial intelligence. And I apologize, but you're such a fun person to ask these big questions with.
Well, I hope I can give some answers that are interesting.
Well, because of you've sharpened your brain's ability to explore some of the questions that many scientists are actually afraid of even touching, which is fascinating. I think you're, in that sense, ultimately a great scientist through this process of sharpening your brain.
Well, I don't know if I am a scientist. I think, science is a way of knowing. And there are a lot of questions I investigate that are not scientific questions. On like my field, we have definitely done scientific experiments and studies that had hypotheses and all of that. But, not to be too precious about what does the word science mean. But I think I would just describe myself as curious. And I hope that curiosity is contagious.
So to you, the scientific method is deeply connected to science because your curiosity took you to asking questions. To me, asking a good question, even if you feel society feels that it's not a question within the reach of science currently, to me, asking the question is the biggest step of the scientific process. The scientific method is the second part, and that may be what traditionally is called science. But to me, asking the questions, being brave enough to ask the questions, being curious and not constrained by what you're supposed to think, is just truly what it means to be a scientist.
It's certainly a huge part of what it means to be a human. If I were to say, you know what, I don't believe in forces. I think that when I push on a massive object, a ghost leaves my body and enters the object I'm pushing. And these ghosts happen to just get really lazy when they're around massive things. And that's why F equals NA. Oh, and by the way, the laziness of the ghost is in proportion to the mass of the object. So, boom, prove me wrong. Every experiment, well, you can never find the ghost. And so, none of that even is scientific. But once I start saying, can I see the ghost? Why should there be a ghost? And if there aren't ghosts, what might I expect? And I start to do different tests to see, is this falsifiable? Are there things that should happen if there are ghosts, or are there things that shouldn't happen? And do they, what do I observe? Now I'm thinking scientifically. I don't think of science as, wow, a picture of a black hole. That's just a photograph. That's an image. That's data. That's a sensory and perceptual experience. Science is how we got that and how we understand it and how we believe in it and how we reduce our uncertainty around what it means.
But I would say I'm deeply within the scientific community, and I'm sometimes disheartened by the elitism of the thinking. So it's not allowing yourself to think outside the box. So allowing the possibility of going against the conventions of science, I think is a beautiful part of some of the greatest sciences of history.
I don't know. I'm impressed by scientists every day. And revolutions in our knowledge of the world occur only under very special circumstances. It is very scary to challenge conventional thinking and risky, because let's go back to elitism and ego, right? If you just say, you know what, I believe in the spirits of my body, and all forces are actually created by invisible creatures that transfer themselves between objects. If you ridicule every other theory and say that you're correct, then ego gets involved and you just don't go anywhere. But fundamentally, the question of, well, what is a force, is incredibly important. We need to have that conversation, but it needs to be done in this very political way of like, let's be respectful of everyone and let's realize that we're all learning together and not shutting out other people. And so when you look at a lot of revolutionary ideas, they were not accepted right away. And, Galileo had a couple of problems with the authorities, and later thinkers, Descartes was like, all right, look, I kind of agree with Galileo, but I'm going to have to not say that. I'll have to create and invent and write different things that keep me from being in trouble, but we still slowly make progress.
The revolutions are difficult in all forms, certainly in science. Before we get to AI, on topic of revolutionary ideas, let me ask, on Reddit AMA, you said that, is the Earth flat? Is one of the favorite questions you ever answered.
Yeah.
Speaking of revolutionary ideas, so your video on that, people should definitely watch. It's really fascinating. Can you elaborate why you enjoyed answering these questions so much?
Yeah, well, it's a long story. I remember a long time ago, I was living in New York at the time, so it had to have been like 2009 or something. I visited the Flat Earth forums, and this was before flat Earth theories became as sort of mainstream as they are.
Sorry to ask the dumb question. Forums, online forums.
Yeah, the Flat Earth Society, I don't know if it's .com or .org, but I went there and I was reading, their ideas, how they responded to typical criticisms of, well, the Earth isn't flat because what about this? And I could not tell, and I mentioned this in my video, I couldn't tell how many of these community members actually believed the Earth was flat or were just trolling. And I realized that the fascinating thing is, how do we know anything? And what makes for a good belief versus a maybe not so tenable or good belief? And so that's really what my video about Earth being flat is about. It's about, look, there are a lot of reasons the Earth is probably not flat. But a flat Earth believer can respond to every single one of them. But it's all in an ad hoc way. And all of the rebuttals aren't necessarily going to form a cohesive, non-contradictory whole. And I believe that's the episode where I talk about Occam's razor and Newton's flaming laser sword. And then I say, well, you know what? Wait a second. We know that space contracts as you move. And so to a particle moving near the speed of light towards Earth, Earth would be flattened in the direction of that particle's travel. So to them, Earth is flat. Like, we need to be, really generous to even wild ideas because they're all thinking. They're all the communication of ideas. And what else can it mean to be a human?
Yeah, and I think I'm a huge fan of the flat Earth theory, quote unquote, in the sense that to me it feels harmless to explore some of the questions of what it means to believe something, what it means to explore the edge of science and so on. Because to me, nobody gets hurt whether the Earth is flat or round, not literally, but intellectually when we're just having a conversation. That said, again, to elitism, I find that scientists roll their eyes way too fast on the flat Earth. The kind of dismissal that I see to this even notion, they haven't sat down and say what are the arguments that are being proposed, and this is why these arguments are incorrect. That should be something that scientists should always do, even to the most sort of ideas that seem ridiculous. I like this. It's almost my test when I ask people what they think about flat Earth theory to see how quickly they roll their eyes.
Let me go on record.
Yeah.
And say that the Earth is not flat. It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything. It just reduces uncertainty. Could the Earth actually be flat? Extremely unlikely. Extremely unlikely. And so it is a ridiculous notion if we care about how probable and certain our ideas might be. But I think it's incredibly important to talk about science in that way and to not resort to, well, it's true. It's true in the same way that a mathematical theorem is true. And I think we're kind of being pretty pedantic about defining this stuff. But sure, I could take a rocket ship out and I could orbit Earth and look at it, and it would look like a ball, right? But I still can't prove that I'm not living in a simulation, that I'm not a brain in a bag, that this isn't all an elaborate ruse created by some technologically advanced extraterrestrial civilization.
Right.
So there's always some doubt, and that's fine. That's exciting.
And I think that kind of doubt, practically speaking, is useful when you start talking about quantum mechanics or string theory. It helps. To me, that kind of adds a little spice into the thinking process of scientists. So, just as a thought experiment, your video kind of, say the Earth is flat. What would the forces when you walk about this flat Earth feel like? That's a really nice thought experiment to think about.
Right, because what's really nice about it is that it's a funny thought experiment, but you actually wind up accidentally learning a whole lot about gravity and about relativity and geometry, and I think that's really the goal of what I'm doing. I'm not trying to convince people the Earth is round. I feel like you either believe that it is or you don't, and that's that. How can I change that? What I can do is change how you think and how you are introduced to important concepts like, well, how does gravity operate? Oh, it's all about the center of mass of an object. So, right, on a sphere, we're all pulled towards the middle, essentially the centroid, geometrically. But on a disk, you're going to be pulled at a weird angle if you're out near the edge. And that stuff's fascinating.
Yeah, and to me, that particular video opened my eyes even more to what gravity is. It's just a really nice visualization for a moment. Because you always imagine gravity with spheres, with masses that are spheres.
Yeah.
And imagining gravity on not spherical, some other shape, but here a plate, a flat object is really interesting. It makes you really kind of visualize that three-dimensional way of the force.
Yeah, even if a disk the size of Earth would be impossible, I think anything larger than the moon basically needs to be a sphere because gravity will round it out. So you can't have a teacup the size of Jupiter, right? There's a great book about the teacup in the universe that I highly recommend. I don't remember the author. I forget her name, but it's a wonderful book. So look it up. I think it's called Teacup in the Universe.
Still looking at this point. briefly, your videos are generally super. People love them, right? If you look at the sort of number of likes versus dislikes, and this measure of YouTube, right, is incredible, and as do I. But this particular flat Earth video has more dislikes than usual. What do you on that topic in general? What's your sense? How big is the community, not just the beliefs in flat Earth, but sort of the anti-scientific community that naturally distrusts scientists in a way that's not in an open-minded way, like really just distrust scientists, like they're bought by some it's their kind of mechanism of some kind of bigger system that's trying to manipulate human beings. What's your sense of the size of that community? You're one of the sort of great educators in the world that educates people on the exciting power of science. So you're kind of up against this community. What's your sense of it?
I really have no idea. I haven't looked at the likes and dislikes on the flat Earth video, so I would wonder if it has a greater percentage of dislikes than usual. Is that because of people disliking it because they, think that it's a video about Earth being flat and they find that ridiculous and they dislike it without even really watching much? They wish that I was more like dismissive of flat Earth theories. I know there are a lot of response videos that kind of go through the episode and are pro flat Earth, but I don't know if there's a larger community of unorthodox thinkers today than there have been in the past. Okay. And I just want to not lose them. I want them to keep listening and thinking. And by calling them all, idiots or something, like that does no good. Because how idiotic are they really? I mean, the Earth isn't a sphere at all. Like we know that it's an oblate spheroid. And that in and of itself is really interesting. And I investigated that in which way is down, where I'm like, really, down does not point towards the center of the Earth. It points in a different direction, depending on what's underneath you, and what's above you, and what's around you. The whole universe is tugging on me.
And then they also show that gravity is not uniform across the globe. Like if you, just like a thought experiment, if you build a bridge all the way all the way across the Earth and then just knock out its pillars, what would happen? Yeah, it'd be, and you describe how it would be like a very chaotic, unstable thing happening because gravity is not uniform throughout the Earth.
Yeah, in small spaces like the ones we work in, we can essentially assume that gravity is uniform, but it's not. It is weaker the further you are from the Earth, and it also is going to be. It's radially pointed towards the middle of the Earth. So a really large object will feel tidal forces because of that non-uniformness. And we can take advantage of that with satellites, right? Gravitational induced torque. It's a great way to align your satellite, not having to use fuel or any kind of engine.
So let's jump back to it. Artificial intelligence. What's your thought of the state of where we're at currently with artificial intelligence? And what do you think it takes to build human level or superhuman level of intelligence?
I don't know what intelligence means. That's my biggest question at the moment. And I think it's my instinct is always to go, well, what are the foundations here of our discussion? What does it mean to be intelligent? How do we measure the intelligence of an artificial machine or a program or something?
Can we say that humans are intelligent? Because there's also a fascinating field of how do you measure human intelligence.
Of course.
But if we just take that for granted, saying that whatever this fuzzy intelligence thing we're talking about, humans kind of have it, what would be a good test for you? So during you develop a test, natural language conversation, would that impress you? A chatbot that you'd want to hang out and have a beer with, for a bunch of hours or have dinner plans with? Is that a good test, natural language conversation? Is there something else that would impress you? Or is that also too different?
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty much impressed by everything. I think that
Roomba?
If there was a chatbot that was like incredibly, I don't know, really had a personality, and if I didn't be the Turing test, right? Like if I'm unable to tell that it's not another person. But then I was shown a bunch of wires and mechanical components, and there's like, that's actually what you're talking to. I don't know if I would feel that guilty destroying it. I would feel guilty because clearly it's well made and it's a really cool thing. It's like destroying a really cool car or something. But I would not feel like I was a murderer. So yeah, at what point would I start to feel that way? And this is such a subjective psychological question. If you give it movement, or if you have it act as though, or perhaps really feel pain as I destroy it and scream and resist, then I do that.
That's beautifully put. And let's just say act like it's pain. So if you just have a robot that not screams, just like moans in pain if you kick it,
Yeah.
that immediately just puts it in a class that we humans, we anthropomorphize it. It almost immediately becomes human.
Yeah,
So that's a
that's
psychology question as opposed to a physics question.
right. I think that's a really good instinct to have. You know, if the robot screams and moans, even if you don't believe that it has the mental experience, the quality of pain and suffering, I think it's still a good instinct to say, you know what, I'd rather not hurt it.
The problem is that instinct can get us in trouble because then robots can manipulate that. There's different kinds of robots. There's robots like the Facebook and the YouTube algorithm that recommends the video, and they can manipulate in the same kind of way. Well, let me ask you, just stick on artificial intelligence for a second. Do you have worries about existential threats from AI or existential threats from other technologies like nuclear weapons that could potentially destroy life on Earth or damage it to a very significant degree?
Yeah, of course I do, especially the weapons that we create. There's all kinds of famous ways to think about this. And one is that, wow, what if we don't see advanced alien civilizations because of the danger of technology? What if we reach a point, and I think there's a channel, Body 2. Jeez, I wish I remembered the name of the channel. But he delves into this kind of limit of maybe once you discover radioactivity and its power, you've reached this important hurdle. And the reason that the skies are so empty is that no one's ever managed to survive as a civilization once they have that destructive power. And when it comes to AI, I'm not really very worried because I think that there are plenty of other people that are already worried enough. And oftentimes these worries are they just get in the way of progress. And they're questions that we should address later. And, I think I talk about this in my interview with the self-driving autonomous vehicle guy, as I think it was a bonus scene from the trolley problem episode. And I'm like, wow, what should a car do if this really weird contrived scenario happens where it has to swerve and save the driver but kill a kid? He's like, well, what would a human do? And if we resist technological progress because we're worried about all these little issues, then it gets in the way. And we shouldn't avoid those problems, but we shouldn't allow them to be stumbling blocks to advancement.
So folks like Sam Harris or Elon Musk are saying that we're not worried enough. So worry should not paralyze technological progress, but we're sort of technology is marching forward without the key scientists that are developing the technology worrying about the overnight having some effects that would be very detrimental to society. So to push back in your thought of the idea that there's enough people worrying about it, Elon Musk says there's not enough people worrying about it. So that's the kind of balance is, it's like the folks who really focus on nuclear deterrence are saying there's not enough people worried about nuclear deterrence, right? So it's an interesting question of what is a good threshold of people to worry about these, and if it's too many people that are worried, you're right. If the press would over-report on it, and there'd be technological progress. If not enough, then we could march straight ahead into that abyss that human beings might be destined for with their progress of technology.
I don't know what the right balance is of how many people should be worried and how worried should they be, but we're always worried about new technology. We know that Plato was worried about the written word. It was like, we shouldn't teach people to write because then they won't use their minds to remember things. There have been concerns over technology and its advancement since the beginning of recorded history. And so, I think, however, these conversations are really important to have because, again, we learn a lot about ourselves. If we're really scared of some kind of AI like coming into being that is conscious or whatever and can self-replicate, we already do that every day. It's called humans being born. They're not artificial. They're humans, but they're intelligent. And we don't want to live in a world where we're worried about babies being born because what if they become evil?
Right.
What if they become mean people? What if they're thieves? Maybe we should just not have babies born? Like maybe we shouldn't create AI? It's like, we will want to have safeguards in place in the same way that, look, a kid could be born that becomes some kind of evil person, but we have laws, right?
And it's possible that with advance of genetics in general, be able to, it's a scary thought to say that, that my child, if born, would have an 83% chance of being a psychopath, right? Like being able to, if it's something genetic, if there's some sort of, and what to use that information, what to do with that information is a difficult ethical.
Yeah, I'd like to find an answer that isn't, well, let's not have them live. I'd like to find an answer that is, well, all human life is worthy. And if you have an 83% chance of becoming a psychopath, well, you still deserve dignity.
Yeah.
And you still deserve to be treated well. And you still have rights.
At least at this part of the world, at least in America, there's a respect for individual life in that way. That's, well, to me, but again, I'm in this bubble, is a beautiful thing. But there's other cultures where individual human life is not that important, where a society, if I was born in the Soviet Union, where the strength of nation and society together is more important than any one particular individual. There's an interesting also notion, the stories we tell ourselves. I like the one where individuals matter, but it's unclear that was what the future holds.
Well, yeah, and I mean, let me even throw this out. Like, what is artificial intelligence? How can it be artificial? I really think that we get pretty obsessed and stuck on the idea that there is something that is a wild human, a pure human organism without technology. But I don't think that's a real thing. I think that humans and human technology are one organism. Look at my glasses, okay? If an alien came down and saw me, would they necessarily know that this is an invention, that I didn't grow these organically from my body? They wouldn't know that right away. And the written word and spoons and cups, these are all pieces of technology. We are not alone as an organism. And so the technology we create, whether it be video game or artificial intelligence that can self-replicate and hate us, it's actually all the same organism. When you're in a car, where do you end and the car begin? It seems like a really easy question to answer. But the more you think about it, the more you realize, wow, we are in this symbiotic relationship with our inventions. And there are plenty of people who are worried about it. There should be. But it's inevitable.
And I think that even just us thinking of ourselves as individual intelligences may be silly notion because it's much better to think of the entirety of human civilization. All living organisms on Earth is a single living organism.
Right.
As a single intelligent creature, because you're right, everything's intertwined. Everything is deeply connected. So we mentioned Elon Musk. So you're a curious lover of science. What do you think of the efforts that Elon Musk is doing with space exploration, with electric vehicles, with autopilot, sort of getting into the space of autonomous vehicles, and boring under LA, and Neuralink trying to communicate brain-machine interfaces, communicate between machines and human brains?
Well, it's really inspiring. I mean, look at the fandom that he's amassed. It's not common for someone like that to have such a following, and so
You're a nerd.
yeah, so it's really exciting. But I also think that a lot of responsibility comes with that kind of power. So like if I met him, I would love to hear how he feels about the responsibility he has when there are people who are such a fan of your ideas and your dreams and share them so closely with you. You have a lot of power, and he didn't always have that. You know, he wasn't born as Elon Musk. Well, he was, but well, he was named that later. But the point is that I want to know the psychology of becoming a figure like him. Well, I don't even know how to phrase the question right, but it's a question about what do you do when your following, your fans become so, you know, large that it's almost bigger than you. And how do you responsibly manage that? And maybe it doesn't worry him at all, and that's fine too. But I'd be really curious. And I think there are a lot of people that go through this where they realize, whoa, there are a lot of eyes on me. There are a lot of people who really take what I say very earnestly and take it to heart and will defend me. And ooh, that's that's that can be dangerous, and you have to be responsible with it.
Both in terms of impact to society and psychologically for the individual, just the birth logically on Elon.
Yeah. How does he think about that part of his persona?
Well, let me throw that right back at you, because in some ways, you're just a funny guy that's gotten a humongous following. Funny guy with a curiosity. You've got a huge following. How do you psychologically deal with the responsibility? In many ways, you have a reach in many ways bigger than Elon Musk. What is the burden that you feel in educating, being one of the biggest educators in the world, where everybody's listening to you, and actually everybody, most of the world that uses YouTube for educational material, trusts you as a source of good, strong scientific thinking?
It's a burden, and I try to approach it with a lot of humility and sharing. Like, I'm not out there doing a lot of scientific experiments. I am sharing the work of real scientists, and I'm celebrating their work and the way that they think and the power of curiosity. But I want to make it clear at all times that, like, look, you know, we don't know all the answers, and I don't think we're ever going to reach a point where we're like, wow, and there you go. That's the universe. It's this equation. You plug in some conditions or whatever, and you do the math, and you know what's going to happen tomorrow. I don't think we're going to reach that point, but I think that there is a tendency to sometimes believe in science and become elitist and become, I don't know, hard, when in reality it should humble you and make you feel smaller. I think there's something very beautiful about feeling very, very small and very weak, and to feel that you need other people. So I try to keep that in mind and say, look, thanks for watching. Vsauce is not, I'm not Vsauce, you are. When I start the episodes, I say, hey, Vsauce, Michael here. Vsauce and Michael are actually a different thing in my mind. I don't know if that's always clear, but yeah, I have to approach it that way because it's not about me.
Yeah. It's not even, you're not feeling responsibility. You're just sort of plugging into this big thing that is scientific exploration of our reality. And you're a voice that represents a bunch, but you're just plugging into this big Vsauce ball that millions of others are plugged into.
Yeah, I'm just hoping to encourage curiosity and, you know, responsible thinking and an embracement of doubt and being okay with that.
So next week, talking to Christos Kudrow. I'm not sure if you're familiar with who he is, but he's the VP of engineering, head of the quote-unquote YouTube algorithm, or the search and discovery. So
Yeah.
let me ask, first, high level, do you have a question for him that if you can get an honest answer that you would ask? But more generally, how do you think about the YouTube algorithm that drives some of the motivation behind, no, some of the design decisions you make as you ask and answer some of the questions you do? How would you improve this algorithm in your mind in general? So it's just what would you ask him, and outside of that, how would you like to see the algorithm improve?
Well, I think of the algorithm as a mirror. It reflects what people put in. We don't always like what we see in that mirror.
From the individual, mirror to the individual, mirror to the society.
Both. In the aggregate, it's reflecting back what people on average want to watch. And when you see things we recommend to you, it's reflecting back what it thinks you want to see. And specifically, I would guess that it's not just what you want to see, but what you will click on and what you will watch some of and stay on YouTube because of. I don't think that, it's all me guessing, but I don't think that YouTube cares if you only watch like a second of the video, as long as the next thing you do is open another video. If you close the app or close the site, that's a problem for them because they're not a subscription platform. They're not like, look, you're giving us $20 a month no matter what, so who cares? They need you to watch and spend time there and see ads.
But one of the things I'm curious about, whether they do consider longer term sort of your longer term development as a human being, which I think ultimately will make you feel better about using YouTube in the long term and allowing you to stick with it for longer. Because even if you keep the dopamine rush in the short term and you keep clicking on cat videos, eventually you sort of wake up like from a drug and say, I need to quit this. So I wonder how much they're trying to optimize for the long term. Because when I look at your videos aren't exactly sort of, no offense, but they're not the most clickable. They're both the most clickable, and I feel I watched the entire thing and I feel a better human after I watched it, right? So like they're not just optimizing for ability. I hope so. My thought is, how do you think of it, and does it affect your own content, like how deep you go, how profound you explore like directions and so on?
I've been really lucky in that I don't worry too much about the algorithm. I mean, look at my thumbnails. I don't really go too wild with them. And with Minefield, where I'm in partnership with YouTube on the thumbnails, I'm often like, let's pull this back. Let's be mysterious. Like usually I'm just trying to do what everyone else is not doing. So if everyone's doing crazy Photoshop kind of thumbnails, I'm like, what if the thumbnail's just a line? Yeah. And what if the title is just a word? And I kind of feel like all of the Vsauce channels have cultivated an audience that expects that. And so they would rather Jake make a video that's just called Stains than one called I Explored Stains, shocking.
Yeah.
But there are other audiences out there that want that. And, I think most people kind of, want what you see the algorithm favor, which is mainstream, traditional celebrity and news kind of information. I mean, that's what makes YouTube really different than other streaming platforms. No one's like, what's going on in the world? I'll open up Netflix to find out. But you do open up Twitter to find that out. You open up Facebook, you can open up YouTube, because you'll see that the trending videos are like what happened amongst the traditional mainstream people in different industries. And that's what's being shown. And it's not necessarily YouTube saying, we want that to be what you see. It's that's what people click on. When they see Ariana Grande, reads a love letter from like her high school sweetheart, they're like, I want to see that. And when they see a video from me that's got some lines in math that's called Law and Causes, they're like, well, I mean, I'm just on the bus. Like, I don't have time to dive into a whole lesson. So, before you get super mad at YouTube, you should say, really, they're just reflecting back human behavior.
Is there something you would improve about the algorithm, knowing, of course, that as far as we're concerned, it's a black box and we don't know how it works?
Right. And I don't think that even anyone at YouTube really knows what it's doing. They know what they tweet, but then it learns. I think that it learns and it decides how to behave. And sometimes the YouTube employees are left going, I don't know. Maybe we should change the value of how much it, worries about watch time. And maybe it should worry more about something else. I don't know. But I mean, I would like to see, I don't know what they're doing and not doing.
Well, is there a conversation that you think they should be having, just internally, whether they're having it or not? Is there something? Should they be thinking about the long future? Should they be thinking about educational content and whether that's educating about what just happened in the world today, news, or educational content like what you're providing, which is asking big, sort of timeless questions about how the way the world works.
Well, it's interesting. What should they think about? Because it's called YouTube, not our tube. And that's why I think they have so many phenomenal educational creators.
Yes.
You don't have shows like Three Blue, One Brown, or Physics Girl, or Looking Glass Universe, or Up and Atom, or Brain Scoop, or I mean, I could go on and on. They aren't on Amazon Prime and Netflix, and they don't have commissioned shows from those platforms. It's all organically happening because there are people out there that want to share their passion for learning, that want to share their curiosity, and YouTube could, promote those kinds of shows more. But like, first of all, they probably wouldn't get as many clicks, and YouTube needs to make sure that the average user is always clicking and staying on the site. They could still promote it more for the good of society, but then we're making some really weird claims about what's good for society, because I think that cat videos are also an incredibly important part of what it means to be a human. I mentioned this quote before from Unamuno about, look, I've seen a cat like estimate distances and calculate a jump, more often than I've seen a cat cry. And so things that play with our emotions and make us feel things can be cheesy and can feel cheap, but like, man, that's very human. And so even the dumbest vlog is still so important that I don't think I have a better claim to take its spot than it has to have that spot. So
it puts a mirror to us, the beautiful parts, the ugly parts, the shallow parts, the deep parts. You're right.
what I would like to see is, I miss the days when engaging with content on YouTube helped push it into my subscribers' timelines. It used to be that when I liked a video, say for Veritasium, it would show up in the feed on the front page of the app or the website of my subscribers. And I knew that if I liked a video, I could send it 100,000 views or more. That no longer is true. But I think that was a good user experience. When I subscribe to someone, when I'm following them, I want to see more of what they like. I want them to also curate the feed for me. And I think that Twitter and Facebook are doing that in also some ways that are kind of annoying. But I would like that to happen more. I would see communities being stronger on YouTube if it was that way. Instead of YouTube going, well, technically, Michael liked this Veritasium video, but people are way more likely to click on carpool karaoke, so I don't even care who they are, just give them that. Not saying anything against carpool karaoke. That is an extremely important part of our society, what it means to be human on Earth, but
I'll say it sucks. But
but a lot of people would disagree with you, and they should be able to see as much of that as they want. And I think even people who don't think they like it should still be really aware of it, because it's such an important thing. It's such an influential thing. But yeah, I just wish that like new channels I discover and that I subscribe to, I wish that my subscribers found out about that. Because especially in the education community, a rising tide floats all boats. If you watch a video from Numberphile, you're just more likely to want to watch an episode from me, whether it be on Vsauce One or Dane. It's not competitive in the way that traditional TV was, where it's like, well, if you tune into that show, it means you're not watching mine, because they both air at the same time. So helping each other out through collaborations takes a lot of work, but just through engaging, commenting on their videos, liking their videos, subscribing to them, whatever, that I would love to see become easier and more powerful.
So a quick and possibly deep question, last question, about mortality. You've spoken about death as an interesting topic. Do you think about your own mortality?
Yeah, every day. It's really scary.
So what do you think is the meaning of life that mortality makes very explicit? So why are you here on Earth, Michael? What's the point of this whole thing? What does mortality in the context of the whole universe make you realize about yourself? Just you, Michael Stevens.
Well, It makes me realize that I am destined to become an ocean. I'm destined to become a memory. And we can extend life. I think there's really exciting things being done to extend life, but we still don't know how to protect you from some accident that could happen, some unforeseen thing. Maybe we could like save my connectome and like recreate my consciousness digitally, but even that it could be lost if it's stored on a physical medium or something. So basically, I just think that embracing and realizing how cool it is that like someday I will just be an idea, and there won't be a Michael anymore that can be like, no, that's not what I meant. It'll just be what people like. They have to guess what I meant, and they'll remember me and how I live on as that memory will maybe not even be who I want it to be. But there's something powerful about that, and there's something powerful about letting future people run the show themselves. I think I'm glad to get out of their way at some point and say, all right, it's your world now.
You, the physical entity, Michael, will have ripple effects in the space of ideas that far outlives you.
Yeah,
in ways that you can't control, but it's nevertheless fascinating to think. I mean, especially with you, you can imagine an alien species when they finally arrive and destroy all of us would watch your videos to try to figure out what were the questions.
But even if they didn't, I still think that there will be ripples. Like when I say memory, I don't specifically mean people remember my name and my birth date and have like there's a photo of me on Wikipedia. Like all that can be lost, but I still would hope that people ask questions and teach concepts in some of the ways that I have found useful and satisfying. Even if they don't know that I was the one who tried to popularize it, that's fine. But if Earth was completely destroyed, like burnt to a crisp, everything on it today, what the universe wouldn't care. If Jupiter is not going to go, oh no. And that could happen. So we do, however, have the power to, launch things into space to try to extend how long our memory exists. And what I mean by that is, we are recording things about the world. We're learning things and writing stories and all of this. And preserving that is truly what I think is the essence of being a human. We are autobiographers of the universe, and we're really good at it. We're better than fossils. We're better than light spectrum. We're better than any of that. We collect much more detailed memories of what's happened, much better data. And so that should be our legacy. And I hope that that's kind of mine too, in terms of people remembering something or having some kind of effect. But even if I don't, you can't not have an effect.
Right.
This is not me feeling like I hope that I have this powerful legacy. It's like no matter who you are, you will. But you also have to embrace the fact that impact might look really small, and that's okay. One of my favorite quotes is from Tessa D'Urberville's, and it's along the lines of the measure of your life depends on not your external displacement, but your subjective experience. If I am happy and those that I love are happy, can that be enough? Because if so, excellent.
I think there's no better place to end it, Michael. Thank you so much. It was an honor to meet you. Thanks for talking.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Stevens. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to FIRST, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn, to dream, engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Albert Einstein. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. One cannot help but be in awe when he contemplates the mysteries of eternity, of life, the marvelous structure of reality. It is enough if one tries merely to comprehend a little of this mystery every day. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following this conversation with Sebastian Thurr, he's one of the greatest roboticists, computer scientists, and educators of our time. He led the development of the autonomous vehicles at Stanford and won the 2005 DARPA Grand Challenge and placed second in the 2007 DARPA Urban Challenge. He then led the Google self-driving car program, which launched the self-driving car revolution. He taught the popular Stanford course on artificial intelligence in 2011, which is one of the first massive open online courses, or MOOCs, as they're commonly called. That experience led him to co-found Udacity, an online education platform. If you haven't taken courses on it yet, I highly recommend it. Their self-driving car program, for example, is excellent. He's also the CEO of Kitty Hawk, a company working on building flying cars, or more technically, eVTOLs, which stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing Aircraft. He has launched several revolutions and inspired millions of people, but also, as many know, he's just a really nice guy. It was an honor and a pleasure to talk. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give me 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow it on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts or YouTube or Twitter, consider mentioning ideas, people, topics you find interesting. It helps guide the future of this podcast. In general, I just love comments, kindness, and thoughtfulness. This podcast is a side project for me, as many people know, but I still put a lot of effort into it. So the positive words of support from the nascent community, from you, really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps for the start of the conversation that you can skip through. And it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin, which is second. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST Robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used for maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App in the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Sebastian Thurr. You mentioned that The Matrix may be your favorite movie. So let's start with a crazy philosophical question. Do you think we're living in a simulation? And in general, do you find the thought experiment interesting?
Define simulation, I would say maybe we are, maybe we are not, but it's completely irrelevant to the way we should act.
Putting aside for a moment the fact that it might not have any impact on how we should act as human beings, for people studying theoretical physics, these kinds of questions might be kind of interesting, looking at the universe's information processing system.
The universe is an information processing system. It's a huge physical, biological, chemical computer, there's no question. But I live here and now. I care about people, I care about us.
What do you think is trying to compute?
I don't think there's intention. I think it's just the world evolves the way it evolves, and it's beautiful, it's unpredictable, and I'm really, really grateful to be alive.
Spoken like a true human.
Which guts them and check that was.
Well, in fact, this whole conversation is just a Turing test to see if indeed you are. You also said that one of the first programs, or the first 2 programs you've written, was wait for it, TI-57 calculator.
Yep.
Maybe that's early 80s. I don't want to date calculators or anything.
It's early 80s, correct.
Yeah. So if you were to place yourself back into that time, into the mindset you were in, could you have predicted the evolution of computing, AI, the internet, technology in the decades that followed?
I was super fascinated by Silicon Valley, which I'd seen on television once, and thought, my God, this is so cool. They built like DRAMs there and CPUs. How cool is that? And as a college student, a few years later, I decided to really study intelligence, study human beings, and found that even back then in the 80s and 90s, the artificial intelligence is what fascinated me the most. I was missing is that back in the day, it was at least small. They're like the brains you could build with, not anywhere bigger as a cockroach. And cockroaches aren't very smart. So we weren't at the scale yet that we're today.
Did you dream at that time to achieve the kind of scale we have today? Or did that seem possible?
I always wanted to make robots smart. I felt it was super cool to build an artificial human. And the best way to build an artificial human is a robot, because that's kind of close to do. Unfortunately, we aren't there yet. They are still very brittle. But it's fascinating to study intelligence from a constructive perspective.
To understand and build, what do you think it takes to build an intelligent system, an intelligent robot?
I think the biggest innovation that we've seen is machine learning. And it's the idea that the computers can basically teach themselves. Let's give an example. Let's say everybody pretty much knows how to walk, and we learn how to walk in the first year or two of our lives. But no scientist has ever been able to write down the rules of human gait. We don't understand it. We have in our brains somehow. We can practice it. We understand it, but we can't articulate it. We can't pass it on by language. And that to me is kind of a deficiency of today's computer. Computer that's so insanely dumb that you have to give them rules for every contingencies. Very unlike the way people learn from data and experience. Computers are being structured. And because it's so hard to get this instruction set right, we pay software engineers $200,000 a year. Now, the most recent innovation, which has been in the make for like 30, 40 years, is an idea that computers can find their own rules. So they can, from falling down and getting up, they can make sure they can fall down and getting up. And that revolution has led to a capability that's completely unmatched. Today's computers can watch experts do their jobs, whether you're a doctor or a lawyer, pick up the regularities, learn those rules, and then become as good as the best experts.
So the dream of the 80s of expert systems, for example, had at its core the idea that humans could boil down their expertise on a sheet of paper, to sort of reduce, or be able to explain to machines how to do something explicitly. Do you think, what's the use of human expertise in this whole picture? Do you think most of the intelligence will come from machines learning from experience without human expertise input?
So the question for me is much more how do you express expertise. You can express expertise by writing a book. You can express expertise by showing someone what you're doing. You can express expertise by applying it by many different ways. And I think the expert systems was our best attempt in AI to capture expertise in rules. Where someone sat down and said, here are the rules of human gait. Here's when you put your big toe forward and your heel backwards, and here how you stop stumbling. And as we now know, the set of rules, the set of language that we can command is incredibly limited. The majority of the human brain doesn't deal with language. It deals with like subconscious, numerical, perceptual things that we don't even self-aware of. Now, when an AI system watches an expert do their job and practice their job, it can pick up things that people can't even put into writing, into books or rules. And that's where the real power is. We now have AI systems that, for example, look over the shoulders of highly paid human doctors like dermatologists or radiologists, and they can somehow pick up those skills that no one can express in words.
You were a key person in launching 3 revolutions: online education, autonomous vehicles, and flying cars, or VTOLs. So, high level, and I apologize for all the questions.
No apology necessary.
How do you choose what problems to try and solve? What drives you to make those solutions a reality?
I have two desires in life. I want to literally make the lives of others better. Or as we often say, maybe jokingly, make the world a better place. It's as funny as it sounds. And second, I want to learn. I want to get new skills. I don't want to be in a job I'm good at, because if I'm in a job I'm good at, the chance to learn something interesting is actually minimized. So I want to be in a job I'm bad at. That's really important to me. So in a build, for example, what people often call flying cars, these are electrical, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. I'm just no expert in it. It's so much fun to learn on the job what it actually means to build something like this. And I'd say that the stuff that I've done lately after I finished my professorship at Stanford to really focus on like what is the maximum impact on society. Transportation is something that has transformed the 21st or 20th century more than any other invention, even more than communication. And cities are different, work is different, women's rights are different because of transportation. And yet we still have a very suboptimal transportation solution where we kill 1.2 or so million people every year in traffic. It's the leading cause of death for young people in many countries, where we are extremely inefficient resource-wise. Just go to your average neighborhood city and look at the number of parked cars. It's a travesty in my opinion. Or where we spend endless hours in traffic jams. And very, very simple innovations like a self-driving car or what people call a flying car could completely change this. And it's there. I mean, the technology is basically there. You have to close your eyes not to see it.
So lingering on autonomous vehicles, fascinating space, some incredible work you've done throughout your career there. So let's start with DARPA, I think. The DARPA challenge in the desert and then urban to the streets. I think that inspired an entire generation of roboticists and obviously sprung this whole excitement about this particular kind of four-wheeled robot we called autonomous cars, self-driving cars. So you led the development of Stanley, the autonomous car that won the Race to the Desert, the DARPA challenge in 2005, and Junior, the car that I finished second in the DARPA Urban Challenge, also did incredibly well in 2007, I think. What are some painful, inspiring, or enlightening experiences from that time that stand out?
Oh my God. Painful were all these incredibly complicated, stupid bugs that had to be found. We had a phase where the Stanley, our car that eventually won the DARPA Urban Challenge, would every 30 miles just commit suicide. And we didn't know why. And it ended up to be that in the syncing of two computer clocks, occasionally the clock went backwards and that negative time elapsed, screwed up the entire internal logic, but it took ages to find this. They were like bugs like that. I'd say enlightenment, the Stanford team immediately focused on machine learning and software, whereas everybody else seemed to focus on building better hardware. Our analysis that a human being with an existing rental car can perfectly drive the course by have to build a better rental car. They should replace the human being. And the human being to me was a conjunction of three steps. We had sensors, eyes and ears. With the eyes, we had brains in the middle, and then we had actuators, our hands and our feet. The actuators are easy to build. The sensors are actually also easy to build. What was missing was the brain, so we had to build a human brain. And nothing clearer than to me that the human brain is a learning machine, so why not just train the robot to it? We would put massive machine learning into our machine. And with that, we're able to not just learn from human drivers, we have the entire speed control of the vehicle was copied from human driving, but also have the robot learn from experience where we made a mistake and recover from it and learn from it.
You mentioned the pain point of software and clocks. Synchronization seems to be a problem that continues with robotics. It's a tricky one with drones and so on. What does it take to build a system with so many constraints? You have a deadline, no time. You're unsure about anything really. It's the first time that people really can explore. Yeah, it's not even sure that anybody can finish when we're talking about the Race to the Desert here before nobody finished. What does it take to scramble and finish a product that actually, a system that actually works?
I mean, they're lucky. We're a really small team. The core of the team of 4 people. It was 4 because 5 couldn't comfortably sit inside the car with 4 could. And I, as a team leader, my job was to get pizza for everybody and wash the car and stuff like this, and repair the radiator when it broke and debug the system. And we were very kind of open-minded. We had like no egos involved. We just wanted to see how far we could get. What we did really, really well was time management. We were done with everything a month before the race. And we froze the entire software a month before the race. And it turned out, looking at other teams, every other team complained that they had just one more week they would want. And we decided that's going to fall into a mistake. We're going to be early. And we had an entire month to shake the system. And we actually found 2 or 3 minor bugs in the last month that we had to fix. And we were completely prepared in the race occurred.
Okay, so first of all, that's such an incredibly rare achievement in terms of being able to be done on time or ahead of time. How do you do that in your future work? What advice do you have in general? Because it seems to be so rare, especially in highly innovative projects like this. People work till the last second.
But the nice thing about the Docker Run Challenge is that the problem was incredibly well defined. We were able for a while to drive the old Docker Run Challenge course, which had been used the year before. And then, for some reason, we were kicked out of the region, so we had to go to a different desert, the Snoring Desert, and be able to drive desert trails just at the same time. So there was never any debate about like what's actually about. We didn't sit down and say, hey, should we build a car or a plane? We had to build a car. That made it very, very easy. Then I studied my own life and like others, because the typical mistake that people make is that there's this kind of crazy bug that they haven't found yet, and it's just they regret it and that bug would be trivial to fix, because they haven't fixed it yet. They didn't want to fall into that trap. So I built a testing team. We had a testing team that built a testing booklet of 160 pages of tests we had to go through just to make sure we shape up the system appropriately. And the testing team was with us all the time and dictated to us today. We do railroad crossings. Tomorrow we practice the start of the event. And in all of these, we thought, oh my God, this long solved trivial. And then we tested it out. Oh my God, it doesn't for railroad crossing. Why not? Oh my God, it mistakes the rails for metal barriers. We have to fix it. So it was really a continuous focus on improving the weakest part of the system. And as long as you focus on improving the weakest part of the system, you eventually build a really great system.
Let me just pause on that. To me as an engineer, it's just super exciting that you were thinking like that, especially at that stage. That's brilliant. That testing was such a core part of it. Maybe to linger on the point of leadership, I think it's one of the first times you were really a leader, and you've led many very successful teams since then. What does it take to be a good leader?
I would say most of it I just take credit for the work for others. That's very convenient and because I can't do all these things myself. I'm an engineer at heart, so I care about engineering. So I don't know what the chicken and the egg is, but as a kid, I loved computers because you could tell them to do something and they actually did it. It was very cool. And you could, like, in the middle of the night, wake up at 1 in the morning and switch on your computer, and then what you told you to do yesterday, you could still do. That was really cool. Unfortunately, they didn't quite work with people. So you go to people and tell them what to do, and they don't do it. They hate you for it. Or you have to do it today, and then you go a day later, and they stop doing it. So then the question really became, how can you put yourself in the brain of people as opposed to computers? And if there's a computer that's super dumb, then it's just so dumb. If people were as dumb as computers, I would want to work with them. But people are smart, and people are emotional, and people have pride, and people have aspirations. So how can I connect to that? And that's, I think, where most of leadership just fails, because many engineers turn manager believe they can treat their team just the same way they can treat a computer, and it just doesn't work this way. It's just really bad. So how can I connect to people? It turns out, as a college professor, the wonderful thing you do all the time is to empower them. Like, your job is to make your students look great. That's all you do. You're the best coach. And it turns out, if you do a fantastic job at making your students look great, they actually love you, and their parents love you, and they give you all the credit for stuff you don't deserve. All my students were smarter than me. All the great stuff invented, except it wasn't their stuff, not my stuff. And they give me credit and say, oh, it's Sebastian. But just making them feel good about themselves. So the question really is, can you take a team of people, and what does it take to make them to connect to what they actually want in life, and turn this into productive action? I turns out every human being that I know has incredibly good intentions. I've really rarely met a person with bad intentions. I believe any person wants to contribute. I think every person I've met wants to help others. It's amazing how much of a urge we have not to just help ourselves, but to help others. So how can we empower people and give them the right framework that they can accomplish this? If in moments when it works, it's magical because you can see the confluence of people being able to make the world a better place and deriving enormous confidence and pride out of this. And that's when my environment works the best. These are moments where I can disappear for a month and come back and things still work. It's very hard to accomplish, but everyone wants to make.
So I agree with you very much. It's not often heard that most people in the world have good intentions. At the core, their intentions are good and they're good people. That's a beautiful message. It's not often heard.
We make this mistake, and this is a friend of mine, Alexander, took this, that we judge ourselves by our intentions and others by their actions. And I think the biggest skill, I mean, here in Silicon Valley, we have a lot of engineers who have very little empathy and are kind of befuddled by it doesn't work for them. The biggest skill I think that people should acquire is to put themselves into the position of the other and listen to what the other has to say. And they'd be shocked how similar they are to themselves. And they might even be shocked how their own actions don't reflect their intentions. I often have conversations with engineers where I say, look, hey, I love you doing a great job. But by the way, what you just did has the following effect. Are you aware of that? And then people would say, oh my God, no, I wasn't, because my intention was that. I'd say, yeah, I trust your intention, you're a good human being. But just to help you in the future, if you keep expressing it that way, then people will just hate you. And I've had many incidents who say, oh my God, thank you for telling me this, because it wasn't my intention to look like an idiot. It wasn't my intention to help other people. I just didn't want to do it. Very simple. I know Dale Carnegie, 1936, how to make friends and how to influence others. That's the entire Bible. Just read it and you're done. You just apply it every day. And I wish I was good enough to apply it every day. But it's just simple things, right? Like be positive, remember people's names, smile, and eventually have empathy. Like really think that the person that you would hate and think is an idiot is actually just like yourself. It's a person who's struggling and needs well and who might need help, and guess what? You need help.
I've recently spoken with Schwartzman. I'm not sure if you know who that is, but he said
It's a mallet.
but he said sort of to expand on what you're saying that one of the biggest things you can do is hear people when they tell you what their problem is and then help them with that problem. He says it's surprising how few people actually listen to what troubles others, and you just it's right there in front of you, and you can benefit the world the most. In fact, yourself and everybody around you by just hearing the problems and solving.
I mean, that's my little history of engineering. That is, while I was engineering with computers, I didn't care at all what the computer's problems were. I just told them to do it. And it just doesn't work this way with people. It doesn't work with me. If you come to me and say do A, I do the opposite.
But let's return to the comfortable world of engineering. And can you tell me in broad strokes how you see it? Because you're at the core of starting it, the core of driving it, the technical evolution of autonomous vehicles, from the first DARPA Grand Challenge to the incredible success we see with the program you started with Google Self-Driving Car and Waymo, the entire industry that sprung up of different kinds of approaches, debates, and so on.
But the idea of self-driving car goes back to the 80s. There was in Germany, the team Carnegie that did some very pioneering work. But back in the day, I'd say the computers were so efficient that even the best professors and engineers in the world basically stood no chance. It then folded into a phase where the US government spent at least $500 million that I could count on research projects. But the way the procurement works, a successful stack of paper describing lots of stuff that almost never going to read was a successful product of a research project. So we trained our researchers to produce lots of paper. That all changed with DARPA and and I really got to credit the ingenious people at DARPA and the US government and Congress that took a complete new funding model that said, let's not fund effort, let's fund outcomes. And it sounds very trivial, but there was no tax code that allowed the use of congressional tax money for a price. It was all effort based. So if you put in 100 hours in, you could charge 100 hours. If you put in 1,000 hours in, you could bill 1,000 hours. By changing the focus and say making the price, we don't pay for development, we pay for accomplishment. They automatically drew out all these contractors who are used to the drug of getting money per hour. And they drew in a whole bunch of new people. And these people are mostly crazy people. There were people who had a car and a computer, and they wanted to make $1 million. $1 million was the official price, money was then doubled. And they felt if I put my computer in my car and program it, I can be rich. And it was so awesome. Like half the teams, there was a team that was surfer dudes, and they had like 2 surfboards in the vehicle, and brought like these fashion girls, super cute girls, like twin sisters. And you could tell these guys were not your common self-made bandit who gets all these big multi-million dollar contracts from the US government. And there was a great reset. Universities moved in. I was very fortunate at Stanford that I just received tenure, so I couldn't hire from where I was able to have done it. And I had enough money to finance this thing, and I was able to attract a lot of money from third parties. And even car companies moved in. They kind of moved in very quietly because they were super scared to be embarrassed that their car would flip over. But Ford was there, and Volkswagen was there, and a few others, and GM was there. So it kind of reset the entire landscape of people. And if you look at who's a big name in self-driving cars today, these were mostly people who participated in those challenges.
Okay, that's incredible. Can you just comment quickly on your sense of lessons learned from that kind of funding model and the research that's going on in academia in terms of producing papers? Is there something to be learned and scaled up behavior? Is having these kinds of grand challenges that could improve outcomes?
So I'm a big believer in focusing on kind of an end-to-end system. I'm a really big believer in systems building. I've always built systems in my academic career, even though I do a lot of math and abstract stuff. But it's all derived from the idea of this solving a problem. And it's very hard for me to be an academic and say that these are component of a problem. Like if someone that feels like multi-logic or AI planning systems where people believe that a certain style of problem solving is the ultimate end objective, and I would always turn it around and say, hey, what problem could a mother care about that doesn't understand computer technology and doesn't want to understand? And how can I make her love what I do? Because only then do I have an impact on the world. I can easily impress my colleagues. That is much easier, but impressing my grandmother is very, very hard. So I would always thought if I can build a self-driving car and my grandmother can use it even after she uses the driving privileges, or children can use it, or we can save maybe 1 million lives a year, that would be very impressive. And there's so many problems like these, like the problem of curing cancer or whatever it is, and it tries as long. Once the problem is defined, of course I can't solve it in its entirety. Like it takes sometimes tens of thousands of people to find a solution. There's no way you can fund an army of 10,000 at Stanford. So you got to build a prototype. Let's build a meaningful prototype. And the Rabbi challenge was beautiful because it told me what this prototype had to do. I didn't need to think about what it had to do. It's to read the rules. And it's really, really beautiful.
And it's most beautiful, you think, what academia could aspire to is to build a prototype that's systems level, that solves, gives you an inkling that this problem could be solved with this prototype.
First of all, I want to emphasize what academia really is. And I think people misunderstand it. First and foremost, academia is a way to educate young people. First and foremost, a professor is an educator, no matter whether you are at a small suburban college or whether you are a Harvard or Stanford professor. That's not the way most people think of themselves in academia, because we have this kind of competition going on for citations and publication. It's a measurable thing, but that is secondary to the primary purpose of educating people to think. Now, in terms of research, most of the great science, the great research comes out of universities. You can trace almost everything back, including Google, to universities. So there's nothing really fundamental broken here. The it's a good system, and I think America has the finest university system on the planet. We can talk about reach and how to reach people outside the system. It's a different topic, but the system itself is a good system. If I had one wish, I would say it'd be really great if there was more debate about what the great big problems are in society and focus on those. And most of them are interdisciplinary. Unfortunately, it's very easy to fall into a interdisciplinary viewpoint where your problem is dictated by what your closest colleagues believe the problem is. It's very hard to break out and say, well, there's an entire new field of problems. So to give an example, prior to me working in self-driving cars, I was a roboticist and a machine learning expert, and I wrote books on robotics. Something called probabilistic robotics. It's a very methods-driven kind of viewpoint of the world. I built robots that act in museums as tour guides, that let children around. It's something that at the time was moderately challenging. When I started working on cars, several colleagues told me, Sebastian, you're destroying your career because in our field of robotics, cars are looked like it's a gimmick. And they're not expressive enough. They can only push the throttle and the brakes. There's no dexterity, there's no complexity. It's just too simple. And no one came to me and said, wow, if you solve that problem, you can save a million lives. Right? Among all robotic problems that I've seen in my life, I would say the self-driving car and transportation is the one that has the most hope for society. So how come the robotics community wasn't all over the place? And it was because we focused on methods and solutions and not on problems. Like, if you go around today and ask your grandmother what bugs you, what really makes you upset, I challenge any academic to do this and then realize how far your research is probably away from that today.
At the very least, that's a good thing for academics to deliberate on.
The other thing that's really nice in Silicon Valley is full of smart people outside academia. Right? So there's the Larry Pages and Mark Zuckerbergs in the world who are anywhere smarter than the best academics I've met in my life. And what they do is they are at a different level. They build the systems, they build the customer-facing system, they build things that people can use without technical education. And they are inspired by research. They're inspired by scientists. They hire the best PhDs from the best universities for a reason. So I think this kind of vertical integration that between the real product, the real impact, and the real thought, the real ideas, that's actually working surprisingly well in Silicon Valley. It did not work as well in other places in these nations. When I worked at Carnegie Mellon, we had the world's finest computer science university, but there wasn't those people in Pittsburgh that would be able to take these very fine computer science ideas and turn them into massive, impactful products. That symbiosis seemed to exist pretty much only in Silicon Valley and maybe a bit in Boston and Austin.
With Stanford, that's really interesting. So if we look a little bit further on from the DARPA Grand Challenge and the launch of the self-driving car, what is the state of the challenges of autonomous vehicles as they are now, and actually achieving that huge scale and having a huge impact on society?
I'm extremely proud of what has been accomplished. And again, I'm taking a lot of credit for the work by others. And I'm actually very optimistic. And people have been kind of worrying, is it too fast, is it too slow, why isn't it there yet, and so on. It is actually quite an interesting hard problem. And in that a self-driving car, to build one that manages 90% of the problems encountered in everyday driving is easy. We can usually do it over a weekend. To do 99% might take a month. And there's 1% left. So 1% would mean that you still have a fatal accident every week. Very unacceptable. So now you work with 1%, and the 99% of that left, the remaining 1% is actually still relatively easy. But now you're down to like 100th of 1%, and it's still completely unacceptable for safety. So the variety of things you encounter are just enormous, and that gives me enormous respect for human beings to be able to deal with the couch on the highway, right, or the deer in the headlight, or the blown tire that they were never been trained for, and all of a sudden have to handle an emergency situation, often very, very successfully. It's amazing from that perspective how safe driving actually is, given how many millions of miles we drive every year in this country. We are now at a point where I believe the technology is there, and I've seen it. I've seen it in Waymo, I've seen it in Aptiv, I've seen it in Cruise, in a number of companies, and in Voyage, where vehicles now driving around and basically flawlessly are able to drive people around in limited scenarios. In fact, you can go to Vegas today and order a summon lift, and if you get the right setting of your app, you'll be picked up by a driverless car. Now, there's still safety drivers in there, but that's a fantastic way to kind of learn what the limits are of technology today. And there's still some glitches, but the glitches have become very, very rare. I think the next step is going to be to downcost it, to harden it. The entrapment and sensors are not quite an automatic grade standard yet. And then to really build the business models to really kind of go somewhere and make a business case. And the business case is hard work. It's not just, oh my God, we have this capability, people are just going to buy it. You have to make it affordable. You have to give people find the social acceptance of people. None of the teams yet has been able to, or gutsy enough to drive around without a person inside the car. And that's the next magical word. We'll be able to send these vehicles around completely empty in traffic. And I think, I wait every day, wait for the news that Waymo has just done this.
So, interesting you mentioned gutsy. Let me ask some maybe unanswerable question, maybe edgy questions, but in terms of how much risk is required from guts, in terms of leadership style, it'd be good to contrast approaches, and I don't think anyone knows what's right. But if we compare Tesla and Waymo, for example, Elon Musk and the Waymo team, there's slight differences in approach. So on the Elon side, there's more, I don't know what the right word to use, but aggression in terms of innovation. And on the Waymo side, there's more sort of cautious, safety-focused approach to the problem. What do you think it takes? Which leadership at which moment is right? Which approach is right?
Look, I don't sit in either of those teams, so I'm unable to even verify next to it is correct. In the end of the day, every innovator in that space will face a fundamental dilemma. And I would say you could put aerospace titans into the same bucket, which is you have to balance public safety with your drive to innovate. And this country in particular, in the States, has a 100+ year history of doing this very successfully. Air travel is 100 times as safe per mile than ground travel, than cars. And there's a reason for it, because people have found ways to be very methodological about ensuring public safety while still being able to make progress on important aspects, for example, like noise and fuel consumption. So I think that those practices are proven and they actually work. We live in a world safer than ever before. And yes, there will always be the provision that something goes wrong. There's always the possibility that someone makes a mistake. There's an unexpected failure. We can never guarantee you 100% absolute safety other than just not doing it. But I think I'm very proud of the history of the United States. I mean, we've dealt with much more dangerous technology like nuclear energy and kept that safe too. We have nuclear weapons and we keep those safe. So we have methods and procedures that really balance these two things very, very successfully.
You mentioned a lot of great autonomous vehicle companies that are taking sort of the level 4, level 5, they jump in full autonomy as driver kind of approach, and also simulation and so on. There's also the approach that Tesla Autopilot is doing, which is kind of incrementally taking a level 2 vehicle and using machine learning and learning from the driving of human beings and trying to creep up, trying to incrementally improve the system until it's able to achieve level 4 autonomy. So perfect autonomy in certain kind of geographical region. What are your thoughts on these contrasting approaches?
Well, so first of all, I'm a very proud Tesla owner, and I literally use the Autopilot every day, and literally it's kept me safe. It is a beautiful technology specifically for highway driving when I'm slightly tired, because then it turns me into a much safer driver. And I'm 100% confident in its signals. In terms of the right approach, I think the biggest change I've seen since I ran the Waymo team is There's this thing called deep learning. And deep learning was not a hot topic when I started doing or Google self-driving cars. It was there. In fact, we started Google Brain at the same time in Google X, so I invested in deep learning, but people didn't talk about it. It was not a topic. And now there's a shift of emphasis from a more geometric perspective, where you use geometric sensors. They give you full 3D video and do geometric reasoning about, oh, this box over here might be a car, towards a more human-like, let's just learn about it. This looks like the thing I've seen 10,000 times before, so maybe it's the same thing. Machine learning perspective. And that has really put, I think, all these approaches on steroids. And he does it if you teach a course in self-driving cars. I think we've graduated over 20,000 or so people on self-driving car skills. So every self-driving car team in the world now uses our engineers. And in this course, the very first homework assignment is to do lane finding on images. And lane finding images, for layman, what this means is you put a camera into your car when you open your eyes, and you would know where the lane is, right? So you can stay inside the lane with your eye. Humans can do this super easily. You just look and you know where the lane is. It's intuitively. For machines, for a long time, it was super hard because people would write these kind of crazy rules. There's like 1 lane markers, and these are right means this is not quite white enough, so it's not right. Or maybe the sun shines, and this is white, and this is a straight line. Maybe it's quite a straight line because the road is curved. And do we know that there's 6 feet between lane markings or not, or 12 feet, whatever it is? And now, what the students are doing, they would take machine learning. So instead of like writing these crazy rules for the lane marker, is say, hey, let's take an hour driving and label it and tell the vehicle this is actually the lane by hand. And then these are examples, and have the machine find its own rules what lane markings are. And within 24 hours, every student has never done any programming before in the space can write a perfect lane finder as good as the best commercial lane finders. And that's completely amazing to me. We've seen progress using machine learning that completely dwarfs anything that I saw 10 years ago.
Yeah, and just as a side note, the self-driving car nanodegree, the fact that you launched that many years ago now, maybe 3 years ago, is incredible. That's a great example of system level thinking. So just taking an entire course that teaches you how to solve the entire problem, I definitely recommend people.
It's been super popular, and it's become actually incredibly high quality with Mercedes and various other companies in that space. And we find that engineers from Tesla and Waymo are taking it today. The insight was that 2 things. One is existing universities will be very slow to move because they departmentalized and there's no department for self-driving cars. So between Mackie and WE and computer science, getting these folks together into one book is really, really hard. And every professor listening here would know, probably agree to that. And secondly, even if all the great universities did this, which none so far has developed a curriculum in this field, it is just a few thousand students that can partake because all the great universities are super selective. So how about people in India? How about people in China or in the Middle East or Indonesia or Africa? Why should those be excluded from the skill of the self-driving cars? Are they any dumber than we are? Are they any less privileged? And the answer is, we should just give everybody the skill to build a self-driving car, because if we do this, then we have like 1,000 self-driving car startups, and if 10% succeed, it's like 100. That means 100 countries now would have self-driving cars to be safer.
It's kind of interesting to imagine, impossible to quantify, but the number, over a period of several decades, the impact that has, like a single course, like a ripple effect to society. I just recently talked to Andrew, who was creator of Cosmos, so the show. It's interesting to think about how many scientists that show launched. So it's really, in terms of impact, I can't imagine a better course than the self-driving car course. There's other more specific disciplines. That's also teaching self-driving cars. It's really, really interesting course.
Yeah, and it came at the right moment. It came at a time when there were a bunch of acqui-hires. Acqui-hire is an acquisition of a company not for its technology or its products or business, but for its people. So acqui-hire means maybe the company of 7 people, they have no product yet, but they're super smart people, and they pay a certain amount of money. So I took acqui-hires like Cruise and Uber and others and did the math and said, hey, how many people are there and how much money was paid. And as a lower bound, I estimated the value of a self-driving car engine in these acquisitions to be at least $10 million, right? So think about this. You get yourself a skill and you team up with a company and your worth now is $10 million. I mean, that's kind of cool. I mean, what other thing could you do in life to be worth $10 million within a year?
Yeah, amazing. But to come back for a moment on to deep learning and its application in autonomous vehicles, what are your thoughts on Elon Musk's statement, provocative statement perhaps, that light as a crutch, so this geometric way of thinking about the world, maybe holding us back if in what we should instead be doing in this robotic space, in this particular space of autonomous vehicles, is using camera as a primary sensor and using computer vision and machine learning as the primary way to.
There are two comments. I think, first of all, we all know that people can drive cars without lidars in their heads because we only have eyes. And we mostly just use eyes for driving. Maybe we use some other perception of our bodies, accelerations, occasionally our ears, certainly not our noses. So that the existence proof is there, that eyes must be sufficient. In fact, we could even drive a car if someone put a camera out and then gave us the camera image with no latency. You would be able to drive a car in that way, the same way. So a camera is also sufficient. Secondly, I really love the idea that in the Western world, we have many, many different people trying different hypotheses. It's almost like an answer, like if an answer tries to forge for food, right? You can sit there as two ants and agree what the perfect path is, and every single ant marches what the most likely location of food is. Or you can even spread out. And I promise you the spread out solution would be better, because if the discussing philosophical, intellectual ants get it wrong and they're all moving the wrong direction, they're going to waste a day, and then they're going to discuss again for another week. Whereas if all these ants go in the right direction, someone's going to succeed, and they're going to come back and claim victory and get the Nobel Prize or whatever they can't do this. And then they all march in the same direction. And that's great about society. It's great about the Western society. We're not plan-based, we're not central-based, we don't have a Soviet Union style central government that tells us where to forge. We just forge. We started in the C Corp. You get investor money, go out and try it out, and who knows who's going to win.
I like it. When you look at the long-term vision of autonomous vehicles, do you see machine learning as fundamentally being able to solve most of the problems? So learning from experience.
I'd say we should be very clear about what machine learning is and is not. I think there's a lot of the future. What it is today is a technology that can go large databases of repetitive patterns and find those patterns. So, an example, we did a study at Stanford 2 years ago where we applied machine learning for detecting skin cancer in images. And we built a data set of 129,000 skin photo shots that all had been biopsied for what the actual situation was. And those included melanomas and carcinomas, also included rashes and other skin conditions, lesions. And then we had a network find those patterns, and it was by and large able to then detect skin cancer with an iPhone as accurately as the best board-certified Stanford level dermatologists. We proved that. Now this thing was great in this one thing, finding skin cancer, but it couldn't drive a car. So the difference to human intelligence is we do all these many, many things, and we can often learn from a very small data set of experiences. Whereas machines still need very large data sets and things that will be very repetitive. Now that's still super impactful because almost everything we do is repetitive, so that's going to really transform human labor. But it's not this almighty general intelligence. We're really far away from a system that will exhibit general intelligence. To that end, I actually put the naming a little bit, because artificial intelligence, if you believe Hollywood, is immediately mixed into the idea of human suppression and machine superiority. I don't think that we're going to see this in my lifetime. I don't think human suppression is a good idea. I don't see it coming. I don't see the technology being there. What I see instead is a very pointed, focused pattern recognition technology that's able to extract patterns from large data sets. And in doing so, it can be super impactful. right? Super impactful. Take the impact of artificial intelligence on human work. We all know that it takes something like 10,000 hours to become an expert. If you're going to be a doctor or a lawyer or even a really good driver, it takes a certain amount of time to become an expert. Machines now are able and have been shown to observe people become experts and observe experts and then extract those rules from experts in some interesting way. They could go from law to sales to driving cars to diagnosing cancer, and then giving that capability to people who are competing in their job. We now can, and that's been done. It's been done commercially in many instances. So that means we can use machine learning to make people an expert on the very first day of their work. Like think about the impact. If your doctor is doing their first 10,000 hours, you have a doctor who's not quite an expert yet. Who would not want a doctor who's the world's best expert? We can leverage machines to really eradicate the error in decision making, error and lack of expertise for human doctors. They could save your life.
Can link on that for a little bit. In which way do you hope machines in the medical field could help us as doctors? You mentioned this sort of accelerating the learning curve, or people, if they start a job, running the first 10,000 hours, can be assisted by a machine. How do you envision that assistance?
So we built this app for an iPhone that can detect and classify and diagnose skin cancer. And we proved 2 years ago that it does pretty much as good or better than the best human doctor. So let me tell you a story. So there's a friend of mine, that's called Ben. Ben is a very famous venture capitalist. He goes to his doctor, and the doctor looks at a mole and says, hey, that mole is probably harmless. And for some very funny reason, he pulls out that phone with our app. He's a collaborator in our study. And the app says, no, it's a melanoma. And for background, melanomas are skin cancer is the most common cancer in this country. Melanomas can go from stage 0 to stage 4 within less than a year. Stage 0 means you can basically cut it out yourself with a kitchen knife and be safe. And stage 4 means your chance of living 5 more years in less than 10%. So it's a very serious condition. So this doctor who took out the iPhone looked at the iPhone and was a little bit puzzled, saying, you know what, just to be safe, let's cut it out and biopsy it. That's the technical term for it. It's got an in-depth diagnostics that is more than just looking at it. And it came back as cancerous, as a melanoma, and it was then removed. And my friend Ben, I was hiking with him, and we were talking about AI, and he said, I told him, I'm skin cancer. And he said, oh, funny, my doctor just had an iPhone that found my cancer. Wow. So I was like completely intrigued. I didn't even know about this. So here's a question. I mean, this is a real human life, right? Like, who doesn't know somebody who's been affected by cancer? Cancer is cause of death number 2. Cancer is this kind of disease that is mean in the following way. Most cancers can actually be cured relatively easily if we catch them early. And the reason why we don't tend to catch them early is because they have no symptoms. Like your very first symptom of a gallbladder cancer or a pancreatic cancer might be a headache. And when you finally go to your doctor because of these headaches or your back pain and you're being imaged, it's usually stage 4 plus, and that's the time when your cure chances might be dropped to a single-digit percentage. So if we could leverage AI to your body on a regular basis without even a doctor in the room, maybe when you take a shower or what have you, I know this sounds creepy, but then we might be able to save millions and millions of lives.
You've mentioned there's a concern that people have about near-term impacts of AI in terms of job loss. You've mentioned being able to assist doctors, being able to assist people in their jobs. Do you have a worry of people losing their jobs or the economy being affected by the improvements in AI?
Anybody concerned about job losses, please come to gedacity.com. We teach contemporary tech skills, and we have a implicit job promise. We often spend, when we measure, we spend way over 50% of our graduates in jobs, and they're very satisfied about it. And it costs almost nothing, it costs like 1,500 max or something like that.
And so there's a cool program that you agree with the US government guaranteeing that you will help give scholarships that educate people in this kind of situation?
Yeah, we're working with the US government on the idea of basically rebuilding the American dream. So USC has just dedicated 100,000 scholarships for citizens of America for various levels of courses that eventually will get you a job. And those courses are all somewhat related to the tech sector because the tech sector is kind of the hottest sector right now. Things level digital marketing to very advanced self-driving car engineering. And we're doing this with the White House because we think it's bipartisan. It's an issue that if you want to really make America great, being able to be a part of the solution and live the American dream requires us to be proactive about our education and our skill set. It's just the way it is today. It's always been this way. And we always had this American dream to send our kids to college. And now the American dream is to send ourselves to college. And we can do this very, very, very efficiently and very, we can squeeze in the evenings and things to online
At all ages.
All ages. So our learners go from age 11 to age 80. I just traveled Germany and the guy in the train compartment next to me was my students. Wow, that's amazing. How do you think about impact? We've become the educator of choice for now, I believe, 6 countries, 5 countries, mostly in the Middle East, like Saudi Arabia and in Egypt. In Egypt, we just had a cohort graduate where we had 1,100 high school students that went through programming skills proficient at the level of a computer science undergrad. And we had a 95% graduation rate, even though everything's online. It's kind of tough, but we kind of trying to figure out how to make this effective. The vision is very, very simple. The vision is education ought to be a basic human right. It cannot be locked up behind ivory tower walls only for the rich people, for the parents who might even bribe themselves into the system, and only for young people, and only for people from the right demographics, the right geography, and possibly the right race. It has to be opened up to everybody. If we are truthful to the human mission, be truthful to our values, we're going to open up education to everybody in the world. So university's pledge of 100,000 scholarships, I think is the biggest pledge of scholarships ever in terms of the numbers. And we're working, as I said, with the White House and with very accomplished CEOs like Tim Cook from Apple and others to really bring education to everywhere in the world.
Not to ask you to pick your favorite of your children, but at this point,
that's Jasper. I only have one that I know of.
okay, good. In this particular moment, what nano degree, what set of courses are you most excited about at Udacity? Or is that too impossible?
I've been super excited about something we haven't launched yet in the building, which is when we talk to our partner companies, we have now a very strong footing in the enterprise world, and also to our students. We've kind of always focused on these hard skills, like the programming skills or math skills or building skills or design skills. And a very common ask is soft skills, like how do you behave in your work? How do you develop empathy? How do you work in a team? What are the very basics of management? How do you do time management? How do you advance your career in the context of a broader community? And that's something that we haven't done very well at university, and I would say most universities are doing very poorly as well, because we're so obsessed with individual test scores and pay so little attention to teamwork in education. So that's something I see us moving into as a company because I'm excited about this. And I think, look, we can teach people tech skills and they're going to be great, but if you teach people empathy, that's going to have the same impact.
Maybe harder than self-driving cars, but
I don't think so. I think the rules are very simple. You just have to want to engage. We literally been in school, in K to 12, we teach kids like get the highest math score. If you are a rational human being, you might evolve from this education state, having the best math score and the best English scores, making the best leader. And it turns out not to be that case. It's actually really wrong, because first of all, in terms of math scores, I think it's perfectly fine to hire someone with great math skills. You don't have to do it yourself. You can't hire someone with great empathy for you, that's much harder, but you can always hire someone with great math skills. But we live in a fluent world where we constantly deal with other people, and and that's a beauty. It's not a nuisance, it's a beauty. So if we somehow develop that muscle, that we can do that well and empower others in the workplace, I think we're going to be super successful.
And I know many fellow robotic-assisted computer scientists that I will insist to take this course.
So that should be
Not to be named. Many years ago, 1903, the Wright brothers flew in Kitty Hawk for the first time, and you launched a company of the same name, Kitty Hawk, with the dream of building flying cars, EV dolls. So, at the big picture, what are the big challenges of making this thing that actually inspire generations of people about what the future looks like? What does it take? What are the biggest challenges?
So flying cars has always been a dream. Every boy, every girl wants to fly. Let's be honest.
Yes.
And let's go back in our history of your dream of. I think my single most remembered childhood dream has been a dream where I was sitting on a pillow and I could fly. I was like 5 years old. I remember like really three dreams of my childhood, but that's the one that we remember most vividly. And then Peter Thiel famously said they promised us flying cars and they gave us 140 characters. According to Twitter at the time, limited message size to 140 characters. So we're coming back now to really go for this super impactful stuff like flying cars. And to be precise, they're not really cars. They don't have wheels. They're actually much closer to a helicopter than anything else. They take off vertically and they fly horizontally. But they have important differences. One difference is that they are much quieter. We just released a vehicle called Project Heaviside that can fly over you as low as a helicopter, and you basically can't hear it. It's like 38 decibels. It's like that. If you go inside the library, you might be able to hear it, but anywhere outdoors, the ambient noise is higher. Secondly, they're much more affordable. They're much more affordable than helicopters, and the reason is helicopters are expensive for many reasons. There's lots of single point of failures in helicopter. There's a bolt between the blades. It's called Jesus bolt, and the reason why it's called Jesus bolt is if this bolt breaks, you will die. There is no second solution in helicopter flight. Whereas we have these distributed mechanisms. When you go from gasoline to electric, you can now have many small motors as opposed to one big motor. And that means if you lose one of those motors, it's not a big deal. Heaviside, if it loses a motor, has 8 of those. If it loses one of those 8 motors, so it's 7 left. You can take off just like before and land just like before. We are now also moving into a technology that doesn't require a commercial pilot, because at some level, flight is actually easier than ground transportation. Like in self-driving cars, the road is full of like children and bicycles and other cars and mailboxes and curbs and shrubs and whatever you. All these things you have to avoid. When you go above the buildings and tree lines, there's nothing there. I mean, you can do the test right now. Look outside and count the number of things you see flying. I'd be shocked if you could see more than 2 things. It's probably just 0. In the Bay Area, the most I've ever seen was 6. And maybe it's 15 or 20, but not 10,000. So the sky is very ample and very empty and very free. So the vision is, can we build a socially acceptable mass transit solution for daily transportation that is affordable? And we have an existence proof. Every site can fly 100 miles in range with still 30% electric reserves. It can fly up to like 180 miles an hour. We know that that solution at scale would make your ground transportation 10 times as fast as a car, based on used sensor statistics data, which means you would take your 300 hours of daily commute down to 30 hours and give you 270 hours back. Who wouldn't want? I mean, who doesn't hate traffic? Like, I hate it. Give me the person that doesn't hate traffic. I hate traffic every day. Every time I'm in traffic, I hate it. And if we could free the world from traffic, we have technology. We can free the world from traffic. We have the technology. It's there. We have an existence code. It's not a technological problem anymore.
Do you think there is a future where tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of both delivery drones and flying cars of this kind, eVTOLs, fill the sky?
I absolutely believe this. And there's obviously the societal acceptance is a major question. And of course, safety is. I believe in safety, we're going to exceed ground transportation safety. as has happened for aviation already, commercial aviation. And in terms of acceptance, I think one of the key things is noise. That's why we are focusing relentlessly on noise. And we built perhaps the quietest electric VTOL people ever built. The nice thing about the sky is it's three-dimensional. So any mathematician will immediately recognize the difference between 1D of like a regular highway to 3D of the sky. But to make it clear for the layman, say you want to make 100 vertical lanes for Highway 101 in San Francisco, because you believe building 100 vertical lanes is the right solution. Imagine how much it would cost to stack 100 vertical lanes physically onto 101. That would be prohibitive. That would be consuming the world's GDP for an entire year just for one highway. It's amazing. In the sky, it would just be a recompilation of a piece of software because all these lanes are virtual. That means any vehicle that is in conflict with another vehicle would just go to different altitudes, and the conflict is gone. And if you don't believe this, that's exactly how commercial aviation works. When you fly from New York to San Francisco, another plane flies from San Francisco to New York, they're at different altitudes, so they don't hit each other. It's a solved problem for the jet space, and it will be a solved problem for the urban space. There's companies like Google Wing and Amazon working on very innovative solutions for airspace management, using exactly the same principles as we use today throughout today's jets. There's nothing hard about this.
Do you envision autonomy being a key part of it, so that the flying vehicles are either semi-autonomous or fully autonomous?
100% autonomous, you don't want idiots like me to fly in the sky, I promise you. And you get 10,000. Watch the movie The Fifth Element to get people what happened if it's not autonomous.
And a centralized, that's a really interesting idea of a centralized management system for lanes and so on. So actually just being able to have similar as we have in the current commercial aviation, but scale it up to much more vehicles. That's a really interesting optimization problem.
It is very, mathematically very, very straightforward. Like the gap we need between jets is gargantuous. And part of the reason is there isn't that many jets. So this feels like a good solution. Today, when you get vectored by air traffic control, someone talks to you, right? So an ATC controller might have up to maybe 20 planes on the same frequency, and then they talk to you, you have to talk back. And it feels right because there isn't more than 20 planes around anyhow, so you can talk to everybody. But if there's 20,000 things around, you can't talk to everybody anymore. So we have to do something that's called digital, like text messaging. Like we do have solutions, like we have like 4 or 5 billion smartphones in the world now, right? And they're all connected. And somehow we solve the scale problem for smartphones. You know where they all are, they can talk to somebody, and they're very reliable. They're amazingly reliable. We could use the same system, the same scale for air traffic control. So instead of me as a pilot talking to a human being in the middle of the conversation, receiving a new frequency, like how ancient is that? We could digitize the stuff and digitally transmit the right flight coordinates. And that solution will automatically scale to 10,000 vehicles.
We talked about empathy a little bit. Do you think we will one day build an AI system that a human being can love and that loves that human back, like in the movie Her?
Look, I'm a pragmatist. For me, AI is a tool. It's like a shovel. And the ethics of using the shovel are always with us, the people. And it has to be this way. In terms of emotions, I would hate to come into my kitchen and see that my refrigerator spoiled all my food, then have it explained to me that it fell in love with the dishwasher and it wasn't as nice as the dishwasher, so as a result it neglected me. That would just be a bad experience and it would be a bad product. I would probably not recommend this refrigerator to my friends. And that's where I draw the line. I think, to me, technology has to be reliable. It has to be predictable. I want my car to work. I don't want to fall in love with my car. I just want it to work. They want it to complement me, not to replace me. I have very unique human properties, and I want the machines to turn me into a superhuman. Like I'm already a superhuman today, thanks to the machines that's allowing me. To give you examples, I can run across the Atlantic at near the speed of sound at 36,000 feet today. That's kind of amazing. I can My voice now carries me all the way to Australia using a smartphone today, and it's not the speed of sound, which would take hours. It's the speed of light. My voice travels at the speed of light. How cool is that? That makes me superhuman. I would even argue my flushing toilet makes me superhuman. Just think of the time before flushing toilets, and maybe you have a very old person in your family that you can ask about this, or take a trip to rural India to experience it. Um, it makes me superhuman. So to me, what technology does, it complements me. It makes me stronger. Therefore, words like love and compassion have very little interest in these for machines. I have interest in people.
You don't think, first of all, beautifully put, beautifully argued, but do you think love has use in our tools? Compassion.
I think love is, and if you think what love is a means to convey safety, to convey trust. I think trust is a huge need in technology as well, not just people. We want to trust our technology the same way or in a similar way we trust people. In human interaction, standards have emerged, and feelings, emotions have emerged, maybe genetically, maybe biologically, that are able to convey sense of trust, sense of safety, sense of passion, of love, dedication, that makes the human fabric. And I'm a big slacker for love. I want to be loved, I want to be trusted, I want to be admired, all these wonderful things. And because all of us do, we have this beautiful system. I wouldn't just blindly copy this to the machines. Here's why. When you look at, say, transportation, you could have observed that up to the end of the 19th century, almost all transportation used any number of legs, from one leg to two legs to 1,000 legs. And you could have concluded that is the right way to move about the environment. Maybe with the exception of birds, flapping wings. In fact, there are many people in aviation that flapped wings to their arms and jumped from cliffs. Most of them didn't survive. Then the interesting thing is that the technology solutions are very different. Like technology is really easy to build a wheel. Biology is super hard to build a wheel. There's very few perpetually rotating things in biology, in one cells, things. In engineering, we can build wheels, and those wheels gave rise to cars. Similar wheels gave rise to aviation. Like there's no thing that flies that wouldn't have something that rotates, like a jet engine or helicopter blades. So the solutions have used very different physical laws in nature, and that's great. So for me, to be too much focused on, oh, this is how nature does it, let's just replicate it. If we really believed that the solution to the agricultural revolution was a humanoid robot, we would still be waiting today.
Again, beautifully put. You said that you don't take yourself too seriously.
Did I say that?
Maybe
You want me to say that?
maybe
You don't take me seriously.
I'm not. Yeah, that's right.
You're right. I don't want.
I just made that up. But you know, you have a humor and a lightness about life that I think is beautiful and inspiring to a lot of people. Where does that come from? The smile, the humor, the lightness amidst all the chaos of the hard work that you're in. Where does that come from?
I just love my life. I love the people around me. I'm just so glad to be alive. Like I'm 52. Pardon me. He would say 52 is the new 51. So not feel better. But in the world, let's go back 200, 300 years. Right? Humanity is 300,000 years old. But for the first 300,000 years, minus the last 100, our life expectancy would have been plus or minus 30 years, especially, give or take. So I would be long dead now. Like, that makes me just enjoy every single day of my life because I don't deserve. Like, why am I born today when so many of my ancestors died of horrible deaths, like famines, massive wars that ravaged Europe for the last 1,000 years, mystically disappeared after World War II when the Americans and the Allies did something amazing to my country that didn't deserve it, the country of Germany. This is so amazing. And then when you're alive, you feel this every day, then it's just so amazing what we can accomplish, what we can do. We live in a world that is so incredibly vastly changing every day. Almost everything that we cherish, from your smartphone to your flushing toilets, to all these basic inventions, the new clothes you wear in your watch, your plane, penicillin, I don't know, anesthesia for surgery, penicillin have been invented in the last 150 years. So in the last 150 years, something magic happened. And I would trace it back to Gutenberg and the printing press that has been able to disseminate information more efficiently than before, that all of a sudden we're able to invent agriculture and nitrogen fertilization that make agriculture so much more potent that we didn't have to go in farms anymore, and we could start reading and writing, and we could become all these wonderful things we are today, from airline pilot to massage therapist to software engineer. It's just amazing. Like, living in that time is such a blessing. We should sometimes really think about this. Steven Pinker, who is a very famous author and philosopher whom I really adore, wrote a great book called Enlightenment Now. And that's maybe the one book I would recommend. And he asks the question, if there was only a single article written in the 20th century, only one article, what would it be? What's the most important innovation, the most important thing that happened? And he would say this article would credit a guy named Karl Bosch. And I challenge anybody, have you ever heard of the name Karl Bosch? I haven't. Okay. There's a Bosch corporation in Germany, but it's not associated with Karl Bosch. So I looked it up. Karl Bosch invented nitrogen fertilization. And in doing so, together with an older invention of irrigation, was able to increase the yield per agricultural land by a factor of 26. So a 2,500% increase in fertility of land. And that, so Steve Pinker argues, saved over 2 billion lives today. 2 billion people would be dead if this man hadn't done what he had done. Okay? Think about that impact and what that means to society. That's the way I look at the world. And it's just so amazing to be alive and be part of this. And I'm so glad I lived after Karl Bosch and not before.
I don't think there's a better way to end this, Sebastian. It's an honor to talk to you, Joe. I had the chance to learn from you. Thank you so much for talking.
Thanks for coming on. It's a real pleasure.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Sebastian Through. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Lex Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, use 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Sebastian Throne. It's important to celebrate your failures as much as your successes. If you celebrate your failures really well, if you say, wow, I failed, I tried, I was wrong, but I learned something, then you realize you have no fear. When your fear goes away, you can move the world. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with S. James Gates Jr. He's a theoretical physicist and professor at Brown University, working on supersymmetry, supergravity, and superstrength theory. He served on former President Obama's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, and he's now the co-author of a new book titled Proving Einstein Right, about the scientists who set out to prove Einstein's theory of relativity. You may have noticed that I've been speaking with not just computer scientists, but philosophers, mathematicians, physicists, economists, and soon much more. To me, AI is much bigger than deep learning, bigger than computing. It is our civilization's journey to understanding the human mind and creating echoes of it in the machine. That journey includes, of course, the world of theoretical physics and its practice of first principles mathematical thinking and exploring the fundamental nature of our reality. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. If you leave a review on Apple Podcasts or YouTube or Twitter, consider mentioning ideas, people, topics you find interesting. It helps guide the future of this podcast. But in general, I just love comments that are full of kindness and thoughtfulness. This podcast is a side project for me. I still put a lot of effort into it. So the positive words of support from an amazing community, from you, really help. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, never any ads in the middle. It can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. I provide timestamps for the start of the conversations you may have noticed that you can skip to, but it helps if you listen to the ad and support this podcast by trying out the product that's being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST Robotics Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating on Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App, the App Store or Google Play, and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with S. James Gates Jr. You tell a story when you were 8. You had a profound realization that the stars in the sky are actually places that we could travel to one day. Do you think human beings will ever venture outside our solar system?
Wow, the question of whether humanity gets outside of the solar system is going to be a challenge. And as long as the laws of physics that we have today are accurate and valid, it's going to be extraordinarily difficult. I'm a science fiction fan, as you probably know, so I love to dream of starships and traveling to other solar systems, but the barriers are just
Wonderful. If we just kind of venture a little bit into science fiction, do you think the spaceships, if we are successful, that take us outside the solar system, will look like the ones we have today, or do fundamental breakthroughs necessary?
in order to have genuine starships, probably some really radical views about the way the universe works are going to have to take place in our science. We could, with our current technology, think about constructing multi-generational starships where the people who get on them are not the people who get off at the other end. But even if we do that, the formula problems actually our bodies, which doesn't seem to be conscious for a lot of people. Even getting to Mars is going to present this challenge because we live in this wonderful home, has a protective magnetic magnetosphere around it, and so we're shielded from cosmic radiation. Once you leave this shield, there are some estimates that, for example, if you send someone to Mars, with our technology, probably about 2 years out there without the shield, they're going to be bombarded. That means radiation, probably means cancer. So that's one of the most formidable challenges, even if we could get over the technology.
Do you think so? Mars is a harsh place. Do Elon Musk, SpaceX, and other folks, NASA, are really pushing to put a human being on Mars? Do you think, again, let's forgive me for lingering in science fiction with it for a little bit, do you think one day we may be able to colonize Mars? First, do you think we'll put a human on Mars? And then do you think we'll put many humans on Mars?
So first of all, we're not. I am extraordinarily convinced we will not put a human on Mars by 2030, which is a date that you often hear in the public debate.
What's the challenge there? What do you think?
So there are a couple of ways that I could slice this, but the one that I think is simplest for people to
understand involves money. So, how we got to the moon in the 1960s, it was about 10-year duration between the challenge that President Kennedy laid out and our successfully landing the moon. I was actually here at MIT when that first moon landing occurred, so I remember watching it on TV. But how did we get there? Well, we had this extraordinary technical agency of the United States government, NASA. It consumed about 5% of the country's economic output. And so you say 5% of the economic output over about a 10-year period gets us 250,000 miles in space. Mars is about 100 times farther. So you have at least 100 times the challenge, and we're spending about 1/10 of the funds that we spent then as a government. So my claim is that it's at least 1,000 times harder for me to imagine us getting to Mars by 2030.
And he had that part that you mentioned in the speech that I have to throw in there of JFK of we do these things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. That was such a beautiful line that I would love to hear a modern president say about a scientific endeavor.
Well, one day we live and hope that such a president will arise for our nation. But even if, like I said, even if you fix the technical problems, the biological engineering that I'm very most about. However, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think that by 2090 or so, or 2100, let's say 120, I suspect we're going to have a few more.
Wow, so you think that many years out? First, a few tangents. You said bioengineering is a challenge. Well, what's the challenge there?
So, as I said, the real problem with interstellar travel, aside from the technology challenges, the real problem is radiation. And how do you engineer either an environment or a body, because we see rapid advancement in bioengineering. How do you engineer either a ship or a body so that some person that's recognizably human will survive the rigors of interplanetary space travel? It's much more difficult than most people seem to take into account.
So, if we can look on the 29, 2100, 2120, sort of thinking of that kind of, and let's look on money.
Okay.
So, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos are pushing the cost, trying to push the cost down. I mean, so do you have hope, as this actually, as a brilliant big picture scientist, do you think a business entrepreneur can take science and make it cheaper and get it out there faster?
So bending the cost curve is, you'll notice that has been an anchor. This is the simplest way for me to discuss this with people about what the challenge is. So yes, bending the cost curve is certainly critical if we're going to be successful. Now, you asked about the endeavors that are out there now, sponsored by two very prominent American citizens, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk. I'm disappointed, actually, in what I see in terms of the routes that are being pursued. So let me give you one example there. This one is going to be a little bit more technical. So if you look at the kinds of rockets that both these organizations are creating, yes, it's wonderful, reusable technology to see a rocket go up and land on its fins, just like it did in science fiction movies when I was a kid. That's astounding. But the real problem is those rockets, the technology that we're doing now, is not really that different than what was used to go to the moon. And there are alternatives, it turns out. There's an engine called a flare engine, so a traditional rocket, if you look at the engine, looks like a bell, right? And the flame comes out the bottom. But there is a kind of engine called a flare engine, which is essentially, when you look at it, it looks like an exhaust pipe on like a fancy car that's long and elongated. And the type of rocket engine, we know it's different. When you're testing, we know it works. And it also is actually much more economical because what it does is allow you to vary the amount of thrust as you go up in a way that you cannot do with one of these bell-shaped engines. So you would think that an entrepreneur might try to have the breakthrough to use flare nozzles, as they're called, as a way to bend the cost curve. So we keep coming back, that's going to be a big factor. But that's not happening. In fact, what we see is what I think of as incremental change in terms of our technology. So I'm not really very encouraged by what I personally see.
Mental change will bend the cost curve.
I don't see it.
Just to linger on the sci-fi for one more question.
Sure.
Do you think we're alone in the universe? Are we the only intelligent form of life?
So there is a quote by Carl Sagan, which I really love when I hear this question. And I recall the quote, and it goes something like, if we're the only conscious life in the universe, it's a terrible waste of space, because the universe is an incredibly big place. And when Carl made that statement, we didn't know about the profusion of planets that are out there. In the last decade, we've discovered over 1,000 planets, and a substantial number of those planets are Earth-like in terms of being in the Goldilocks zone, as it's called. So it's in my mind, it's practically inconceivable that we're the only conscious form of life in the universe. But that doesn't mean they've come to visit us.
Do you think they would look? Do you think we'll recognize alien life if we saw it? Do you think it look anything like the carbon-based biological system we have on Earth today?
It would depend on that life's native environment in which it arose. If that environment was sufficiently like our environment, there's a principle in biology and nature called convergence, which is that even if you have two biological systems that are totally separate from each other, if they face similar conditions, nature tends to converge on solutions. And so there might be similarities if this alien life form was born in a place that's kind of like this place.
Physics appears to be quite similar. The laws of physics across the entirety of the universe. Do you think weirder things than we see on Earth can spring up out of the same kinds of laws of physics?
From the laws of physics, I would say yes. First of all, if you look at carbon-based life, why are we carbon-based? Well, it turns out it's because of the way that carbon interacts with elements, which in fact is also a reflection on the electronic structure of the carbon. So you can look down at the table of elements and say, well, gee, do we see similar elements? The answer is yes. And one that one often hears about in science fiction is silicon. So maybe there's a silicon-based life form out there if the conditions are right. But I think it's presumptuous of us to think that we are the template by which all life has to appear.
Before we dive into beautiful details, let me ask a big question. What to you is the most beautiful idea, maybe the most surprising and mysterious idea in physics?
The most surprising idea for me is that we can actually do physics. The universe did not have to be constructed in such a way that with our limited intellectual capacity, that is actually put together in such a way, and that we are put together in such a way that we can, with our mind's eye, delve incredibly deeply into the structure of the universe. That, to me, is pretty close to a miracle.
So there's simple equations, relatively simple, that can describe things, the fundamental functions, and they can describe everything about our reality. That's not, can you imagine universes where everything is a lot more complicated? Do you think there's something inherent about universes that simple laws are...
Well, first of all, this is a question that I encounter in a number of guises. A lot of people will raise the question about whether mathematics is the language of the universe. And my response is, mathematics is the language that we humans are capable of using in describing the universe. It may have little to do with the universe, but in terms of our capacity, it's the microscope, it's the telescope through which it's the lens through which we are able to view the universe with a precision that no other human language allows. So could there be other universes? Well, I don't even know if this one looks like I think it does.
But the beautiful, surprising thing is that the physics, there are laws of physics, very few laws of physics that can effectively compress down the functioning of the universe.
Yes, that's extraordinarily surprising. I like to use the analogy with computers and information technology. If you worry about transmitting large bundles of data, one of the things that computer scientists do for us is they allow for processes that are called compression, where you take big packets of data and you press them down into much smaller packets, and then you transmit those and then unpack them at the other end. And so it looks a little bit to me like the universe has kind of done us a favor. It's constructed our minds in such a way that we have this thing called mathematics, which then, as we look at the universe, teaches us how to carry out the compression process.
Quick question about compression. Do you think the human mind can be compressed? The biology can be compressed. When we talked about space travel, be able to compress the information that captures some large percent of what it means to be me or you, and then be able to send that at the speed of light.
Wow, that's a big question, and we try to take it apart into several pieces. I don't believe that wetware biology, such as we are, has an exclusive patent on intellect and consciousness. I suspect that other structures in the universe are perfectly capable of producing the data streams that we use to process, first of all, our observations of the universe and an awareness of ourselves. I can imagine other structures can do that also. So that's part of what you were talking about, which I would have some disagreement.
Consciousness.
Yes.
What's the most interesting part of
Consciousness?
Of us? Is consciousness is the thing.
I think that's the most interesting thing about it.
And then you're saying that there's other entities throughout the universe.
I can well imagine that the architecture that supports our consciousness, again, has no patent on consciousness.
Just in case you have an interesting thought here, there's folks, perhaps in philosophy, called panpsychists that believe consciousness underlies everything. It is one of the fundamental laws of the universe. Do you have a sense that that could possibly fit into?
I don't know the answer to that question. One part of that belief system is Gaia, which is that there's a kind of conscious life force about our planet. And I've encountered these things before. I don't quite know what to make of them. My own life experience, and I'll be 69 in about 2 months, and I have spent all my adulthood thinking about the way that mathematics interacts with nature and with us to try to understand nature. And all I can tell you from all of my integrated experience is that there is something extraordinarily mysterious to me about our universe. This is something Einstein said from his life experience as a scientist. And this mysteriousness almost feels like the universe is out here. It's a very strange thing, perhaps, to hear scientists say, but there are just so many strange coincidences that you just get a sense that something is going on.
Well, I interrupted you in terms of compressing wetware down to send it at the speed of light.
Yes. So the first thing is, I would argue that it's probably very likely that artificial intelligence ultimately will develop something like consciousness, something that for us would probably be indistinguishable from consciousness. So that's what I meant by our biological processing equipment that we carry up here probably does not hold a patent on consciousness, because it's really about the data streams. I mean, that's, as far as I can tell, that's what we are. We are self-actuating, self-learning data streams. That, to me, is the most accurate way I can tell you what I've seen in my lifetime about what humans are at the level of consciousness. So if that's the case, then you just need to have an architecture that supports that information processing. So let's assume that that's true, that in fact what we call consciousness is really about a very peculiar kind of data stream. If that's the case, then if you can export that to a piece of hardware, something metal, electronic, what have you, then you certainly will, ultimately that kind of consciousness could get to Mars very quickly. It doesn't have our problems. You can engineer the body, as I said, it's a ship or a body, you engineer wonderful. Send it at the speed of light. Well, That one is a more difficult one because that now goes beyond just a matter of having a data stream. It's now the preservation of the information in the data stream. And so, unless you can build something that's like a super, super, super version of the way the internet works, because most people aren't aware that the internet itself is actually a miracle. It's based on a technology called message packaging. So, if you could exponentiate message packaging in some way to preserve the information that's in the data stream, then maybe your dream becomes true.
Can we, you mentioned with artificial intelligence, sort of us human beings not having a monopoly on consciousness. Does the idea of artificial intelligence systems, computational systems, being able to basically replacing us humans, scare you, excite you? What do you think about
So
that?
I'm going to tell you about a conversation I once had with Eric Schmidt. I was sitting at a meeting with him, and he was a few feet away. And he turned to me and he said something like, "You know, Jim, in maybe a decade or so, we're going to have computers that do what you do." And my response was, "Not unless they can dream." Because there's something about the way that we humans actually generate creativity. It's somehow, I get this sense of my lived experience of watching creative people. It's somehow connected to the irrational parts of what goes on in our head. And dreaming is part of that irrational. So unless you can build a piece of artificial intelligence that dreams, I have a strong suspicion that you will not get something that will fully be conscious by a definition that I would set, for example.
So you mentioned dreaming. You've played around with some out there fascinating ideas. How do you think, and we'll start diving into the world is very small, but has a supersymmetry and all that, in terms of visualization, in terms of how do you think about it, how do you dream of it, how do you come up with ideas in that fascinating, mysterious space?
So in my workspace, which is basically where I am charged with coming up on a mathematical palette with new ideas that will help me understand the structure of nature and hopefully help all of us understand the structure of nature. I've observed several different ways in which my creativity expresses itself. There's one mode which looks pretty normal, which I sort of think of as the Chinese water torture method. Drop, drop, drop. You get more and more information, and suddenly it all congeals, and you get a clear picture. And so that's a kind of a standard way of working. And I think that's how most people think about the way technical people solve problems. That it's kind of you accumulate this body of information, and at a certain point, you synthesize it, and there's something new. But I've also observed in myself and other scientists that there are other ways that we are creative. And these other ways to me are actually far more powerful. I first personally experienced this when I was a freshman at MIT, lived over in Baker House, right across the campus. And I was in a calculus course, 1801 is called at MIT. And calculus comes in two different flavors. One of them is called differential calculus. The other is called integral calculus. Differential calculus is the calculus that Newton invented to describe motion. It turns out integral calculus was probably invented about 1700 years earlier by Archimedes, but we didn't know that when I was a freshman. But so that's what you studied as a student. And differential calculus part of the course was, to me, how do I say this? It was something that by the drip, 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 you could sort of figure it out. Now, the integral part of calculus, I could memorize the formula. That was not the formula. That was not the problem. The problem was why, in my own mind, why do these formulae work? And because of that, when I was in the part of the calculus course where we had to do multiple substitutions to solve integrals, I had a lot of difficulty. I was emotionally involved in my education because this is where I think the passion, emotion comes to, and it caused an emotional crisis that I was having these difficulties understanding the integral part of calculus. The why. That's right. The why of it, not the rote memorization of fact, but the why of it. Why does this work? And so one night I was over in my dormitory in the Baker House. I was trying to do a calculus problem set. I was getting nowhere. I got a terrific headache. I went to sleep and had this very strange dream. And when I awakened, I could do 3 and 4 substitutions in integrals with relative ease. Now, this to me was an astounding experience because I had never before in my life understood that one's subconscious is actually capable of being harnessed to do mathematics. I experienced this, and I've experienced this more than once, so this was just the first time why I remember so. So that's why when it comes to like really wickedly tough problems, I think that the kind of creativity that you need to solve them is probably this second variety, which comes somehow from dreaming.
Do you think, again, I told you I'm Russian, so we romanticize suffering, but do you think part of that equation is the suffering leading up to that dreaming?
So the suffering is, I am convinced that this kind of this second mode of creativity, as I like to call it, I'm convinced that this second mode of creativity is in fact that suffering is a kind of crucible that triggers it, because the mind, I think, is struggling to get out of this, and the only way to do is actually solve the problem. And even though you're not consciously solving problems, something is going on. And I've talked about to a few other people. I've heard other similar stories, and so the way I think about it is it's a little bit like the way that thermonuclear weapons work. I don't know if you know how they work. The thermonuclear weapon is actually two bombs. It's an atomic bomb, which sort of does the compression, and then you have a fusion bomb that goes off. And somehow that emotional pressure, I think, acts like the first stage of a thermonuclear weapon. That's when we get really big bombs.
The analogy between thermonuclear weapons and the subconscious, the connection there is visually, it's kind of interesting.
Well,
And there may be, Freud would have a few things to say.
well, part of it is probably based on my own trajectory through life. My father was in the Army for U.S. Army for 27 years, and so I started my life out on military bases. And so a lot of probably the things that wander around in my subconscious are connected to that experience.
I apologize for all the tangents, but
Well, you're doing it.
but you're encouraging by answering the stupid question.
No, they're not stupid.
You know, your father was in the Army. What do you think about Neil deGrasse Tyson recently wrote a book on interlinking the progress of science to sort of the aspirations of our military endeavors and DARPA funding and so on. What do you think about war in general? Do you think we'll always have war? Do you think we'll always have conflict in the world?
I'm not sure that we're going to be able to afford to have war always, because it's
Strictly financially speaking?
no, not in terms of finance, but in terms of consequences. So if you look at technology today, you can have non-state actors acquire technology, for example, bioterrorism, whose impact is roughly speaking equivalent to what it used to take nations to impart on a population. I think the cost of is going to be, I think it's going to work a little bit like the Cold War. You know, we survived 50, 60 years as a species with these weapons that are so terrible that they could have actually ended our form of life on this planet, but it didn't. Why didn't it? Well, it's a very bizarre and interesting thing, but it was called mutually assured destruction. And so the cost was so great that people eventually figured out that you can't really use these things, which is kind of interesting because if you read the history about the development of nuclear weapons, physicists actually realized this pretty quickly. I think it was maybe Schrodinger who said that these things are not really weapons, they're political implements and not weapons because the cost is so high. And if you take that example and spread it out to the kind of technological development we're seeing now outside of nuclear physics, but I picked the example of biology. I could well imagine that there would be material science sorts of equivalents that across a broad front of technology, you take that experience from nuclear weapons, and the picture that I see is that it would be possible to develop technology that are so terrible that you couldn't use them because the costs are too high. And that might cure us.
And many people have argued that actually it prevented nuclear weapons, have prevented more military conflict than
It certainly froze the conflict domain. It's interesting that nowadays it was with the removal of the threat of mutually assured destruction that other forces took over in our geopolitics.
Do you have worries that of existential threats of nuclear weapons or other technologies like artificial intelligence? Do you think we humans will tend to figure out how to not blow ourselves up?
I don't know, quite frankly. This is something I thought about, and I'm not. I mean, so I'm a spectator in the sense that as a scientist, I collect and collate data. So I've been doing that all my life and looking at my species. And it's not clear to me that we are going to avoid a catastrophic self-induced ending.
Are you optimistic? As a not as a scientist, but as a
I would say I wouldn't bet against us.
beautifully put. Let's dive into the world of very small, if we could, first for a bit. What are the basic particles, either experimentally observed or hypothesized by physicists?
So as we physicists look at the universe, you can, first of all, there are two big buckets of particles. That is the smallest objects that we are able to currently mathematically conceive and then experimentally verify that these ideas have a sense of accuracy to them. So one of those buckets we call matter. These are things like electrons, things that are like quarks, which are particles that exist inside of protons. And there's a whole family of these things. There are, in fact, 18 quarks and apparently 6 electron-like objects that we call leptons. So that's one bucket. The other bucket that we see both in our mathematics as well as in our experimental equipment are what are a set of particles that you can call force carriers. The most familiar force carrier is the photon, the particle of light that allows you to see me. In fact, it's the same object that carries electric repulsion between like charges. From science fiction, we have the object called the graviton, which is talked about a lot in science fiction and Star Trek. But the graviton is also a mathematical object that we physicists have known about essentially since Einstein wrote his theory of general relativity. There are 4 forces in nature, fundamental forces. There is the gravitational force. Its carrier is the graviton. There are 3 other forces in nature: the electromagnetic force, the strong nuclear force, and the weak nuclear force. And each one of these forces has one or more carriers. The photon is the carrier of the electromagnetic force. The strong nuclear force actually has 8 carriers. They're called gluons. And then the weak nuclear force has 3 carriers. They're called the W plus, W minus, and Z bosons. So those are the things that both in mathematics and in experiments, by the way, the most precise experiments we're ever, as a species, able to conduct is about measuring the accuracy of these ideas. And we know that at least to 1 part in a billion, these ideas are right.
So, first of all, you made it sound both elegant and simple, but is it crazy to you that there is force carriers? Like, is that supposed to be a trivial idea to think about? If you think about photons, gluons, that there's 4 fundamental forces of physics, and then those forces that are expressed, there's carriers of those forces. Like, is that a kind of trivial thing?
It's not a trivial thing at all. In fact, it was a puzzle for Sir Isaac Newton because he's the first person to give us basically physics. Before Isaac Newton, physics didn't exist. What did exist was called natural philosophy. So discussions about using the methods of classical philosophy to understand nature, natural philosophy. So the Greeks, we call them scientists, but they were natural philosophers. Physics doesn't get born until Newton writes the Principia. One of the things that puzzled him was how gravity works, because if you read very carefully what he writes, he basically says, and I'm paraphrasing badly, but he basically says that someone who thinks deeply about this subject would find it inconceivable that an object in one place or location can magically reach out and affect another object with nothing intervening. And so it puzzled him.
Does it puzzle you?
But
Action at a distance. I mean, not as
it would, except that I am a physicist, and we had long ago resolved this issue, and the resolution came about through a second great physicist. Most people have heard of Newton. Most people have heard of Einstein. But between the two of them, there was another extraordinarily great physicist, a man named James Clerk Maxwell. And Maxwell, between these two other giants, taught us about electric and magnetic forces. And it's from his equations that one can figure out that there's a carrier called the photon. So this was resolved for physicists around 1860 or so.
So what are bosons and fermions and hadrons,
Sure.
elementary and composites?
Sure. So earlier I said
Two buckets.
you've got two buckets if you want to try to build the universe. You got to start off with things from these two buckets. So you have the things, that's the matter, and then you have to have other objects that act on them to cause those things to cohere to fixed finite patterns, because you need those fixed finite patterns as building blocks. So that's the way our universe looks to people like that. Now, the building blocks do different things. So let's go back to these two buckets again. Let me start with a bucket containing the particle of light. Let me imagine I'm in a dusty room with two flashlights. And I have one flashlight, which I direct directly in front of me. Then I have you stand over to, say, my left. And then we both take our flashlights and turn them on and make sure the beams go right through each other. And the beams do just that. They go right through each other. They don't bounce off of each other. The reason the room has to be dusty is because we want to see the light. If the dust wasn't there, we wouldn't actually see the light until it got to the other wall, right? So you see the beam because it's dust in the air. But the two beams actually pass right through each other. They literally pass right through them. They don't affect each other at all. One acts like the other's not there. The particle of light is the simplest example that shows that behavior. That's a boson. Now let's imagine that we're in the same dusty room. This time you have a bucket of balls and I have a bucket of balls. And we try to throw them so that we get something like a beam, throwing them fast, right? If they collide, they don't just pass through each other, they bounce off each other. Now, that's mostly because they have electric charge. The electric charge is like charge to film. But mathematically, I know how to turn off the electric charge. And if you do that, you'll find they still repel. And it's because they are these things we call fermions. So this is how you distinguish the things that are in the two buckets. They are either bosons or fermions.
Which of them, and maybe you can mention the most popular boson?
Most recently discovered. It's like it's like when I was in high school and there was a really popular majorette. Her name is the Higgs particle these days.
Can you describe which of the bosons and fermions have been discovered, hypothesized, which have been experimentally validated,
Sure.
what's still out there?
Right. So the two buckets that I've actually described to you have all been first hypothesized and then verified by observation, with the Higgs boson being the most recent one of these things. We haven't actually verified the graviton, interestingly enough. Mathematically, we have an expectation that gravitons exist, but we've not performed an experiment to show that this is an accurate idea that nature uses.
So something has to be a carrier
For the force of gravity, exactly. Because
it can't be something way more mysterious than we. So when you say the graviton, would it be like the other particles, force carriers, or
in
could it
some
be something
ways,
much more
some ways yes, but in other ways no. It turns out that the graviton is also, if you look at Einstein's theory, he taught us about this thing he calls space-time, which is, if you try to imagine it, you can sort of think of it as kind of a rubber surface. That's one popular depiction of space-time. It's not an accurate depiction because the accuracy is actually in the calculus that he uses, but that's close enough. So if you have a sheet of rubber, you can wave it. You can actually form a wave on it. Space-time is enough like that so that when space-time oscillates, you create these waves. These waves carry energy. We expect them to carry energy in quanta. That's what a graviton is. It's a wave in space-time. And so the fact that we have seen the waves with LIGO over the course of the last 3 years, and we've recently used gravitational wave observatories to watch colliding black holes and neutron stars and all sorts of really cool stuff out there. So we know the waves exist, but in order to know that gravitons exist, you have to prove that these waves carry energy in energy packets. And that's what we don't have the technology to do.
And perhaps briefly jumping to a philosophical question, does it make sense to you that gravity is so much weaker than the other forces?
No. now you touched on a very deep mystery about physics. There are a lot of such questions of physics about why things are as they are. And as someone who believes that there are some things that certainly aren't coincidences, like you could ask the same question about, well, why are the planets at the orbits that they are around the sun? The answer turns out there is no good reason, it's just an accident. So there are things in nature that have that character, and perhaps the strength of the various forces is like that. On the other hand, we don't know that that's the case, and there may be some deep reasons about why the forces are ordered as they are, where the weakest force is gravity, the next weakest force is the weak interaction, the weak nuclear force, then there's electromagnetism, there's a strong force. We don't really have a good understanding of why this is important forces.
Some of the fascinating work you've done is in the space of supersymmetry, symmetry in general. Can you describe, first of all, what is supersymmetry?
Yeah. You remember the two buckets I told you about, perhaps earlier? So there are two buckets in our universe. So now I want you to think about drawing a pie that has 4 quadrants. So I want you to cut a piece of pie in 4s. So in one quadrant, I'm going to put all the buckets that we talked about, like that are like the electron quarks. In a different quadrant, I'm going to put all the force carriers. The other quadrants are empty. Now, if I showed you a picture of that, you'd see a circle. There would be a bunch of stuff in one upper quadrant, stuff in others. And then I would ask you a question. Does that look symmetrical to you?
No.
No. And that's exactly right, because we humans actually have a very deeply programmed sense of symmetry. It's something that is true of the universe. So how would you make it symmetrical? Well, one way you could is by saying those 2 empty quadrants had things in them also. And if you do that, that's supersymmetry. So that's what I understood when I was a graduate student here at MIT in 1975, when the mathematics of this was first being born. Supersymmetry was actually born in Ukraine in the late 60s, but we had this thing called the Iron Curtain, so we Westerners didn't know about it. But by the early 70s, independently, there were scientists in the West who had rediscovered supersymmetry. Bruno Zumino and Julius Best were their names. So this was around 71 or 72 when this happened. I started graduate school in 73. So around 74, 75, I was trying to figure out how to write a thesis so that I could become a physicist the rest of my life. I had a great advisor, Professor James Young, who had taught me a number of things about electrons and weak forces and those sorts of things. But I decided that if I was going to have a really an opportunity to maximize my chances of being successful, I should strike it out in a direction that other people would not study. And so as a consequence, I surveyed ideas that were being developed, and I came across the idea of supersymmetry. And the mathematics was so remarkable that it bowled me over. I actually have 2 undergraduate degrees. My first undergraduate degree is actually mathematics, and my second is physics, even though I always wanted to be a physicist. Plan A, which involved getting good grades, was mathematics. I was a mathematics major thinking about graduate school, but my heart was in physics.
If we could take a small digression, what's to you the most beautiful idea in mathematics that you've encountered in this interplay between math and physics?
It's the idea of symmetry. The fact that our innate sense of symmetry winds up aligning with just incredible mathematics, to me, is the most beautiful thing. It's very strange but true that if symmetries were perfect, we would not exist. And so even though we have these very powerful ideas about balance in the universe in some sense, it's only when you break those balances that you get creatures like humans and objects like planets and stars. So although they are a scaffold for reality, they cannot be the entirety of reality. So I'm kind of naturally attracted to parts of science and technology where symmetry plays a dominant role.
And not just like the symmetry, as you said, but the magic happens when you break the symmetry.
The magic happens when you break the symmetry.
Okay, so diving right back in, you mentioned 4 quadrants.
Yes.
two are filled with stuff we can
We've
two
measured.
buckets.
Yep.
And then there's crazy mathematical ideas for filling the other
The other
two.
two.
What are those things?
So earlier, the way I described these two buckets is I gave you a story that started out by putting us in a dusty room with two flashlights, and I said, "Turn on your flashlight. I'll turn on mine." The beams will go through each other, and the beams are composed of force carriers called photons that carry the electromagnetic force, and they pass right through each other. So imagine looking at the mathematics of such an object. You don't have to imagine, people like to do that. So you take that mathematics and then you ask yourself a question. You see, mathematics is a palette. It's just like a musical composer is able to construct variations on a theme. Well, a piece of mathematics in the hand of a physicist is something that we can construct variations on. So even though the mathematics that Maxwell gave us about light, we know how to construct variations on that. And one of the variations you can construct is to say, suppose you have a force carrier for electromagnetism that behaves like an electron in that it would bounce off of another one. So that's changing a mathematical term in the equation. So if you did that, you would have a force carrier. So you would say, first it belongs in this force carrying bucket, but it's got this property of bouncing off like electrons. So you say, well, gee, wait, no, that's not the right bucket. So you're forced to actually put it in one of these empty quadrants. So those sorts of things, we give them, so the photon mathematically can be accompanied by a photino. It's the thing that carries a force but has a rule of bouncing off. In a similar manner, you can start with an electron. And you say, okay, so write down the mathematics of an electron. I know how to do that. A physicist named Dirac first told us how to do that back in the late 20s, early 30s. So take that mathematics, and then you say, let me look at that mathematics and find out what in the mathematics causes two electrons to bounce off of each other, even if I turn off the electrical charge. So I can do that. And now let me change that mathematical term. So now I have something that carries electrical charge, but if you take two of them, if you turn their charges off, they'll pass through each other. So that puts things in the other quadrant. Those things we tend to call, we put the S in front of their name. So in the lower quadrant here, we have electrons, and this now newly filled quadrant, we have electrons. In the quadrant over here, we had quarks. Over here, we have quarks. So now we've got this balanced pie, and that's basically what I understood as a graduate student in 1975 about this idea of supersymmetry, that it was going to fill up these two quadrants of the pie in a way that no one had ever thought about before. So I was amazed that no one else at MIT found this an interesting idea. So that's it led to my becoming the first person in MIT to really study supersymmetry. This is 1975, 76, 77. And in 77, I wrote the first PhD thesis in the physics department on this idea because I was drawn to the balance.
Drawn to the symmetry. So what does that, first of all, is this fundamentally a mathematical idea? So how much experimental, and we'll have this thing that's a really interesting one when you explore the world of the small, and in your new book talking about proving Einstein, right, that we'll also talk about, there's this theme of kind of exploring crazy ideas first in the mathematics, and then seeking for ways to experiment and validate them. Where do you put supersymmetry in that?
It's closer than string theory. It is not yet been validated. In some sense, you mentioned Einstein, so let's go there for a moment. In our book, Proving Einstein Right, we actually do talk about the fact that Albert Einstein in 1915 wrote a set of equations which were very different from Newton's equations describing gravity. These equations made some predictions that were different from Newton's predictions. It actually made three different predictions. One of them was not actually a prediction, but a post-diction, because it was known that Mercury was not orbiting the sun in the way that Newton would have told you. And so Einstein's theory actually describes Mercury orbiting in a way that it was observed as opposed to what Newton would have told you. So that was one prediction. The second prediction that came out of the theory of general relativity, which Einstein wrote in 1915, was that so let me describe an experiment and come back to it. Suppose I had a glass of water, and I filled the glass up, and then I moved the glass slowly back and forth between our two faces, it would appear to me like your face is moving, even though you aren't moving. I mean, it's actually, and what's causing it is because the light gets bent through the glass as it passes from your face to my eye. So Einstein, in his 1915 theory of general relativity, found out that gravity has the same effect on light as that glass of water. It would cause beams of light to bend. Now, Newton also knew this, but Einstein's prediction was that light would bend twice as much. And so here's a mathematical idea. Now, how do you actually prove it? You've got to watch.
Just a quick pause on that. Just the language you're using. He found out.
I can say he did a calculation.
It's a really interesting notion that one of the beautiful things about this universe is you can do a calculation and combined with some of that magical intuition that physicists have, actually predict what would be what's possible to experimentally validate. So he found out in the sense that there seems to be something here, and mathematically it should bend, gravity should bend like this amount, and so therefore that's something that could be potentially, and then come up with an experiment that can be validated.
Right. And that's the way that actually modern physics, deeply fundamental modern physics, is how it works. Earlier we spoke about Higgs boson. So why did we go looking for it? The answer is that back in the late 60s or early 70s, some people wrote some equations, and the equations predicted this. So then we went looking for it.
So on supersymmetry for a second, there's these things called Adinkra symbols, these strange little graphs.
Yes.
You refer to them as revealing something like binary code.
Yes.
Underlying reality.
Yes.
First of all, can you describe these guys? What are they? What are these beautiful little strange graphs?
Well, first of all, the Adinkras are an invention of mine, together with a colleague named Michael Fox in 2005. We were looking at equations. But the story's a little bit more complicated. It would take too long to explain all the details. But the Reader's Digest version is that we were looking at these equations, and we figured out that all the data in a certain class of equations could be put in pictures. And the pictures, what do they look like? Well, they're just balls. You have black balls and white balls. Those stand for those two buckets, by the way, that we talk about in reality. The white balls are things that are like particles of light. The black balls are like electrons. And then they draw lines connecting these balls. And these lines are deeply mathematical objects, and there's no way for me to, I have no physical model for telling you what the lines are. But as if you were a mathematician, I would use a technical phrase saying, this is the orbit of the representation on the action of the symmetry generators. Mathematicians will understand it. Nobody else in their right mind, so let's not go. But we figured out that the data that was in the equations was in these funny pictures that we could draw. And so that was stunning. But it also was encouraging because there are problems with the equations, which I had first learned about in 1979 when I was down at Harvard. I went out to Caltech for the first time, working with a great scientist by the name of John Schwartz. There are problems in the equations we don't know how to solve. And so one of the things about solving problems that you don't know how to solve is that beating your head against the brick wall is probably not a good philosophy about how to solve it. So what do you need to do? You need to change your sense of reference, your frame of reference, your perspective. So when I saw these funny pictures, I thought, gee, that might be a way to solve these problems with equations that we don't know how to do. So that was, for me, one of the first attractions, is that I now had an alternative language to try to attack a set of mathematical problems. But I quickly realized that this mathematical language was not known by mathematicians, which makes it pretty interesting because now you have to actually teach mathematicians about mathematics because that's how they make their living. And the great thing about working with mathematicians, of course, is the rigor with which they examine ideas. So they make your ideas better than they start out. So I started working with a group of mathematicians, and it was in that collaboration that we figured out that these funny pictures had error correcting codes buried.
So can you talk about what are error correcting codes?
Sure. So the simplest way to talk about error correcting codes is First of all, to talk about digital information. Digital information is basically strings of ones and zeros. They're called bits. So now let's imagine that I want to send you some bits. Well, maybe I could show you pictures, but maybe it's a rainy day, or maybe the windows in your house are foggy. So sometimes when I show you a zero, you might interpret it as a one. Or other times when I show you a one, you might interpret it as a zero. So if that's the case, that means when I try to send you this data, it comes to you in corrupted form. And so the challenge is, how do we get it to be uncorrupted? In the 1940s, a computer scientist named Hamming addressed the problem of how do you reliably transmit digital information. And what he came up with was a brilliant idea. The way you solve it is that you take the data that you want to send, the ones in your strings, ones zeros, your favorite string, and then you dump more ones and zeros in, but you dump them in a particular pattern. And this particular pattern is what a Hamming code is all about. So it's an error correcting code because if the person at the other end knows what the pattern is supposed to be, they can figure out when ones got changed to zeros and got changed. So it turned out that our strange little objects that came from looking at the equations that we couldn't solve, it turns out that when you look at them deeply enough, you find out they have ones and zeros buried in them. But even more astoundingly, the ones and zeros are not there randomly. They are in the pattern of error correcting codes. So this was an astounding thing that when we first got this result and tried to publish it, it took us 3 years to convince other physicists that we weren't crazy. Eventually we were able to publish it by this collaboration of mathematicians and other physicists. And so ever since then, I have actually been looking at the mathematics of these objects, trying to still understand the properties of the equations. And I want to understand the properties of equations because I want to be able to try things that are like electrons. So as you can see, it's just like a two-step removed process of trying to get back to reality.
So what would you say is the most beautiful property of these graphs, objects? What do you think of, by the way, the word symbols, what do you think of them, these simple graphs? Are they objects or are they, how should
For
we think
people
about
who work with mathematics like me, our mathematical concepts we often refer to them as objects. They feel like real things. Even though you can't see them or touch them, they're so much part of your interior life that it is as if you could. So we often refer to these things as objects, even though there's nothing objective about them.
And what does a single graph represent?
So the simplest of these graphs has to have one white ball and one black ball. That's that balance that we talked about earlier. We want to balance out the quadrants. Well, you can't do it unless you have a black ball and a white ball. So the simplest of these objects looks like two little balls, one black, one white, connected by a single line. And what it's talking about is, as I said, a deep mathematical property related to symmetry.
You've mentioned the error correcting codes, but is there a particular beautiful property that stands out to you about these objects that you just find?
Yes.
I mean, they're very early on in the development.
Yes, there is. The craziest thing about these to me is that when you look at physics and try to write equations where information gets transmitted reliably, if you're in one of these supersymmetrical systems with this extra symmetry, that doesn't happen unless there's an error correcting code present. So it's as if the universe says you don't transmit information unless there's something about an error correcting code. This to me is the craziest thing that I've ever personally encountered in my research. And it's actually got me to wondering how this could come about, because the only place in nature that we know about error correcting codes is genetics. And in genetics, we think it was evolution that causes error correcting codes to be in genomes. And so does that mean there was some kind of form of evolution acting on the mathematical laws and physics of our universe? This is a very bizarre and strange idea. And it's something I've wondered about from time to time since making these discoveries.
Do you think such an idea could be fundamental, or is it emergent throughout all different kinds of systems?
I don't know whether it's fundamental. I probably will not live to find out. It's going to be the work of probably some future either mathematicians or physicists to figure out what these things actually mean.
We have to talk a bit about the magical, the mysterious theory, superstring theory. there's still maybe this aspect of it, which is there's still, for me, from an outsider's perspective, this fascinating heated debate on the status of string theory. Can you clarify this debate, perhaps articulating the various views and say where you land on it?
So first of all, I doubt that I will be able to say anything to clarify the debate around string theory for a general audience. Part of the reason is because string theory has done something I've never seen theoretical physics do. It is broken out into consciousness of the general public before we're finished. You see, string theory doesn't actually exist because when we use the word theory, we mean a particular set of attributes. In particular, it means that you have an overarching paradigm that explains what it is that you're doing. No such overarching paradigm exists for string theory. What string theory is currently is an enormously large, mutually reinforcing collection of mathematical facts in which we can find no contradictions. We don't know why it's there, but we can certainly say that without challenge. Now, just because you find a piece of mathematics doesn't mean that this applies to nature. And in fact, there has been a very heated debate about whether string theory is some sort of hysteria among the community of theoretical physicists, or whether it has something fundamental to say about our universe. We don't yet know the answer to that question. And what those of us who study string theory will tell you are things like, string theory has been extraordinarily productive in getting us to think more deeply, even about mathematics that's not string theory, but the kind of mathematics that we've used to describe elementary particles. There have been spin-offs of string theory, and this has been going on now for 2 decades almost, that have allowed us, for example, accurately calculate the force between electrons with the presence of quantum mechanics. This is not something you hear about in the public. There are other similar things. That kind of property I just told you about is what's called weak-strong duality, and it comes directly from string theory. There are other things such as a property called holography, which allows one to take equations and the boundary of a space, and then to know information about inside the space without actually doing calculations there. This has come directly from string theory. So there are a number of direct mathematical effects that we learn in string theory, but we take these ideas and look at math that we already know and we find suddenly we're more powerful. This is a pretty good indication of something interesting going on in string theory itself.
So it's the early days of a powerful mathematical framework.
That's what we have right now.
What are the big, first of all, most people probably, which, as you said, most general public would know actually what string theory is, which is at the highest level, which is a fascinating fact.
Well, string theory is what they do on the Big Bang Theory.
One, can you maybe describe what is string theory and two, what are the open challenges?
So what is string theory? Well, the simplest explanation I can provide is to go back and ask, what are particles? Which is the question you first asked me.
What's the smallest thing?
Yeah, what's the smallest thing? So particles, one way I try to describe particles to people is I want you to imagine a little ball. And I want you to let the size of that ball shrink into it. It has no extent whatsoever. But it still has the mass of the ball. That's actually what Newton was working with when he first invented physics. He's the real inventor of the massive particle, which is this idea that underlies all of physics. So that's where we start. It's a mathematical construct that you get by taking a limit of things that you know. So it's a string. Well, in the same analogy, I would say now I want you to start with a piece of spaghetti. So we all know what that looks like. And now I want you to let the thickness of the spaghetti shrink until it has no thickness. Mathematically, I mean, words, this makes no sense. Mathematically, this actually works. And you get this mathematical object out. It has properties that are like spaghetti. It can wiggle and jiggle, but it can also move collectively like a piece of spaghetti. It's the mathematics of those sorts of objects that constitute string theory.
And does the multi-dimensional 11-dimensional, however many dimensional, more than 4 dimension. Is that a crazy idea to you? Is that the stranger aspect of string theory too?
Not really. And also partly because of my own research. So earlier we talked about these strange symbols that we discovered inside the equations. It turns out that to a very large extent, thinkers don't really care about the number of dimensions. They kind of have an internal mathematical consistency as that to be manifested in many different dimensions. Since supersymmetry is a part of string theory, then the same property you would expect to be inherited by string theory. However, another little known fact, which is not in the public debate, is that there are actually strings that are only 4-dimensional. This is something that was discovered at the end of the 80s by 3 different groups of physicists working independently. I and my friend Warren Siegel, who were at the University of Maryland at the time, were able to prove that there's mathematics that looks totally 4-dimensional and yet it's a string. There was a group in Germany that used slightly different mathematics, but they found the same result. And then there was a group at Cornell who, using yet a third piece of mathematics, found the same result. So the fact that extra dimensions is so widely talked about in the public is partly a function of how the public has come to understand string theory and how the story has been told to them. But there are alternatives you don't know about.
If we could talk about maybe experimental validation, and you're the co-author of a recently published book, Proving Einstein Right. The human story of it, too, the daring expeditions that changed how we look at the universe. Do you see echoes of the early days of general relativity in the 1910s to the more stretched out to string theory?
I do, and that's one reason why I was happy to focus on the story of how Einstein became a global superstar. Earlier in our discussion, we went over his history, where in 1915 he came up with this piece of mathematics, used it to do some calculations, and then made a prediction. Yes. But making a prediction is not enough. Someone's got to go out and measure. And so string theory is in that in-between zone. Now for Einstein, it's from 1915 to 1919. 1915, he makes the correct prediction. By the way, he made an incorrect prediction about the same thing in 1911. He corrected himself in 1915. And by 1919, the first pieces of experimental observational data became available to say, yes, he's not wrong. And by 1922, the argument that based on observation was overwhelming, that he was not wrong.
Can you describe what special and general relativity are, just briefly?
Sure.
That's the prediction Einstein made, and maybe some or a memorable moment from the human journey of trying to prove this thing right.
Sure.
Which is incredible.
Right. So I'm very fortunate to have worked with a talented novelist who wanted to write a book that coincided with the book I wanted to write about how science kind of feels if you're a person. Because it's actually people who do science, even though that may not be obvious to everyone. So for me, I wanted to write this book for a couple of reasons. I wanted young people to understand that these seeming alien giants that lived before them were just as human as they are.
You get married, you get divorced.
They get married, they get divorced, they do terrible things, they do great things. They're people. They're just people like you. And so that part of telling the story allowed me to get that out there for both young people interested in the sciences as well as the public. But the other part of the story is I wanted to open up sort of what it was like. Now, I'm a scientist, and so I will not pretend to be a great writer. I understand a lot about mathematics, and I've even created my own mathematics that, is kind of a weird thing to be able to do. But in order to tell the story, you really have to have an incredible master of the narrative. And that was my co-author, Kathy Pelletier, who is a novelist. So we formed this conjoined brain, I used to call us, She used to call us Professor Higgins and Eliza Doolittle. My expression for us was that we were a joined brain to tell this story. And it allowed, so what are some magical moments? To me, the first magical moment in telling the story was looking at Albert Einstein and his struggle. Because although we regard him as a genius, as I said, in 1911, he actually made an incorrect prediction about spinning starlight. And that's actually what set the astronomers off. In 1914, there was an eclipse. And by various accidents of war and weather and all sorts of things that we talk about in the book, no one was able to make the measurement. If they had made the measurement, it would have disagreed with his 1911 prediction because nature only has one answer. And so then you see how fortunate he was that wars and bad weather and accidents of transporting equipment stopped any measurements from being made. So he corrects himself in 1915, but the astronomers are already out there trying to make the measurement. So now he gives them a different number, and it turns out that's the number that nature agrees with. So it gives you a sense of this is a person struggling with something deeply, and although his deep insight led him to this, it is the circumstance of time, place, and accident, but through which we view him. And the story could have turned out very differently, where first he makes a prediction, the measurements that he made in 1914, they disagree with his prediction, and so what would the world view him as? Well, he's this professor who made this prediction that didn't get it right. Yes. So the fragility of human history is illustrated by that story, and it's one of my favorite things. You also learn things like in our book how eclipses, watching eclipses, was a driver of the development of science in our nation when it was very young. In fact, even before we were a nation, it turns out there were citizens of this would-be country that were going out trying to measure eclipses.
So some fortune, some misfortune affects the progress of science, especially with ideas as, to me at least, if I put myself back in those days, as radical as general relativity is. First, can you describe, or if it's okay, briefly, what general relativity is? And yeah, could you just take a moment of, put yourself in those shoes in academic researchers, scientists of that time. What is this theory? What is it trying to describe about our world?
It's trying to answer the thing that left Isaac Newton puzzled. Isaac Newton says gravity magically goes from one place to another. He doesn't believe it, by the way. He knows that's not right. But if the mathematics is so good that you have to say, well, I'll throw my qualms away because I'll use it. That's all we use to get a man from the Earth to the Moon was that mathematics. So I'm one of those scientists. I've seen this. And if I thought deeply about it, maybe I know that Newton himself wasn't right. And so the first thing I would hope that I would feel is, gee, there's this young kid out there who has an idea to fill in this hole that was left with us by Sir Isaac Newton. That would, I hope, would be my reaction. I have a suspicion. I'm kind of a mathematical creature. I was 4 years old when I first decided that science was what I wanted to do with my life. And so if my personality back then is like it is now, I think it's probably likely I would wanted to have studied this mathematics. What was a piece of mathematics that he was using to make this prediction? Because he didn't actually create that mathematics. That mathematics was created roughly 50 years before he lived. He's the person who harnessed it in order to make a prediction. In fact, he had to be taught this mathematics by a friend. So this is in our book. So putting myself in that time, I would want to, like I said, I think I would feel excited. I would want to know what the mathematics is, and then I would want to do the calculations myself. Because one thing that physics is all about is that you don't have to take anybody's word for anything. You can do it yourself.
It does seem that mathematics is a little bit more tolerant of radical ideas for mathematicians. And people who find beauty in mathematics. Why? All the white questions I'm not going to answer. Let me ask: why do you think Einstein never got the Nobel Prize for general relativity? He got it for the photoelectric effect.
That is correct. Well, first of all, that's something that is misunderstood about the Nobel Prize in physics. The Nobel Prize in physics is never given for purely proposing an idea. It is always given for proposing an idea that has observational support. So he could not get the Nobel Prize for either special relativity nor general relativity because the provisions that Alfred Nobel left for the award prevent that.
But after it's been validated, not get it then or not?
Yes, but remember the validation doesn't really come until the 1920s.
But that's why they invented the second Nobel Prize. I mean, Marie Curie, you can get a second Nobel Prize for one of the greatest theories in physics.
So let's be clear on this. The theory of general relativity had its critics even up until the 50s. So if the committee had wanted to give the prize for general relativity, there were vociferous critics of general relativity up until the 50s. Einstein died in 1955.
What lessons from the story you tell in the book, from general relativity, from the radical nature of the theory, to looking at the future of string theory?
Well, I think that the string theorists are probably going to retrace this path, but it's going to be far longer and more torturous, in my opinion. String theory is such a broad and deep development that, in my opinion, when it becomes acceptable, it's going to be because of a confluence of observations. It's not going to be a single observation. And I have to tell you that, so I gave a seminar here yesterday to my team, and it's on an idea I had about how string theory can leave signatures in the cosmic microwave background, which is an astrophysical structure. And so if those kinds of observations are borne out, if perhaps other things related to the idea of superstructure borne out, those are going to be the first powerful observationally based pieces of evidence that will begin to do what the Eddington expedition did in 1990. But that may take several decades.
Do you think there will be Nobel Prizes given for string theory?
No.
Because
I think the original, I think it will exceed one in lifetimes. But there are other prizes that are given. There is something called the Breakthrough Prize. There's a Russian-American immigrant named Yuri Milner, started this wonderful prize called the Breakthrough Prize. It's 3 times as much money as the Nobel Prize, and it gets awarded every year. And so something like one of those prizes is likely to be garnered at some point far earlier than a Nobel Prize.
Jumping around a few topics. While you were at Caltech, you've gotten to interact, I believe, with Richard Feynman. I have to ask.
Yes, Richard Feynman, indeed.
Do you have any stories that stand out in your memory of that?
Well, I have a fair number of stories, but I'm not prepared to tell them. They're not all politically correct, shall we say. But let me just say, I'll say the following. Richard Feynman, if you've ever read some of the books about him, in particular, there's a book called Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. There's a series of books that starts with Surely You're Joking, Mr. Feynman. And I think the second one may be something like, What do you care what they say, or something. I mean, the titles are all, there are 3 of them. When I read those books, I was amazed at how accurately those books portrayed the man that I interacted with. He was irreverent, he was fun, he was deeply intelligent, he was deeply human. And those books tell that story very effectively.
Even just those moments, how did they affect you as a physicist?
Well, it's funny because one of the things that I didn't hear Feynman say this, but one of the things that is reported that he said is if you're on a bar stool as a physicist and you can't explain to the guy on the bar stool next to you what you're doing, you don't understand what you're doing. And there's a lot of that that I think is correct. That when you truly understand something as complicated as string theory, when it's in its fully formed final uh, development, it should be something you can tell to the person in the bar stool next to you. And that's something that affects the way I do science, quite frankly. It also affects the way I talk to the public about science. It's one of the sort of my mantras that I keep deeply and try to keep deeply before me when I appear in public fora, speaking about physics in particular and science in general. It's also something that Einstein said in a different way. He said he had these two different formulations. One of them is, when the answer is simple as God's speaking. And the other thing that he said was that what he did in his work was simply the distillation of common sense, that you distill down to something. And he also said you make things as simple as possible, but no simpler. So all of those things, and certainly this attitude for me, first sort of seeing this was exemplified by being around Richard Feynman.
So in all your work, you're always kind of searching for the simplicity, for the
I am.
simple, clear.
And ultimately I am.
You served on President Barack Obama's Council of Advisors in Science and Technology
For 7 years, yes.
for 7 years with Eric Schmidt and several other brilliant people.
Met Eric for the first time in 2009, and the council was called together.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of you in that room, and there's a bunch of brilliant people. It kind of looks amazing. What was that experience like, being called upon that kind of service?
So let me go back to my father first of all. I earlier mentioned that my father served 27 years in the U.S. Army, starting in World War II. He went off in 1942-43 to fight against the fascists. He was part of the supply corps that supplied General Patton as the tanks rolled across Western Europe, pushing back the forces of Nazism, to meet up with our Russian comrades who were pushing the Nazis, starting in Stalingrad. And the Second World War is actually a very interesting piece of history to know from both sides. Here in America, we typically don't, but I've actually studied history as an adult, so I actually know sort of the whole story.
And on the Russian side, we don't know the American. We weren't taught the.
I know. I have many probably Russian friends. We've had this conversation on many occasions.
It's fascinating.
But like General Zhukov, for example, was something that you would know about, but you might not know about that. But so Georgy Zhukov or Rokossovsky. I mean, there's a whole list of names that I've learned in the last 15 or 20 years looking at the Second World War. So
your father was in the midst of that, probably one of the greatest wars
in the history of our species. And so the idea of service comes to me essentially from that example. So in 2009, when I first got a call from a Nobel laureate, actually in biology, Harold Parks, told me to India. And I got this email message, and he said he needed to talk to me. And I said, okay, fine, we can talk. Got back to States, I didn't hear from him. We went through several cycles of this, sending me a message, I'm going to talk to you, and then never contacted him. Finally, I was on my way to give a physics presentation at the University of Florida in Gainesville, and just I stepped off a plane, and my mobile phone went off, and it was Harold. And so I said, Harold, why do you keep sending me messages that you want to talk, but you never call? He said, well, I'm sorry, things have been hectic and da-da-da-da-da. And then he said, if you were offered the opportunity to serve on the U.S. President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, what would be your answer? And I was amused at the formulation of the question.
Yeah.
Because there is clearly there's a purpose of why the question is asked that way. But then he made it clear to me he wasn't joking. And literally, one of the few times in my life, my knees went weak and I had to hold myself up against a wall so that I didn't fall over. I doubt if most of us who have been the beneficiaries of the benefits of this country, when given that kind of opportunity, could say no. And I know I certainly couldn't say no. I was frightened out of my wits because I had never, although I had my career in terms of policy recommendations is actually quite long. It goes back to the 80s, but I had never been called upon to serve as an advisor to a president of the United States. And it was very scary, but I did not feel that I could say no because I wouldn't be able to sleep with myself at night saying, that I chickened out or whatever. And so I took the plunge, and we had a pretty good run. There are things that I did in those 7 years of which I'm extraordinarily proud. One of the ways I tell people is if you've ever seen that television cartoon called Schoolhouse Rock, there's this one story about how a bill becomes a law, and I kind of lived that. There are things that I did that have now been codified in U.S. law. Not everybody gets a chance to do things like that in life.
What do you think is the science and technology, especially in American politics? We haven't had a president who's an engineer or a scientist. What do you think is President Obama understanding the latest ideas in science and tech? What was that experience like?
Well, first of all, I've met other presidents besides President Obama. He was the most extraordinary president I've ever encountered.
Despite the fact that he went to Harvard.
When I think about President Obama, he is a deep mystery to me. In the same way, perhaps, that the universe is a mystery. I don't really understand how that constellation of personality traits could come to fit within a single individual. But I saw them for 7 years, so I'm convinced that I wasn't seeing fake news. I was seeing real data. He was just an extraordinary man. And one of the things that was completely clear was that he was not afraid and not intimidated to be in a room with really smart people. I mean, really smart people. That he was completely comfortable in asking some of the world's greatest experts, what do I do about this problem? And it wasn't that he was going to just take their answer, but he would listen to the advice. And that, to me, was extraordinary. As I said, I've been around other executives, and I've never seen one quite like him. He's an extraordinary learner, is what I observe, and not just about science. He has a way of internalizing information in real time that I've never seen in a politician before, even in extraordinarily complicated situations.
Even scientific ideas.
Scientific or non-scientific. Complicated ideas don't have to be scientific ideas. But I have, like I said, seen him in real time process complicated ideas with a speed that was stunning. In fact, he shocked the entire council. I mean, we were all stunned at his capacity to be presented with complicated ideas and then to wrestle with them and internalize them and then come back, more interestingly enough, come back with really good questions to ask.
I've noticed this in the area that I understand more of artificial intelligence. I've seen him integrate information about artificial intelligence and then come out with these kind of Richard Feynman-like insights.
That's exactly right. And that, as I said, those of us who have been in that position, it is stunning to see it happen because you don't expect it.
Yeah, it takes what, for a lot of sort of graduate students, it takes like 4 years in a particular topic. He just does it in a few minutes. I like it. You mentioned that you would love to see experimental validation of superstring theory before I
shuffle off this morning coil.
Which the poetry of that reference made me smile when I saw it.
People actually misunderstand that. It's not what it doesn't mean what we generally take it to mean colloquially, but it's such a beautiful expression.
Yeah, it is. It's from the Hamlet to be or not to be speech, which I still don't understand what it's about. So many interpretations. Anyway, what are the most exciting problems problems in physics that are just within our reach of understanding and maybe solve in the next few decades that you may be able to see?
So in physics, you limited it to physics.
Physics, mathematics, this kind of space of problems that fascinate you.
Well, the one that looks on the immediate horizon like we're going to get to is quantum computing. And that's going to, if we actually get there, that's going to be extraordinarily interesting.
Do you think that's a fundamentally problem of theory, or is it now in the space of engineering?
It's in the space of engineering. I was out at Q Station. As you may know, Microsoft has this research facility in Santa Barbara. I was out there a couple of months in my capacity as vice president of the American Physical Society. And I got, I had some things that were like lectures, and they were telling me what they were doing. And it sure sounded like they knew what they were doing, and that they were close to major breakthroughs.
Yeah, that's a really exciting possibility there. But back to Hamlet, do you ponder mortality, your own mortality?
My mother died when I was 11 years old. And so I immediately knew what the end of the story was for all of us. As a consequence, I've never spent a lot of time thinking about death. It'll come in its own good time. And sort of, to me, the job of every human is to make the best and the most of the time that's given to us in order not for our own selfish gain, but to try to make this place a better place for someone else.
And on the why of life, why do you think we are?
I have no idea, and I never even worried about it. For me, I have an answer, a local answer. The apparent why for me was because I'm supposed to do physics.
But it's funny because there's so many other quantum mechanically speaking possibilities in your life, such as being an astronaut, for example.
So you know what that I see. Well, like Einstein and the vicissitudes that prevented the 1914 measurement of the starlight moving, the universe is constructed in such a way that I didn't become an astronaut, which would have, for me, I would have faced the worst choice in my life, whether I would try to become an astronaut or whether I would try to do theoretical physics. Both of these dreams were born when I was 4 years old simultaneously. And so I can't imagine how difficult that decision would have been.
The universe helped you out on that one.
Not only that one, but it helped me out by allowing me to pick the right path.
Is there a day in your life you could relive because it made you truly happy? What day would that be if you could just look back?
Being a theoretical physicist is like having Christmas every day. I have lots of joy in my life.
The moments of invention, moments of ideas, revelation.
Yes. The only thing I see them are some family experiences, like when my kids were born and that kind of stuff. But they're pretty high up there.
Well, I don't see a better way to end it, Jim. Thank you so much. It's a huge honor talking today.
This worked out better than I thought.
Glad to hear it. Thanks for listening to this conversation with S. James Gates Jr. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it and use code LEX Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to learn and to dream of engineering our future. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, and connect with me on Twitter. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from the great Albert Einstein for the rebels among us. Unthinking respect for authority is the greatest enemy of truth. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Melanie Mitchell. She's a professor of computer science at Portland State University and an external professor at Scientific Institute. She has worked on and written about artificial intelligence from fascinating perspectives, including adaptive complex systems, genetic algorithms, and the copycat cognitive architecture, which places the process of analogy making at the core of human cognition. From her doctoral work with her advisors, Douglas Hofstadter and John Holland, to today, she has contributed a lot of important ideas to the field of AI, including her recent book, simply called Artificial Intelligence, a Guide for Thinking Humans. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt the listening experience. Provide timestamps for the start of the conversation, but it helps if you listen to it and support this podcast by trying out the product or service being advertised. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends, but you can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just seconds. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock to save $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called First, best known for their first robotics and Lego competition. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means the donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Melanie Mitchell. The name of your new book is Artificial Intelligence, subtitle A Guide to Humans. The name of this podcast is Artificial Intelligence. So let me take a step back and ask the old Shakespeare question about roses. What do you think of the term artificial intelligence for our big, complicated, and interesting field?
I'm not crazy about the term. I think it has a few problems because it means so many different things to different people. And intelligence is one of those words that isn't very clearly defined either. There's so many different kinds of intelligence, degrees of intelligence, approaches to intelligence. John McCarthy was the one who came up with the term artificial intelligence. And from what I read, he called it that to differentiate it from cybernetics, which was another related movement at the time. And he later regretted calling it artificial intelligence. Herbert Simon was pushing for calling it complex information processing, which got mixed, but probably is equally vague, I guess.
Is it the intelligence or the artificial in terms of words that's most problematic, would you say?
Yeah, I think it's a little of both. But, it has some good sides because I personally was attracted to the field because I was interested in the phenomenon of intelligence. And if it was called complex information processing, maybe I'd be doing something wholly different now.
What do you think of? I've heard the term used, cognitive systems, for example. So using cognitive.
Yeah, I mean, cognitive has certain associations with it, and people like to separate things like cognition and perception, which I don't actually think are separate, but often people talk about cognition as being different from sort of other aspects of intelligence, sort of higher level.
So to you, cognition is this broad, beautiful mess of things that's encompasses the whole thing. Memory,
Yeah,
capture,
I think it's hard to draw lines like that. When I was coming out of grad school in 1990, just when I graduated, that was during one of the AI winters. And I was advised
to not put AI, artificial intelligence, on my CV, but instead call it intelligent systems. So that was kind of a euphemism, I guess.
What about, to stick briefly on terms and words, the idea of artificial general intelligence, or what like Jan LeCun prefers human level intelligence, sort of starting to talk about ideas that achieve higher and higher levels of intelligence. Somehow artificial intelligence seems to be a term used more for the narrow, very specific applications of AI. And sort of, what set of terms appeal to you to describe the thing that perhaps we strive to create?
People have been struggling with this for the whole history of the field and defining exactly what it is that we're talking about. You know, John Searle had this distinction between strong AI and weak AI. And weak AI could be general AI, but his idea was strong AI was the view that a machine is actually thinking, that as opposed to simulating thinking or carrying out intelligent processes that we would call intelligent.
At a high level, if you look at the founding of the field, McCarthy and Searle and so on, are we closer to having a better sense of that line between narrow, weak AI and strong AI?
Yes, I think we're closer to having a better idea of what that line is. Early on, for example, a lot of people thought that playing chess would be, you couldn't play chess if you didn't have general human level intelligence. And of course, once computers were able to play chess better than humans, that revised that view. And people said, okay, well, maybe now we have to revise what we think of intelligence as. And so that's kind of been a theme throughout the history of the field, is that once a machine can do some task, we then have to look back and say, oh, well, that changes my understanding of what intelligence is, because I don't think that machine is intelligent. That's not what I want to call intelligence.
Do you think that line moves forever, or will we eventually really feel as a civilization like we crossed the line, if it's possible?
It's hard to predict, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't, in principle, create something that we would consider intelligent. I don't know how we will know for sure. Maybe our own view of what intelligence is will be refined more and more until we finally figure out what we mean when we talk about it. But I think eventually we will create machines, in a sense, that have intelligence. They may not be the kinds of machines we have now. And one of the things that that's going to produce is making us sort of understand our own machine-like qualities, that we, in a sense, are mechanical, in the sense that, like, cells are kind of mechanical. They have algorithms they process information by, and somehow out of this mass of cells, we get this emergent property that we call intelligence. But underlying it is really just cellular processing and lots and lots and lots of it.
Do you think we'll be able to? Do you think it's possible to create intelligence without understanding our own mind? You said that in that process we'll understand more and more, but do you think it's possible to sort of create without really fully understanding, from a mechanistic perspective, sort of from a functional perspective, how our mysterious mind works?
If I had to bet on it, I would say no, we do have to understand our own minds, at least to some significant extent. But I think that's a really big open question. I've been very surprised at how far kind of brute force approaches based on, say, big data and huge networks can take us. I wouldn't have expected that. And they have nothing to do with the way our minds work. So that's been surprising to me. So it could be wrong.
To explore the psychological and the philosophical, do you think we're okay as a species with something that's more intelligent than us? Do you think perhaps the reason we're pushing that line further and further is people are afraid of acknowledging that there's something stronger, better, smarter than us humans?
Well, I'm not sure we can define intelligence that way because, smarter than is with respect to computers are already smarter than us in some areas. They can multiply much better than we can. They can figure out driving routes to take much faster and better than we can. They have a lot more information to draw on. They know about traffic conditions and all that stuff. So for any given particular task, sometimes computers are much better than we are. We're totally happy with that, right? I'm totally happy with that. It doesn't bother me at all. I guess the question is, which things about our intelligence would we feel very sad or upset that machines had been able to recreate? So in the book, I talk about my former PhD advisor, Douglas Hofstadter, who encountered a music generation program. And that was really the line for him, that if a machine could create beautiful music, that would be terrifying for him, because that is something he feels is really at the core of what it is to be human, creating beautiful music, art, literature. I don't think he doesn't like the fact that machines can recognize spoken language really well. Like he personally doesn't like using speech recognition. I don't think it bothers him to his core, because it's like, okay, that's not at the core of humanity. But it may be different for every person what really they feel would usurp their humanity. And I think maybe it's a generational thing also. Maybe our children or our children's children will be adapted. They'll adapt to these new devices that can do all these tasks and say, yes, this thing is smarter than me in all these areas. That's great because it helps me.
Looking at the broad history of our species, why do you think so many humans have dreamed of creating artificial life and artificial intelligence throughout the history of our civilization? And not just this century or the 20th century, but really throughout many centuries that preceded it.
That's a really good question. And I have wondered about that. Because I myself, was driven by curiosity about my own thought processes, and it would be fantastic to be able to get a computer to mimic some of my thought processes. I'm not sure why we're so driven. I think we want to understand ourselves better, and we also want machines to do things for us. But I don't know, there's something more to it because it's so deep in the kind of mythology or the ethos of our species. And I don't think other species have this drive. So I don't know.
If you were to sort of psychoanalyze yourself in your own interest in AI, what excites you about creating intelligence? You said understanding our own selves.
Yeah, I think that's what drives me particularly. I'm really interested in human intelligence, but I'm also interested in the sort of the phenomenon of intelligence more generally. And I don't think humans are the only thing with intelligence, or even animals. But I think intelligence is a concept that encompasses a lot of complex systems. If you think of things like insect colonies or cellular processes or the immune system or all kinds of different biological or even societal processes have as an emergent property some aspects of what we would call intelligence. memory, they process information, they have goals, they accomplish their goals, etc. And to me, that the question of what is this thing we're talking about here was really intrigued me, and exploring it using computers seemed to be a good way to approach the question.
So do you think kind of intelligence, do you think of our universe as a kind of hierarchy of complex systems, and intelligence is just the property of any, you can look at any level, and every level has some aspect of intelligence. So we're just like one little speck in a giant hierarchy of complex systems.
I don't know if I would say any system like that has intelligence, but I guess I don't have a good enough definition of intelligence to say that.
So let me do sort of multiple choice, I guess. So you said ant colonies. So are ant colonies intelligent? Are the bacteria in our body intelligent? And then go into the physics world, molecules and the behavior at the quantum level of electrons and so on. Are those kinds of systems, do they possess intelligence? Like where's the line that feels compelling to you?
I don't know. I mean, I think intelligence is a continuum, and I think that the ability to, in some sense, have intention, have goal, have some kind of self-awareness is part of it. I'm not sure if, it's hard to know where to draw that line. That's kind of a mystery. But I wouldn't say that, the planets orbiting the sun is an intelligent system. I mean, I would find that maybe not the right term to describe that. And this is, there's all this debate in the field of like, what's the right way to define intelligence? What's the right way to model intelligence? Should we think about computation? Should we think about dynamics? Should we think about, free energy and all that stuff? I think that it's a fantastic time to be in the field because there's so many questions and so much we don't understand. There's so much work to do.
So are we the most special kind of intelligence in this kind of, you said this a bunch of different elements and characteristics of intelligent systems and colonies. Is human intelligence the thing in our brain? Is that the most interesting kind of intelligence in this continuum?
Well, it's interesting to us because it is us. I mean, interesting to me, yes, because I'm part of, human.
But to understanding the fundamentals of intelligence, we're not
Yeah, I mean,
studying the human is sort of if everything we've talked about, when you talk about in your book, but just the AI field, this notion, yes, it's hard to define, but it's usually talking about something that's very akin to human intelligence.
Yeah, to me, it is the most interesting because it's the most complex, I think. It's the most self-aware. It's the only system, at least that I know of, that reflects on its own intelligence.
And you talk about the history of AI and us in terms of creating artificial intelligence being terrible at predicting the future with AI and with tech in general. So why do you think we're so bad at predicting the future? Are we hopelessly bad? So no matter what, whether it's this decade or the next few decades, every time we make a prediction, there's just no way of doing it well, or as the field matures, we'll be better and better at it.
I believe as the field matures, we will be better. And I think the reason that we've had so much trouble is that we have so little understanding of our own intelligence. So there's a famous story about Marvin Minsky assigning computer vision as a summer project to his undergrad students. And I believe that's actually a true story.
Yeah, no, there's a write-up on it everyone should read. It's like I think it's like a proposal that describes everything that should be done in that project. It's hilarious because you can explain it, but from my sort of recollection, it describes basically all the fundamental powers of computer vision, many of which that still haven't been solved.
Yeah, and I don't know how far they really expected to get, but I think that, and they're really, Marvin Minsky is a super smart guy and very sophisticated thinker. But I think that no one really understands or understood, still doesn't understand how complicated, how complex the things that we do are because they're visible to us. To us, vision, being able to look out at the world and describe what we see, that's just immediate. It feels like it's no work at all. So it didn't seem like it would be that hard. But there's so much going on unconsciously, invisible to us, that I think we overestimate how easy it will be to get computers to do it.
And sort of for me to ask an unfair question, you've done research and thought about many different branches of AI. In this book, Widespread, looking at where AI has been and where it is today. If you were to make a prediction, how many years from now would we as a society create something that you would say achieved human level of intelligence or superhuman level?
That is an unfair question.
A prediction will most likely be wrong. So, but it's just your notion because
Okay, I'll say more than 100 years.
more than 100 years.
And I quoted somebody in my book who said that human level intelligence is 100 Nobel Prizes away, which I like because it's a nice way to sort of, it's a nice unit for prediction. And it's like that many fantastic discoveries have to be made. And of course, there's no Nobel Prize with AI.
Right.
Not yet.
So look at that 100 years. Your sense is really the journey to intelligence has to go through something more complicated that's akin to our own cognitive systems, understanding them, being able to create them in the artificial systems, as opposed to sort of taking the machine learning approaches of today and really scaling them exponentially with both compute, hardware, and data.
That would be my guess. I think that in the sort of going along in the narrow AI, that the current approaches will get better. I think there's some fundamental limits to how far they're going to get. I might be wrong, but that's what I think. And there's some fundamental weaknesses that we have that I talk about in the book that just comes from this approach of supervised learning, requiring sort of feed-forward networks, and so it's just, I don't think it's a sustainable approach to understanding the world.
Yeah, I'm personally torn on that. So everything you read about in the book and sort of what we're talking about now, I agree with you, but I'm more and more, depending on the day. First of all, I'm deeply surprised by the success of machine learning and deep learning in general. And from the very beginning, when that's sort of been my main focus of work. I'm just surprised how far it gets. And I'm also, I think we're really early on in these efforts of these narrow AI. So I think there'll be a lot of surprise on how far it gets. I think we'll be extremely impressed. Like my sense is everything I've seen so far, and we'll talk about autonomous driving and so on, I think we'll get really far. But I also have a sense that we will discover, just like you said, that even though we'll get really far, in order to create something like our own intelligence, is actually much farther than we realize.
Right.
I think these methods are a lot more powerful than people give them credit for, actually. So therefore, there's the media hype. But I think there's a lot of researchers in the community, especially like not undergrads, right? But like people who've been in AI, they're skeptical about how far deep learning can get. I'm more and more thinking that it can actually get farther than we realize.
It's certainly possible. one thing that surprised me when I was writing the book is how far apart different people in the field are on their opinion of how far the field has come and what's accomplished and what's going to happen next.
What's your sense of the different, who are the different people, groups, mindsets, thoughts in the community about where AI is today?
Yeah, they're all over the place. So there's kind of the singularity transhumanism group. I don't know exactly how to characterize that approach. Which is
As well.
Yeah, the sort of exponential progress. We're on the sort of almost at the hugely accelerating part of the exponential, and by in the next 30 years, we're going to see super intelligent AI and all that, and we'll be able to upload our brains. And, so there's that kind of extreme view that I think most people who work in AI don't have. They disagree with that. But there are people who are maybe aren't singularity people, but they do think that the current approach of deep learning is going to scale and is going to kind of go all the way, basically, take us to true AI or human level AI, whatever you want to call it. And there's quite a few of them, and a lot of them, like a lot of people I met who work at big tech companies in AI groups, kind of have this view that we're really not that far,
Just to link on that point, if I can take as an example, Beyond McCoon, I don't know if you know about his work or
Yeah.
his viewpoints on this.
I do.
He believes that there's a bunch of breakthroughs, like fundamental, like Nobel Prizes, there's
Yeah.
still.
Right.
But I think he thinks those breakthroughs will be built on top of deep learning.
Right.
And then there's some people who would think we need to kind of put deep learning to the side a little bit as just one module that's helpful in the bigger cognitive framework.
Right. So I think so. What I understand, McCoon is rightly saying supervised learning is not sustainable. We have to figure out how to do unsupervised learning. That's going to be the key. And I think that's probably true. I think unsupervised learning is going to be harder than people think. I mean, the way that we use it. Then there's the opposing view, that there's the Gary Marcus kind of hybrid view where deep learning is one part, but we need to bring back kind of these symbolic approaches and combine them. Of course, no one knows how to do that very well.
Which is the more important part,
Right.
To emphasize. How do they fit together? What's the foundation? What's the thing that's on top?
Yeah.
The cake? What's the icing?
Right.
Yeah.
Then there's people pushing different things. There's the causality people who say deep learning, as it's formulated today, completely lacks any notion of causality, and that's dooms it.
Mhm.
And therefore, we have to somehow give it some kind of notion of causality. There's a lot of push from the more cognitive science crowd saying we have to look at developmental learning, we have to look at how babies learn, we have to look at intuitive physics, all these things we know about physics, and then somebody kind of quipped, we also have to teach machines intuitive metaphysics, which means like objects exist. Causality exists. These things that maybe we're born with. I don't know, that they don't have, the machines don't have any of that. They look at a group of pixels and maybe they get 10 million examples, but they can't necessarily learn that there are objects in the world. So there's just a lot of pieces of the puzzle that people are promoting, and with different opinions of like how what they are being able to put them all together to create general intelligence.
Looking at this broad field, what do you take away from it? Who's the most impressive? Is it the cognitive folks, the Gary Marcus camp, the Young camp, unsupervised, and unsupervised? There's supervised,
Yeah.
and then there's the engineers who are actually building systems. Yes, there's the Andre Karpathy at Tesla building actual, it's not philosophy, it's real systems that operate in the real world. But yeah, what do you take away from all these people?
I mean, I don't know if these different views are not necessarily mutually exclusive, and I think people like Jan LeCun agrees with the developmental psychology, causality, intuitive physics, etc. But he still thinks that it's learning, end-to-end learning is the way to go.
I think it's perhaps all the way.
Yeah, and that we don't need, there's no sort of innate stuff that has to get built in. This is, it's because it's a hard problem. I personally, I'm very sympathetic to the cognitive science side, because that's kind of where I came in the field. I've become more and more sort of an embodiment adherent, saying that, without having a body, it's going to be very hard to learn what we need to learn about the world.
That's definitely something I'd love to talk about in a little bit. To step into the cognitive world, then, if you don't mind, because you've done so many interesting things. If you look to Copycat, taking a couple of decades step back, you, Douglas Costa, and others have developed Copycat more than 30 years ago.
That's painful to hear.
But what is it? What is Copycat?
It's a program that makes analogies in an idealized domain, idealized world of letter strings. So as you say, 30 years ago, wow. So I started working on it when I started grad school in 1984. Wow. And it's based on Doug Hofstadter's ideas about that analogy is really a core aspect of thinking. I remember he has a really nice quote in the book by himself and Emmanuel Sander called Surfaces and Essences. I don't know if you've seen that book, but it's about analogy. He says, without concepts, there can be no thought, and without analogies, there can be no concepts. So the view is that analogy is not just this kind of reasoning technique where we go, shoe is to foot as glove is to what, these kinds of things that we have on IQ tests or whatever. But that it's much deeper. It's much more pervasive in everything we do, our language, our thinking, our perception. So he had a view that was a very active perception idea. So the idea was that instead of having kind of a passive network in which you have input that's being processed through these feed-forward layers, and then there's an output at the end. The perception is really a dynamic process, where our eyes are moving around, they're getting information, and that information is feeding back to what we look at next, influences what we look at next and how we look at it. And so Copycat was trying to do that, kind of simulate that kind of idea where you have these agents. It's kind of an agent-based system. You have these agents that are picking things to look at and deciding whether they're interesting or not, whether they should be looked at more, and that would influence other agents.
How do they interact?
So they interacted through this global kind of what we call the workspace. So it's actually inspired by the old Blackboard systems, where you would have agents that post information on the Blackboard, a common Blackboard. This is like very old-fashioned AI.
Is that are we talking about like in physical space? Is this a computer program?
It's a computer program.
So the agents posting concepts on a Blackboard.
Yeah, we called it a workspace, and the workspace is a data structure. The agents are little pieces of code that you can think of them as little detectors or little filters that say, I'm going to pick this place to look, and I'm going to look for a certain thing. And is this something I think is important? Is it there? It was almost like, convolution in a way, except a little bit more general, and saying, and then highlighting it in the workspace.
What's it once it's in the workspace? How does the things that are highlighted relate to each other? Like what's
So there's different kinds of agents that can build connections between different things. So just to give you a concrete example, what Copycat did was it made analogies between strings of letters. So here's an example: ABC changes to ABD. What does IJK change to? And the program had some prior knowledge about the alphabet, knew the sequence of the alphabet. It had a concept of letter, successor of letter, it had concepts of sameness. So it had some innate things programmed in. But then it could do things like, say, discover that ABC is a group of letters in succession. And then an agent can mark that.
So the idea that there could be a sequence of letters, is that a new concept that's formed, or if that's a concept
That's a
innate?
concept that's innate.
Sort of, can you form new concepts, or are all
No.
concepts innate?
So in this program, all the concepts of the program were innate. So because we weren't, obviously that limits it quite a bit. But what we were trying to do is say, suppose you have some innate concepts. How do you flexibly apply them to new situations? And how do you make analogies?
Let's step back for a second. So I really like that quote. That you said, without concepts there can be no thoughts, and without analogies there can be no concepts. In a Santa Fe presentation, you said that it should be one of the mantras of AI.
Yeah.
And that you also yourself said how to form and fluidly use concepts is the most important open problem in AI.
Yeah.
How to form and fluidly use concepts is the most important open problem in AI. So let's what is a concept and what is an analogy?
A concept is in some sense a fundamental unit of thought. So say we have a concept of a dog, okay? And a concept is embedded in the whole space of concepts, so that there's certain concepts that are closer to it or farther away from it.
Are these concepts, are they really like fundamental, like we mentioned innate, but almost like axiomatic, like very basic, and then there's other stuff built on top of it? Or does this include everything? Are they complicated? Like,
You could certainly form new concepts.
right, I guess that's the question I'm asking.
Yeah.
Can you form new concepts that are complex combinations of other concepts?
Yes, absolutely. And that's kind of what we do in learning.
And then what's the role of analogy in that?
So analogy is when you recognize that one situation is essentially the same as another situation. And essentially is kind of the key word there. It's not the same. So if I say, last week I did a podcast actually like 3 days ago in Washington, D.C. And that situation was very similar to this situation, although it wasn't exactly the same. It was a different person sitting across from me. We had different kinds of microphones. The questions were different. The building was different. There's all kinds of different things, but really it was analogous. Or I can say, doing a podcast interview, that's kind of a concept. It's a new concept. I never had that concept. And I can make an analogy with it, like being interviewed for a news article in a newspaper. And I can say, well, you kind of play the same role that the newspaper reporter played. It's not exactly the same, because maybe they actually emailed me some written questions rather than talking. And the written questions, are analogous to your spoken questions. There's just all kinds of
And this somehow probably connects to conversations you have over Thanksgiving dinner, to general conversations. There's like a thread you could probably take that just stretches out in all aspects of life that connect to this podcast.
Sure.
Conversations between humans.
Sure. And if I go and tell a friend of mine about this podcast interview, my friend might say, "Oh, the same thing happened to me." Let's say, you ask me some really hard question and I have trouble answering it. My friend could say, "The same thing happened to me," but it wasn't a podcast interview. It wasn't, it was a completely different situation. And yet, my friend is seeing essentially the same thing. We say that very fluidly. The same thing happened to me.
Essentially the same thing.
But we don't even say that, right?
Right.
Just say the same
imply
thing.
it, yes.
Yeah. And the view that kind of went into, say, copycat, that whole thing is that act of saying the same thing happened to me is making an analogy. And in some sense, that's what underlies all of our concepts.
Why do you think analogy making you're describing is so fundamental to cognition? Like it seems like it's the main element, action of what we think of as cognition.
Yeah, so it can be argued that all of this generalization we do, concepts, and recognizing concepts in different situations, is done by analogy. That's every time I'm recognizing that, say, you're a person, that's by analogy because I have this concept of what person is and I'm applying it to you. And every time I recognize a new situation, like one of the things I talked about in the book was the concept of walking a dog, that's actually making an analogy because all of that, the details are very different.
So reasoning could be reduced down to such analogy making. So all the things we think of as like you said, perception. So with perception is taking raw sensory input and it's somehow integrating into our understanding of the world, updating the understanding, and all of that is just this giant mess of analogies that are being made.
I think so, yeah.
If you could just linger on it a little bit, like what do you think it takes to engineer a process like that for us in our artificial systems?
We need to understand better, I think, how we do it, how humans do it. And it comes down to internal models, I think. People talk a lot about mental models, that concepts are mental models, that I can, in my head, I can do a simulation of the situation, like walking a dog. And that there's some work in psychology that promotes this idea that all of concepts are really mental simulations. That whenever you encounter a concept or situation in the world, or you read about it or whatever, you do some kind of mental simulation that allows you to predict what's going to happen, to develop expectations, what's going to happen. So that's the kind of structure I think we need, is that kind of mental model that, in our brains, somehow these mental models are very much interconnected.
Again, so a lot of stuff we're talking about are essentially open problems, right? So if I ask a question, I don't need that you know the answer. I'm going to just hypothesize. But how big do you think is the network graph data structure of concepts that's in our head? Like we're trying to build that ourselves. Like we take it, and it's one of the things we take for granted. That's why we take common sense for granted. We think common sense is trivial. But how big a thing of concepts is that underlies what we think of as common sense?
Yeah, I don't know. And I don't even know what units to measure it in. You say how big
That's beautifully put, right? But
But we have, it's really hard to know. We have what 100 billion neurons or something. I don't know, and they're connected via trillions of synapses. There's all this chemical processing going on. There's just a lot of capacity for stuff, and their information's encoded in different ways in the brain. It's encoded in chemical interactions. It's encoded in electric firing and firing rates. And nobody really knows how it's encoded, but it just seems like there's a huge amount of capacity. So I think it's huge. It's just enormous, and it's amazing how much stuff we know.
But we know, and not just know like facts, but it's all integrated into this thing that we can make analogies with.
Yes.
There's a dream of semantic web. There's a lot of dreams from expert systems of building giant knowledge bases. But do you see a hope for these kinds of approaches of building, converting Wikipedia into something that could be used in analogy making?
Sure. And I think people have made some progress along those lines. And people have been working on this for a long time. But the problem is, and this I think is the problem of common sense. Like people have been trying to get these common sense networks. Here at MIT, there's this ConceptNet project, right? But the problem is that, as I said, most of the knowledge that we have is invisible to us. It's not in Wikipedia. It's very basic things about, intuitive physics, intuitive psychology, intuitive metaphysics, all that stuff.
If you were to create a website that described intuitive physics, intuitive psychology, would it be bigger or smaller than Wikipedia?
I guess describe too. Sorry.
No, that's really good. Exactly right.
That's a hard question because, how do you represent that knowledge is the question, right? I can certainly write down F equals MA and Newton's laws and what physics can be deduced from that. But that's probably not the best representation of that knowledge for doing the kinds of reasoning we want a machine to do. So I don't know. It's impossible to say. And people, the projects like there's the famous Psych project, right? That Douglas Lennon did. That was trying.
It's still going.
I think it's still going. The idea was to try and encode all of common sense knowledge, including all this invisible knowledge, in some kind of logical representation. And it just never, I think, could do any of the things that he was hoping it could do. Because that's just the wrong approach.
Of course, that's what they always say, and then the history books will say, well, the Psych project finally found a breakthrough in 2058 or something like that. So much progress has been made in just a few decades. And,
it could
who
be.
knows what the next breakthroughs will be.
It could be.
It's certainly a compelling notion, Psych project stands for.
I think Leonard was one of the earliest people to say common sense is what we need. That's what we need. All this expert system stuff, that is not going to get you to AI. You need common sense. And he basically gave up his whole academic career to go pursue that. I totally admire that, but I think that the approach itself will not.
What do you think is wrong with the approach? What kind of approach might be successful?
Well,
again, nobody knows the answer, right?
One of my talks, one of the people in the audience, it's a public lecture, one of the people in the audience said, "What AI companies are you investing in?"
That's my advice. Okay.
I'm a college professor, so I don't have a lot of extra funds to invest, but also, no one knows what's going to work in AI, right? That's the problem.
Let me ask another possible question in case you have a sense. In terms of data structures that will store this kind of information, do you think they've been invented yet? both in hardware and software, or is something else needs to be? How we totally,
I think something else has to be. That's my guess.
is the breakthroughs that's most promising? Would that be hardware or software? Do you think we can get far with the current computers, or do we need to do something that you see?
I don't know if Turing computation is going to be sufficient. Probably, I would guess it will. I don't see any reason why we need anything else. But so in that sense, we have invented the hardware we need, but we just need to make it faster and thicker, and we need to figure out the right algorithms and the right sort of architecture.
Turing, that's a very mathematical notion. When you have to build intelligence, it's now an engineering notion where you throw all that stuff.
Well, I guess it is a question that people have brought up this question, and when you asked about like is our current hardware work? Well, Turing computation says that like our current hardware is in principle the Turing machine, right? So all we have to do is make it faster, bigger. But there have been people like Roger Penrose, you might remember that he said Turing machines cannot produce intelligence because intelligence requires continuous value numbers. I mean, that was sort of my reading of his argument. And quantum mechanics and what else, whatever, but I don't see any evidence for that new computation paradigms. But I don't know if I don't think we're going to be able to scale up our current approaches to programming these computers.
What is your hope for approaches like copycat or other cognitive architectures? I talked to the creator of SOAR, for example. I've used that darn myself. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah.
What do you think what's your hope of approaches like that in helping develop systems of greater and greater intelligence in the coming decades?
Well, that's what I'm working on now, is trying to take some of those ideas and extending it. So I think there's some really promising approaches that are going on now that have to do with more active, generative models. So this is the idea of this simulation in your head, the concept when you're perceiving a new situation, you have some simulations in your head. Those are generative models. They're generating your expectations. They're generating predictions.
So that's part of a perception. You have a mental model that generates a prediction, and you compare it.
Yeah.
And then the difference.
And you also, that generative model is telling you where to look and what to look at and what to pay attention to. And I think it affects your perception. It's not that just you compare it with your perception. It becomes your perception in a way. It's kind of a mixture of the bottom-up information coming from the world and your top-down model being imposed on the world is what becomes your perception.
So your hope is something like that can improve perception systems and that they can understand things.
Yes. Yes.
What's the step? What's the analogy making step there?
Well, the idea is that you have this pretty complicated conceptual space. You can talk about a semantic network or something like that with these different kinds of concept models in your brain that are connected. So let's take the example of walking a dog. So we're talking about that. Okay. Let's say I see someone out on the street walking a cat. Some people walk their cats, I guess. It seems like a bad idea, but so my model, there's connections between my model of the dog and model of the cat, and I can immediately see the analogy of that those are analogous situations. But I can also see the differences, and that tells me what to expect. So also, I have a new situation. So another example with the walking the dog thing. sometimes I see people riding their bikes with the leash, holding the leash, and the dog's running alongside. Okay, so I know that I recognize that as kind of a dog walking situation, even though the person's not walking, right? And the dog's not walking. Because I have these models that say, okay, riding a bike is sort of similar to walking, where it's connected, it's the means of transportation, but because they have their dog there, I assume they're not going to work, that they're going out for exercise. These analogies help me to figure out kind of what's going on, what's likely.
But sort of these analogies are very human interpretable.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that kind of space. And then you look at something like the current deep learning approaches, they kind of help you to take raw sensory information and to sort of automatically build up hierarchies of what you can call them concepts. They're just not human interpretable concepts. What's the link here? Do you hope it's sort of the hybrid system question? How do you think the two can start to meet each other? What's the value of learning in this systems of forming, of analogy making?
The goal of, the original goal of deep learning in these visual perception was that you would get the system to learn to extract features that at these different levels of complexity. So you have edge detection, and that would lead to learning, simple combinations of edges, and then complex shapes, and then whole objects, faces, and this was based on the ideas of the neuroscientists Hugo and Wiesel, who had laid out this kind of structure in the brain. And I think that's right to some extent. Of course, people have found that the whole story is a little more complex than that. The brain, of course, always is, and there's a lot of feedback. So I see that as absolutely a good brain-inspired approach to some aspects of perception. But one thing that it's lacking, for example, is all of that feedback, which is extremely important.
The interactive element you mentioned,
The expectation, right?
The
Conceptual level.
go back and forth with the expectation, the perception, and go back and forth.
So that is extremely important. And one thing about deep neural networks is that in a given situation, like they're trained, right? They get these weights and everything. But then now I give them a new image, let's say. They treat every part of the image in the same way. They apply the same filters at each layer to all parts of the image. There's no feedback to say, like, oh, this part of the image is irrelevant. I shouldn't care about this part of the image. Or this part of the image is the most important part. And that's kind of what we humans are able to do because we have these conceptual expectations.
There's, by the way, a little bit of work in that. There's certainly a lot more in what's under the called attention in natural language processing knowledge. That's exceptionally powerful, and it's a very, just as you say, it's a really powerful idea. But again, in sort of machine learning, it all kind of operates in an automated way. It's not human.
Well, it's not also okay. So right, it's not dynamic. I mean, in the sense that as a perception of a new example is being processed, those attention weights don't change.
Right. So, I mean, there's this kind of notion that there's not a memory. You're not aggregating the idea of this mental model.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, that seems to be a fundamental idea. There's not a really powerful. I mean, there's some stuff with memory, but there's not a powerful way to represent the world in some sort of way that's deeper than. I mean, it's so difficult because neural networks do represent the world. They do have a mental model, right? but it just seems to be shallow. It's hard to it's hard to criticize them at the fundamental level. For me at least, it's easy to it's easy to criticize them. Well, look, like exactly what you're saying, mental models, sort of almost from put a psychology head on, say, look, these networks are clearly not able to achieve what we humans do with forming mental models, analogy making, and so on. But that doesn't mean that they fundamentally cannot do that. Like it's very difficult to say that. I mean, you have a notion that the learning approaches really, I mean, they're going to not only are they limited today, they will forever be limited in being able to construct such mental models.
I think the idea of the dynamic perception is key here. The idea that moving your eyes around and getting feedback. And that's something that, there's been some models like that. There's certainly recurrent neural networks that operate over several time steps. But the problem is that the recurrence is, basically the feedback is at the next time step is the entire hidden state of the network, which is, and it turns out that that doesn't work very well.
See, the thing I was saying is, mathematically speaking, it has the information in that recurrence to capture everything. It just doesn't seem to work.
Yeah. Right.
So, like it's like it's the same Turing machine question, right? Yeah, maybe theoretically, computers, anything that's throwing a universal Turing machine can be intelligent, but practically, the architecture might have to be a very specific kind of architecture to create it. So it's just, I guess it sort of asks almost the same question again: how big of a role do you think deep learning will play or needs to play in perception?
I think that deep learning, as it currently exists, will place that kind of thing will play some role. And but I think that there's a lot more going on in perception. But who knows? The definition of deep learning, I mean, it's pretty broad. It's kind of an umbrella for.
So what I mean is purely sort of neural networks.
Yeah, and a feed-forward neural networks.
Essentially,
Yeah.
or there could be recurrence, but
yeah.
Sometimes it feels like, before I start talking to Marcus, it feels like the criticism of deep learning is kind of like us birds criticizing airplanes for not flying well, or that they're not really flying. Do you think deep learning? Do you think it could go all the way? Do you think that that the force learning approach could go all the way?
I don't think so. No. I mean, I think it's an open question, but I tend to be on the innateness side that there's some things that we've been evolved to be able to learn, and that learning just can't happen without that. So one example, here's an example I had in the book that I think is useful to me, at least in thinking about this. So this has to do with the DeepMind's Atari game playing program, okay? And it learned to play these Atari video games just by getting input from the pixels of the screen. And it learned to play the game Breakout 1,000% better than humans. Okay? That was one of their results. It was great. And it learned this thing where it tunneled through the side of the bricks in the Breakout game, and the ball could bounce off the ceiling and then just wipe out the bricks. Okay, so there was a group who did an experiment where they took the paddle, that moved the joystick, and moved it up 2 pixels, or something like that. It looked at Q learning system that had been trained on Breakout and said, could it now transfer its learning to this new version of the game? Of course, a human could, and it could. Maybe that's not surprising, but I guess the point is it hadn't learned the concept of a paddle. It hadn't learned that. It hadn't learned the concept of a ball or the concept of tunneling. It was learning something. We looking at it kind of anthropomorphized it and said, "Oh, here's what it's doing." You know, I would describe it, but it actually didn't learn those concepts. And so, because it didn't learn those concepts, it could make this transfer.
Yes, so that's a beautiful statement, but at the same time, by moving the paddle, you also anthropomorphize laws to inject into the system that will then flip how impressed we are by it. What I mean by that is, to me, the Atari games were to be deeply impressive that was possible at all. So like, I have to first pause on that, and people should look at that just like the game of Go, which is fundamentally different to me than what Deep Blue did. Even though there's still there's still research. It's just everything in DeepMind has done in terms of learning, however limited it is still deeply surprising.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say that what they did wasn't impressive. I think it was incredibly impressive.
To me, it's interesting. Is moving the board just another thing that needs to be learned? So like we've been able to maybe been able to, for the current young level, to learn very basic concepts. They're not enough to do this general reasoning. And maybe with more data. I mean, the data. The interesting thing about the examples that you talk about them beautifully is it's often flaws of the data.
Well, that's the question. I mean, I think that is the key question, whether it's a flaw in the data or not.
Or the
because the reason I brought up this example was because you were asking, do I think that learning from data could go all the way? And that this was why I brought up the example, because I think, and it's not at all to take away from the impressive work that they did, but it's to say that when we look at what these systems learn, do they learn the things that we humans consider to be the relevant concepts? And in that example, it didn't. Sure, if you train it on moving, paddle being in different places, maybe it could deal with, maybe it would learn that concept. I'm not totally sure. But the question is, scaling that up to more complicated worlds, to what extent could a machine that only gets this very raw data learn to divide up the world into relevant concepts? And I don't know the answer, but I would bet that without some innate notion that it can't do.
Yeah, 10 years ago, I 100% agree with you as the most experts asked, but now I have I have a glimmer of hope.
Okay, I mean that's fair enough.
And I think that's what deep learning did in the community. If I had to bet all my money, it's 100% deep learning will not take us all the way. But there's still I was so personally sort of surprised by the target, by Go, by the power of self-play, of just playing against each other, that I was, like many other times, just humbled of how little I know about what's possible.
I think fair enough. Self-play is amazingly powerful, and that goes way back to Arthur Samuel, right, with his checker playing program, and which was brilliant and surprising that it did so well.
So just for fun, let me ask you on topic of autonomous vehicles. It's the area that I work with, at least these days, most closely on, and it's also an area that I think is a good example that you use as sort of an example of things we as humans don't always realize how hard it is to do. It's like the constant trying AI for different problems that we think are easy when we first try them, and then we realize how hard it is. Okay, so why you've talked about this autonomous driving being a difficult problem, more difficult than we realize. Humans give it credit for it. Why is it so difficult? What are the most difficult parts in your view?
I think it's difficult because of the world is so open-ended as to what kinds of things can happen. So you have sort of what normally happens, which is just you drive along and nothing surprising happens. And autonomous vehicles can do, the ones we have now, evidently can do really well on most normal situations as long as the weather is reasonably good and everything. But if we have this notion of edge case or things in the tail of distribution called the long tail problem, which says that there's so many possible things that can happen that is not in the training data of the machine, that it won't be able to handle it because it doesn't have common sense.
It's still paddle moved.
Yeah, it's the paddle move problem, right? And so my understanding, and you probably are more of an expert than I am on this, is that current self-driving car vision systems have problems with obstacles, meaning that they don't know which quote-unquote obstacles they should stop for and which ones they shouldn't stop for. And so a lot of times I read that they tend to slam on the brakes quite a bit. And the most common accidents with self-driving cars are people rear-ending them because they were surprised. They weren't expecting the car to stop.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting questions there. Whether, because you mentioned kind of two things. So one is the problem of perception, of understanding, of interpreting the objects that are detected, right, correctly. And the other one is more like the policy, the action that you take, how you respond to it. So a lot of the cars braking is a kind of notion of, to clarify it, there's a lot of different kind of things that people call autonomous vehicles, but the L4 vehicles with the safety driver are the ones like Waymo and Cruise and those companies. They tend to be very conservative and cautious. So they tend to be very, very afraid of hurting anything or anyone and getting in any kind of accidents. So their policy is very kind of that results in being exceptionally responsive to anything that could possibly be an obstacle.
Right, which the human drivers around it's unpredictable. It behaves unpredictably.
Yeah, that's not a very human thing to do. Caution. That's not the thing we're good at, especially in driving. We're in a hurry, often angry, etc. Especially in Boston. So, and then there's sort of another, and a lot of times machine learning is not a huge part of that. It's becoming more and more unclear to me how much. Sort of speaking to public information. Because a lot of companies say they're doing deep learning and machine learning just to attract candidates. The reality is, in many cases, it's still not a huge part of the perception. So there's LiDAR, there's other sensors that are much more reliable for optical detection. And then there's Tesla approach, which is vision only. I think a few companies do that, but Tesla most sort of famously pushing that forward.
And that's because the LiDAR is too expensive, right?
Well, I mean, yes, but I would say if you were to for free give to every Tesla vehicle, Elon Musk fundamentally believes that LiDAR is a crutch, right? He said that if you want to solve the problem of machine learning, LiDAR should not be the primary sensor, is the belief.
Okay.
The camera contains a lot more information.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to learn, you want that information. But if you want not to hit obstacles, you want LiDAR. Right? It's this weird trade-off because, so what Tesla vehicles have a lot of, which is really the primary fallback sensor is radar, which is a very crude version of LiDAR. It's a good detector of obstacles, except when those things are standing, like stop vehicles.
Right, that's why I had problems with crashing into stop fire trucks.
Right? So the hope there is that the vision sensor somehow catch that. There's a lot of problems in perception. They are doing actually some incredible stuff in the almost like an active learning space where it's constantly taking edge cases and pulling back in. There's a deep data pipeline. Another aspect that is really important that people are studying now is called multitask learning, which is sort of breaking apart this problem, whatever the problem is, in this case driving, into dozens or hundreds of little problems that you can turn into learning problems. So this giant pipeline, it's kind of interesting. I've been skeptical from the very beginning. I've become less and less skeptical over time. How much driving can you learn? I still think it's much farther than the CEO of that particular company thinks it will be. But it's just constantly surprising that with engineering and data collection and active selection of data, how you can attack that long tail. And it's an interesting open question that you're absolutely right. There's a much longer tail and all these edge cases that we don't think about. But it's a fascinating question that applies to natural language in all spaces. How big is that long tail, right? And not to linger on the point, but what's your sense in driving in these practical problems and experience? Can it be learned? With the current, what are your thoughts on sort of Elon Musk's thought? Let's forget the thing that he says it'll be solved in a year, but can it be solved in a reasonable timeline? Or do fundamentally other methods need to be done?
So I think that ultimately driving, so it's a trade-off in a way. Being able to drive and deal with any situation that comes up does require kind of full human intelligence, and even humans aren't intelligent enough to do it as humans. I mean, most human accidents are because the human wasn't paying attention or the human's drunk or whatever.
And not because they weren't intelligent enough.
But not because they weren't intelligent enough, right? Whereas the accidents with autonomous vehicles is because they weren't intelligent enough.
They're always paying attention.
Yeah, they're always paying attention. So it's a trade-off, and I think that it's a very fair thing to say that autonomous vehicles will be ultimately safer than humans, because humans are very unsafe. It's kind of a low bar.
But just like you said, I think humans get very rapid, right? Because we're really good at the common sense thing.
Yeah, we're great at the common sense thing. We're bad at the paying attention thing.
Paying attention thing.
And especially when driving's kind of boring and we have these phones to play with and everything. But I think what's going to happen is that for many reasons, not just AI reasons, but also like legal and other reasons, that the definition of self-driving is going to change, or autonomous is going to change. It's not going to be just, I'm going to go to sleep in the back and you just drive me anywhere. It's going to be more, certain areas are going to be instrumented to have the sensors and the mapping and all the stuff you need for that the autonomous cars won't have to have full common sense. And they'll do just fine in those areas, as long as pedestrians mess with them too. That's another question. But I don't think we will have fully autonomous self-driving in the way that like the average person thinks of it for a very long time.
And just to reiterate, this is the interesting open question that I think I agree with you on, is to solve fully autonomous driving, you have to be able to engineer in common sense.
Yes.
I think that's an important thing to hear and think about. I hope that's wrong, but I currently agree with you that unfortunately you have to have to be more specific, sort of these deep understandings of physics and of the way this all works, and also the human dynamics. Like you mentioned, pedestrians and cyclists, actually, that's whatever that nonverbal communication is, some people call it, there's that dynamic that is also part of this common sense.
Right. And we humans are pretty good at predicting what other humans are going to do.
And how our actions impact the behaviors.
Yeah.
So this weird game theoretic dance that
Yeah.
we're good at somehow. And well, the funny thing is because I've watched countless hours of pedestrian video and talked to people, we humans are also really bad at articulating the knowledge we have,
Right.
which has been a huge challenge.
Yes.
So you've mentioned embodied intelligence. What do you think it takes to build a system of human level intelligence? Does it need to have a body?
I'm not sure, but I'm coming around to that more and more.
And what does it mean to be? I don't need to keep bringing up Calico.
He looms very large.
Like he certainly has a large personality. He thinks that the system needs to be grounded, meaning he needs to sort of be able to interact with reality, but doesn't think it necessarily needs to have a body. When you think of,
What's the difference?
I guess I want to ask, when you mean body, you mean you have to be able to play with the world, but do you also mean like there's a body that you have to preserve?
That's a good question. I haven't really thought about that, but I think both. I would guess it's because I think intelligence. It's so hard to separate it from our desire for self-preservation, our emotions, our all that non-rational stuff that kind of gets in the way of logical thinking. Because the way, if we're talking about human intelligence, human level intelligence, whatever that means, a huge part of it is social. That, we were evolved to be social and to deal with other people, and that's just so ingrained in us that it's hard to separate intelligence from that. I think AI for the last 70 years or however long it's been around, it has largely been separated. There's this idea that there's it's kind of very Cartesian. There's this thinking thing that we're trying to create, but we don't care about all this other stuff. And I think the other stuff is very fundamental.
So there's an idea that things like emotion get in the way of intelligence,
As opposed to being an integral part of it.
that was part of it. So, I mean, I'm Russian, so we romanticize notions of emotion and suffering and all that kind of fear, mortality, those kinds of things. So, in AI, especially, so.
By the way, did you see that there was this recent thing going around the internet of some, I think he's a Russian or some Slavic, that had written this thing of sort of the idea of super intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Forgot, maybe he's Polish. Anyway, so he had all these arguments, and one was the argument from Slavic pessimism. My favorite.
Do you remember what the argument is?
It's like nothing ever works.
Yeah.
Everything sucks.
So what do you think is the role? Like, that's such a fascinating idea that what we perceive as sort of the limits of the human mind, which is emotion and fear and all those kind of things, are integral to intelligence. Could you elaborate on that? Like, why is that important, do you think, for human level intelligence?
At least for the way that humans work, it's a big part of how it affects how we perceive the world. It affects how we make decisions about the world. It affects how we interact with other people. It affects our understanding of other people. For me to understand your what you're likely to do, have kind of a theory of mind, and that's very much a theory of emotion and motivations and goals, and to understand that, we have this whole system of mirror neurons. I sort of understand your motivations through sort of simulating it myself. So, it's not something that I can prove that's necessary, but it seems very likely.
So, okay, you were in the op-ed in the New York Times titled "We Shouldn't Be Scared by Superintelligent AI," and it criticized a little bit Stuart Russell and Nick Bostrom. Can you try to summarize that article's key ideas?
So it was spurred by an earlier New York Times op-ed by Stuart Russell, which was summarizing his book called Human Compatible. And the article was saying, if we have super intelligent AI, we need to have its values aligned with our values. It has to learn about what we really want. He gave this example. What if we have a super intelligent AI and we give it the problem of solving climate change, and it decides that the best way to lower the carbon in the atmosphere is to kill all the humans? Okay, so to me that just made no sense at all, because a super intelligent AI, first of all, trying to figure out what super intelligence means, and it seems that something that's super intelligent can't just be intelligent along this one dimension of, okay, I'm going to figure out all the steps, the best optimal path to solving climate change, and not be intelligent enough to figure out that humans don't want to be killed, that you could get to one without having the other. And, Bostrom in his book talks about the orthogonality hypothesis, where he says he thinks that systems, I can't remember exactly what it is, but like a system's goals and its values don't have to be aligned. There's some orthogonality there, which didn't make any sense to me.
So you're saying in any system that's sufficiently not even super intelligent, but is of course greater and greater intelligence, there's a holistic nature that will sort of tension that will naturally emerge that prevents it from sort of any one dimension running away.
Yeah, exactly. So Bostrom had this example of the super intelligent AI that turns the world into paper clips, because its job is to make paper clips or something. That just, as a thought experiment, didn't make any sense to me.
Well, as a thought experiment, or as a thing that could possibly be realized?
Either. So I think that, what my op-ed was trying to do was say that intelligence is more complex than these people are presenting it. That it's not so separable. The rationality, the values, the emotions, all of that. That it's the view that you could separate all these dimensions and build a machine that has one of these dimensions and it's super intelligent in one dimension, but doesn't have any of the other dimensions. That's what I was trying to criticize. That I don't believe that.
So can I read a few sentences from Yoshua Benja, who's always super eloquent? So he writes, I have the same impression as Melanie that our cognitive biases are linked with our ability to learn to solve many problems. It may also be a limiting factor for AI. However, this is a may quote. Things may also turn out differently. There's a lot of uncertainty about the capabilities of future machines. But more importantly for me, the value alignment problem is a problem well before we reach some hypothetical superintelligence. It is already posing a problem in the form of super powerful companies whose objective function may not be sufficiently aligned with humanity in general well-being, creating all kinds of harmful side effects. As he goes on to argue that, the orthogonality and those kinds of concerns of just aligning values with the capabilities of the system is something that might come long before we reach anything like super intelligence. So your criticism is kind of really nice to say. This idea of super intelligent systems seem to be dismissing fundamental parts of what intelligence would take. And Yoshio kind of says, yes, but if we look at systems that are much less intelligent, there might be these same kinds of problems that emerge.
Sure, but I guess the example that he gives there, these corporations, that's people, right? Those are people's values. I mean, we're talking about people. The corporations aren't. Their values are the values of the people who run those corporations.
But the idea is the algorithm. That's right. So the fundamental person, the fundamental element of what does the bad things.
Yeah.
But the algorithm kind of controls the behavior of these massive behaviors.
Which element?
For a company that's so for example, if it's an advertisement-driven company that recommends certain things and encourages engagement, so it gets money by encouraging engagement, and therefore the company more and more. It's like the cycle that builds an algorithm that enforces more engagement and perhaps more division in the culture, and so on, so on.
I guess the question here is sort of who has the agency. So you might say, for instance, we don't want our algorithm racist. And facial recognition, some people have criticized facial recognition systems as being racist because they're not as good on darker skin than lighter skin. Okay, but the agency there, the actual facial recognition algorithm isn't what has the agency. It's not the racist thing, right? It's the I don't know, the combination of the training data, the cameras being used, whatever. But my understanding of, and I would say I agree with Benji there that I think there are these value issues with our use of algorithms. But my understanding of what Russell's argument is more that the algorithm, the machine itself has the agency now. It's the thing that's making the decisions, and it's the thing that has what we call values.
Yes.
So whether that's just a matter of degree, it's hard to say. Right? But I would say that's sort of qualitatively different than a face recognition neural network.
And to broadly linger on that point, if you look at Elon Musk, or Russell, or Bostrom, people who are worried about existential risks of AI, however far into the future. The argument goes, it eventually happens. I don't know how far, but it eventually happens. Do you share any of those concerns? And what kind of concerns in general do you have about AI that approach any existential threat?
So I would say, yes, it's possible, but I think there's a lot more closer in existential threats to humanity.
As you said, 100 years so your time.
It's more than 100 years.
More than 100 years, so
maybe,
that means
maybe even more than 500 years. I don't know. I mean, it's
so the existential threats are so far out that the future is. I mean, there'll be a million different technologies that we can't even predict now that will fundamentally change the nature of our behavior, reality, society, and so on.
Yeah, I think so. And we have so many other pressing existential threats going on right now. Nuclear weapons, climate problems, poverty, possible pandemics. That you could go on and on. And I think though, worried about existential threat from AI is not the best priority for what we should be worried about. That's kind of my view because we're so far away. But I'm not necessarily criticizing Russell or Ostrom or whoever for worried about that. And I think it's some people should be worried about it. It's certainly fine. But I was more sort of getting at their view of what intelligence is. I was more focusing on their view of super intelligence than just the fact of the word. And the title of the article that was written by the New York Times editors, I wouldn't have called it that.
We shouldn't be scared by super intelligent AI.
No.
If you wrote it, it'd be like, we should redefine what you mean by a super
I actually said something like super intelligence is not is not a sort of coherent idea. but that's not like the New York Times would put in.
And the follow-up argument that Yoshua makes also, not argument, but a statement, and that I've heard him say it before, and I think I agree. He kind of has a very friendly way of phrasing it. It's good for a lot of people to believe different things.
He's such a nice guy.
Yeah, well, no, but it's also practically speaking, like, we shouldn't be, like, while your article stands, like, Stuart Russell does amazing work, Rothschild does amazing work, you do amazing work, and even when you disagree about the definition of superintelligence or the usefulness of even the term, it's still useful to have people that, like, use that term, right, and then argue. It's
sure. I absolutely agree with Benjo there, and I think it's great that the New York Times will publish all this stuff. So.
That's right. It's an exciting time to be here. What do you think is a good test of intelligence? Like, is natural language ultimately a test that you find the most compelling, like the original, or the higher levels of the Turing test? Kind of.
Yeah, I still think the original idea of the Turing test is a good test for intelligence. I mean, I can't think of anything better. The Turing test, the way that it's been carried out so far, has been very impoverished. But I think a real Turing test that really goes into depth, like the one that I mentioned, I talk about in the book, I talk about Ray Kurzweil and Mitchell Kapoor have this bet, right, that 2029, I think, is the date their machine will pass the Turing test and turns it. And they have very specific, many hours, expert judges, and all of that. And Kurzweil says yes, Kapoor says no. We only have like 9 more years to go to see. But if a machine could pass that, I would be willing to call it.
Of course, nobody will. They will say that's just a language model, right? If it does, so you would be comfortable. So language, a long conversation. You're right, because I think probably to carry out that long conversation, you would literally need to have deep common sense understanding of the world.
I think so.
And conversation is enough to reveal that.
I think so.
There's another super fun topic of complexity that you have worked on, written about. Let me ask the basic question: what is complexity?
So complexity is another one of those terms, like intelligence. It's perhaps overused, but my book about complexity was about this wide area of complex systems, studying different systems in nature, in technology, and society, in which you have emergence, like I was talking about with intelligence. We have the brain, which has billions of neurons, and each neuron individually could be said to be not very complex compared to the system as a whole, but the system, the interactions of those neurons and the dynamics creates these phenomena that we call intelligence or consciousness, that we consider to be very complex. So the field of complexity is trying to find general principles that underlie all these systems that have these kinds of properties.
And the emergence occurs from, like, underlying the complex system is usually simple, fundamental interaction.
Yes.
And the emergence happens when there's just a lot of these things interacting.
Yes.
And then most of science today, can you talk about what is reductionism?
Well, reductionism is when you try and take a system and divide it up into its elements, whether those be cells or atoms or subatomic particles, whatever your field is, and then try and understand